woken up tomorrow morning after killing him, and that's the best-case scenario. At worst, you'd have spent the rest of your life in his torture chambers. And trust me, the torture chambers of General Lavi are known throughout the prefecture." Hadjar understood that there was at least a grain of truth in the words he'd just heard, but it was still a hard pill to swallow. "Moreover, Dogar's group is a punishment only for the weak of spirit and the weak of body," the healer continued. "For people like you, however, there's no better place in the whole army. You'll see for yourself in time." Hadjar looked at all the wounded, groaning men around him. He wasn't quite sure he could agree with that. "Drink this," the doctor ordered, and held out a wooden mug with a sweet-smelling scarlet drink inside. "Object unknown. Properties unknown. Initiating analysis. Visual data is not enough to complete analysis. Analysis process has been halted." "What is this?" "Definitely not poison. It is a mixture of berries and sleeping pills, designed to help someone sleep soundly and restfully." Hadjar sniffed it and didn't detect any toxins. He scanned the drink with his neural network one more time, just for sure. There was nothing dangerous in it. Nothing that his extensive database of the smells, colors, and textures of various poisons and other nasty things could detect anyway. Hadjar thought the taste of the drink was quite pleasant as he chugged the entire mug. A minute later, he was sleeping peacefully, wrapped in a blanket the healer had brought. Cheap healing ointments always caused people to feel a bit cold. Hadjar didn't know that he would soon get used to this feeling, and to the company of the talkative healer. Chapter 37. Hadjar woke up because he'd felt like someone was staring at him. He opened his eyes and immediately reached behind the headboard where he always kept his sword, but Hadjar's grasping hand found only empty air. "Good reflexes," Dogar nodded. The senior officer was standing next to Hadjar's bed. With his arms crossed over his powerful, naked chest, he looked even more like a bear than he had previously. He was covered in scars and black tattoos with sinewy, steel-hard muscles. In addition to his military gloves, Dogar was wearing only a pair of pants made from high-quality leather and high boots that didn't have hard soles. The soles had been replaced with several layers of the same leather the pants were made from. Hadjar looked around. There was no one else besides them in the tent. The scarlet rays of the dawn were piercing through the cover that fluttered in the wind, acting as the door. "Sir, I was sedated and—" "I was informed," the man interrupted him. "Otherwise, you wouldn't have woken up at all. You have 20 seconds to get ready, officer." It didn't take Hadjar 20 seconds. Ignoring the slight pain from his bruises and cuts, he managed to get ready in 7 seconds. Dogar counted down loudly and demonstratively, playing with his huge muscles as he did so. Hadjar didn't know what stage this bear of a man was currently at, but he assumed that it was the transformation stage at least. "You are slow," Dogar shook his head, "but we'll correct that too. Now, before training, I will conduct a brief inspection of our camp. As my assistant, you have to figure out the what, where, and how of all the things that need to be done." "Yes, sir." "Leave that toothpick behind. My aide shouldn't go around with a sword that I can bend with just 2 of my fingers." And to demonstrate that he wasn't exaggerating, Dogar really did pick up and fold the sword over, using only 2 of his fingers. It was a good, solid sword, not an artifact, mind you, but suitable for battle. It was possible to strike armor with it without the blade getting any notches on it, and Dogar had bent it, just like that. Hadjar was inspired. He understood that it was pointless to argue, not that he wanted to do so, and followed Dogar. They came out of the empty medical tent, and Hadjar didn't see anyone. Walking between the tents, Hadjar could hear snoring or sniffing from time to time. As far as he knew, the soldiers wouldn't get up at the crack of dawn and would instead start the day when the wake-up call was sounded 2 hours after dawn. Consequently, a senior officer would be in charge of rousing them. "What do you know about the army, Hadjar?" Dogar walked in front, with his arms crossed behind his back. It looked as if a giant from legend was striding among mere mortals. He suppressed the will of all around him with just his appearance, and even silenced the dogs tied to pegs around the camp. They lay down on their bellies and covered their ears with their paws, assuming the most submissive poses they could manage. "In the army, they feed us several times a day and give us an opportunity to become stronger." The giant grunted. "You're right. By the way, hold on to this." Dogar took out a locket on a leather strap from his pocket and threw it over his shoulder. Hadjar caught it deftly. "It's the army seal. The number on it will change after each of your achievements." On the front side of the medallion, in addition to the designation of their army, was a metallic character indicating 0 in that world. I wonder how a metal engraving can even change. Damn it! Hadjar was still annoyed that the Diary of Southwind had been ruined. He still didn't know anything about spells, although he had seen them used several times before. They were somewhat disturbing and fascinating at the same time. "What do these numbers track, sir?" "Usually, it's just how many enemies you've killed in battle. For more, they show how much of a reward you've earned, but only the general can bestow it, and only with the approval of the War Council, so rewards are rare around here. Well, if we raid the monsters in the woods, we can get a reward for slaying them too." "Do you often go raiding around here, sir?" Dogar turned back to look at Hadjar over his shoulder. "Do you always ask so many questions?" As soon as Hadjar began apologizing, the bear laughed. "It's a good trait in an assistant. My last assistant was so afraid of me that he was ready to swallow his own tongue as soon as I glanced at him. He was stronger than you, and was at the first stage of the bodily rivers. But I like you more." Dogar was a surprisingly straightforward person, considering his rank. "When there is no war on, there are raids. When there are no raids going on, there are exercises. You can also get honor points during the exercises. That's what they're called, by the way, but I personally don't find anything especially honorable in them, so I just call them figures." "I understand, sir. Can I ask you one more question?" "As many as you want, Deputy. Your secondary task after training is to ask me as many questions as you can think of." Hadjar looked at the camp and at the carts and wagons already moving through the gates of Springtown. He looked at the carts laden with countless bundles of spears, arrows, bows, and swords that could be seen in the southern part of the camp. Others were fully loaded with all sorts of provisions. Nomads or neighbors? Dogar laughed. "You're smart. However, what else can I expect from an one-with-the-sword practitioner? Yes, therefore the nomads. Last week, the War Council and the General decided that we would move north exactly 1 month from today." Dogar spoke in a rather odd way, but Hadjar had quickly gotten used to it. So, a month from now, they would hit the road and be on their way to fight the nomads. It was earlier than Hadjar had anticipated, but it was still within reason. He should have a chance to carry out his plan. He had to advance to at least the 5th or the 6th stage of the bodily rivers during this month. Otherwise, he would most likely end up killed and never get the chance to attend a royal reception at the palace. Elaine. Hadjar shrugged off the unwelcome thoughts. He needed to focus on the here and now if he hoped to have any success in the future. "Now, Hadjar, if you don't want to get stabbed, don't make any unnecessary movements." They approached a distant but enormous tent. It was much larger and more luxurious than the one where the general lived. At the entrance stood Imperial Legionnaires. They were soldiers clad in green armor. Hadjar felt the aura of the transformation stage emanating from them. What sublevel? There were no sublevels. Unlike the bodily rivers and the bodily nodes stages, the stages that came after them had no divisions within themselves, but Hadjar knew almost nothing about them. Southwind hadn't had the time to tell him the details. "Senior Officer Dogar," the bear introduced himself. "My new personal assistant, Officer Hadjar, is with me." Full names were rarely used around here. Almost never, in fact. "Go on in." One of the legionnaires moved aside the curtain covering the entrance. Dogar entered first, and Hadjar followed after him. Only after he'd entered the spacious, bright rooms did he understand why the Imperials were here. Many officers, and even some ordinary soldiers, sat inside, among the wooden shelves filled with a variety of scrolls. An old man was pacing in front of them, one whose type of aura Hadjar would never fail to recognize. He was in the presence of a heaven soldier once again, a creature that could destroy almost half of Dogar's group with only one movement of his hand. But what was he doing here? "Senior Officer Dogar," the old man greeted him, extending his hand. The bear shook it, simultaneously nodding his head slightly. Apparently, this would do in place of a bow. "Is this your assistant? I seem to recall that the previous ones never received such an honor." Before today, Hadjar had seen only two true cultivators in his life, Primus and the Governor. That's why his impression of them in general wasn't very nice, but this old man, with his long gray beard and warm eyes, seemed to be quite pleasant. Hadjar just hoped it wouldn't turn out to be a ruse. "I have a good feeling about this one." "Well," the old man approached Hadjar. "Officer Hadjar, would you mind if I checked you?" In what way? He'd spoken without thinking. He immediately bowed. "I beg your pardon, venerable adept." "I'm just a librarian," the old man smiled, "and nothing more. I lost my opportunity to move forward on the path of cultivation long ago, so now I live among the various works and books you see here. Maybe a young man like you wouldn't consider it the most pleasant fate, but I'm not complaining. So, now that you know me better, will you let me know more about you? Otherwise, how can we find the right technique for you?" Hadjar looked at the interior of the tent once more. There were many officers and privates sitting at the tables. Sometimes they got distracted from reading the scrolls lying in front of them and would look in Hadjar's direction, obviously curious. "These are all techniques," the old man nodded. "I presume Officer Dogar has told you about the honor points?" "Yes, honorable adept." Hadjar could not call a heaven soldier something as mundane as librarian. "In here you can find all 4 types of techniques." The old man looked at his possessions almost lovingly. From techniques involving weapons to the techniques of external energy. Techniques of external energy? Even Southwind hadn't heard about those. "Most of them are simple, but there are mortal ones among them, and in order to motivate you, I'll tell you that there are several techniques of the spirit in here as well." Techniques of the spirit? Hadjar felt like he was going to faint, but he came to his senses in time. In the past, people from the kingdom of Lydus could not have even dreamed about learning techniques of the spirit. "If you want to study those, you'll need at least 10,000 points." For killing a beast at the leader stage, 10 points are given, Dogar whispered into his ear. For killing an enemy during a war, only 1 point is given. Hadjar was absolutely shocked. These techniques had surely been sent here just to show that they existed in principle. Let me explain. You weren't brought here to be taunted by things you can't have. A senior officer has the right to bring their assistant here, and they'll be given a free technique of the mortal level to study. The old man smiled kindly at Hadjar. Otherwise, what's the use of an assistant, Dogar added, if they just get killed in their first real fight? Hadjar nodded. So, the general wasn't trying to punish me. She was humiliating Colin by almost publicly rewarding the commoner who dared to raise his hand against her adjutant. Now, if you just allow me to check you and find out your strengths and weaknesses, this is a completely painless procedure. I'll just put a little bit of my energy into yours for a moment, and then I'll take it away. Hadjar looked at the numerous scrolls, and then at the old man. Damn it! Damn it! Should I risk it? He wasn't sure that a heaven soldier, with the help of his mystical crap, wouldn't be able to detect the heart of a dragon, and something told Hadjar that any cultivator could probably find 1,001 ways to use such an ingredient in his own cultivation. It was just too dangerous. Even if this old man had talked about his inability to progress. Things got tense. The pause had gone on for too long. Chapter 38. Hadjar fell to his knees once again and pressed his forehead to the ground. Perhaps I should start wearing something over my forehead to avoid injuring it when I do this sort of thing in the future. I beg your pardon, honorable adept, Hadjar said, voice full of regret. The spiritual patron of our village doesn't allow us to use someone else's energy. I'm not going to let you use it. It seemed like the cultivator was a little taken aback by this. Please forgive me, venerable adept. Hadjar was banging his head on the ground now, ignoring all the older man's arguments. If I let you do this, I won't be allowed to go back to my village. Dogar and the old librarian looked at each other. He's from a remote village full of superstitions. Get up, officer. The librarian sighed and continued talking only after Hadjar had risen to his feet. We won't deprive you of your peace of mind, but you have to choose the technique by yourself in that case. I would advise taking something that strengthens the body, Dogar added. You're too frail. You have 10 minutes, officer. The cultivator walked over to a table that had an hourglass on it and flipped it over. Please don't think that this rule is one I see much point in, but rules are rules. Hadjar, wiping away imaginary sweat from his brow, began perusing the rows of scrolls. He immediately passed by the section that contained the regular techniques. The steps and the sword were enough for him. He wasn't interested in something like a steel jacket. These techniques required long-term training and would eventually become unnecessary at the stage of transformation. Hadjar planned to go far beyond the transformation stage. He immediately went to the section of mortal techniques. There were fewer scrolls here than in the previous section. The reason why was clear. Just 11 years ago, there had only been a few such scrolls in the entire kingdom. Hadjar found himself in front of a treasure trove of knowledge. Why are there 2 price tags everywhere? He asked without turning around. The first one is for taking a scroll out for an hour, the librarian explained, and the second one is for buying the full copy. To answer the question you no doubt wish to ask, you'll get to keep your own copy after we mobilize." It was both an inspiring and depressing prospect. It was unlikely that the Empire had sent the really good techniques they had if they were being allowed to spread throughout the Lidus kingdom, but alas, Hadjar didn't know which techniques were useful and which weren't, so he just walked along the rows and waited for some sort of insight. 7 steps of emptiness. Analysis, structuring and general data, entering it into the evaluation system. Cost 0.15 points of energy per second. Bodily technique that allows the wielder to move at the speed of a deer at the leader stage. A copy cost 500 points, and renting it cost exactly 10 times less, only 50 points. Hadjar smiled inwardly, but had a brooding and indecisive facial expression outwardly. How many men in the army have a photographic memory? Maybe 10 or 20 in every 2 million do. The army will obviously lose out on a lot due to these people. After all, they just need to read the scroll and don't need to buy it. Hadjar didn't have such a talent, but he still had the neuronet. He would never have to buy a full copy while he had it. For the price someone would pay to learn 1 scroll, he could go through 10. Misty Hammer. Analysis, structuring and general data, entering it into the evaluation system. Cost 0.23 energy points per use. A weapon technique that increases the strength of a hammer blow 2-fold. The other techniques were even more impressive. Techniques that made the body as light as a feather. Techniques that improved one's vision. Techniques for archers, which could turn one arrow into several mid-flight. But these were mere mortal techniques. They didn't belong in the category of multi-volume. One of the best examples of multi-volume techniques had been the fried sparrow, which the Master and Colin had used. The problem was that the scrolls laid out on the shelves in this library were all 1 volume. They were only valuable to the practitioners below the stage of transformation. Hadjar just looked at them as he passed by. Finally, he was at the end of the hall. There were exactly 47 scrolls here, divided into 5 sections. One of the scrolls had been set apart in the last, 5th section. Analysis. Impossible to analyze. Error. Meditation technique? Hadjar read, clearly surprised. Spiritual level, 12,000 points, but what is this technique of meditation? "I'm not surprised you don't know about it," the old man sighed, leaning heavily on the table. "When I first came here, most of your best cultivators knew nothing about meditation techniques. That's one of the reasons why you didn't have heaven soldiers before." Hadjar looked at the other price tag. You had to pay 3,000 points to rent it. 3,000 points just to read this scroll for an hour. "What do you cultivate before the stage of formation, officer?" "The body," Hadjar replied. "And before the transformation?" "The capability of the body to create and store energy." Hadjar decided not to use words like generation and accumulation. It would look very suspicious, considering his supposedly rural background. "And how is the transition from the transformation stage to the path of the true cultivators carried out? I mean the first, truly real stage of the heaven soldier." Hadjar gazed hungrily at the scroll, literally feeling its significance and value as a tangible aura around it. "If only I knew." "The answers to these questions are in this scroll, officer." The old man took a covert look at the clock, and the sand in the hourglass slowed down slightly. Dogar pretended that he hadn't noticed anything. The meditation technique lying in front of you will reveal the secrets of this cultivation. In other words, it describes how to absorb the energy of the world, how to properly circulate it, how to use and store it. Different meditation techniques have different depths of knowledge and comprehension of this truth, the librarian continued. A technique of the spiritual level, like the one lying in front of you, is able to guide you on the path to becoming a heaven soldier. Here it is. That's what Hadjar had been looking for, a way to get to the level of a true cultivator. And of course, I can't choose it. That would be too easy. But now you know exactly what to strive for. Hadjar reluctantly walked away from the meditation scroll and began to examine the remaining 4 sections. As expected, there were plenty of volumes there, one for each type of technique. Alas, he couldn't find a weapon technique for swordsmen here. Only spear techniques were present. This fact, by the way, explained the general's skill with that type of weapon. "Can I take one of these?" Hadjar asked. Each tome of a multi-volume book was estimated at 1,000 points. The cost to rent them was exactly 100 points. "Only a copy of the first volume," the old man nodded. "This is, of course, not the best version of the technique. The last, 10th volume will be useful to you only at the superior stage of a heaven soldier." "Do the stages after transformation have subdivisions?" Hadjar was surprised to hear this. Meanwhile, the old man made a copy of the first volume for the mount technique, a technique that made the body as strong as a rock. Judging by the description attached to the scroll, it was necessary to rub 100 different powders made from thousands of different herbs into the body to cultivate it. And in order to fulfill the requirements of the first volume, which could only slightly increase the strength of his skin, Hadjar would either have to spend all his wages at the scientists' shops or run around the woods like a hare. "They do, but it is not as complicated as with the early stages." The old man laid out the technique scroll, along with a blank one, on the table in front of him. He took out a yellow talisman from his pocket, squeezed it between his index and middle finger, and said something. A gold seal, made up of many different characters, began spinning in the air immediately. The text from one scroll was slowly printed onto the other. "Could you, venerable adept, tell me about it?" "There's nothing to tell." The old man tied a red ribbon around the copy and put a simple wax seal on it. "Each level after transformation is divided into 4 stages. The initial stage, the average stage, the advanced stage, and the superior stage. And, I have to add, the difference between a newly advanced heaven soldier and one who has a lot of experience at this level is simply enormous." The last grain of sand fell, and the old man nodded his head in the direction of the empty clock. Dogar and Hadjar, who was carefully holding a copy of the scroll, bowed. They turned around almost simultaneously and walked out. While leaving the tent, Hadjar noticed something reflected in the hourglass, something that for a moment had flashed in the librarian's previously calm gaze. "I doubt he's lost the will to develop his power, that old fox." Hadjar thought he should be wary of the old man from now on. He stared at them as they left with far too much interest. It was easy to guess what would have happened if the cultivator had found out what Hadjar had in his chest. The heart of a dragon. Not only cultivators, but whole countries would fight for it. "We chose a technique for you. Now we must pick your weapon." Dogar went ahead again. He moved through the crowd of soldiers like they weren't even there. The soldiers were hurrying to get to the cauldrons full of porridge. A quarter of an hour later, they reached another tent. It was even bigger than the library had been. Chapter 39. Ordinary legionnaires guarded the armory. It was obvious why no elites had been posted here as well. No one would allow ordinary soldiers and officers access to artifact weapons. The techniques were much more valuable than the weapons, but the scrolls that the old librarian had kept before the Empire provided new ones had been worthless, not even worth a bowl of food by Empire standards. Even a mere mortal weapon was thousands of times more valuable in comparison to them. And so, Hadjar just chose the sturdiest, classic, by native standards, blade from the collection presented to him. Ordinary soldiers couldn't choose anything, they just used the weapons they were given. "Good choice," Dogar nodded after they returned to the camp. "A sword of good quality, and a technique suitable for your needs. Now, go to our doctor and tell him that I sent you. Maybe he has some of the herbs from the librarian's list." Hadjar used the neuronet, and 1,000 different names of herbs appeared in front of his eyes. Damn it! Even if they all grew in the same field, it would take at least a day to collect them. And it's necessary to grind them into powder in order to not lose the desired properties. I still need to find them. I can worry about processing them later. The sword in Hadjar's hand was different from the sword the master had given him for training. It was solidly made, but not from the best materials. An artisan, not an apprentice, had forged it, but it was still a mass-produced weapon. At the same time this one had been forged, hundreds of the same exact blades had also been made, so the quality was worse because of the limits of the local technology. "Well, are you ready to train, deputy?" Dogar's smile was almost bloodthirsty as they passed by the camp and stopped in the clearing where the parade ground was. The parade ground looked like a field specifically set aside for the purpose of torturing people. At least that's what Hadjar's initial impression was. 1,000 warriors were busy with their daily exercises. 100 of them were running around the oval parade ground with huge logs on their shoulders. Another 100 were trying to avoid getting hit by the spinning dummies on the obstacle course. 50 people were trying to avoid the stones being thrown at them by the dummies and simultaneously trying to hit the target located about 100 steps away from them. At the same time, there were multiple pairs of people sparring in the center of the parade ground. They were fighting not with blunted training weapons, but with real ones. Therefore, the sand under their feet had turned red. "Everyone!" Dogar roared out, and Hadjar clutched his ears, realizing that all this time the huge man had been communicating in a whisper. "Senior officer!" 1,000 people greeted him in the chorus. "The daily routine is as follows," Dogar whispered again, hurrying over to the pyramid of logs, 23 feet in length and with a diameter of 8 inches. He sat down and, using some belts, hoisted 5 of the logs onto his shoulders. "First, 2 hours of running with logs on your back, followed by 5 minutes of rest so you can drink the poison of the healer." Hadjar looked to the side. A scientist with a scroll in his hands was sitting in the shadows. There was a barrel of malodorous brew next to him. "It will restore your power and treat your wounds a bit." Dogar tested the weight of the logs, sat down, and added another log. "After that, 2 hours on the obstacle course, 5 minutes of rest, 2 hours of sparring, 5 minutes of rest, and as a light finale, 15 minutes of running with a log. 5 more minutes of rest, and then the healthiest among you will carry the injured back to the healer." Dogar got up. He looked like Atlas, holding up the sky, and the soldiers definitely respected him. After all, he was going to train right alongside his subordinates, carrying a lot more weight on his back than them, thereby motivating them and setting an example for them to strive toward. Dogar was a proper senior officer, deserving of his rank. Hadjar sat down next to the pyramid of logs. He covered his neck and back with the specially prepared rollers, then grabbed the belts and threw the logs onto his shoulders, all in one motion. When Hadjar began to rise, he heard a rather ominous warning. "If you ever try to weasel out of doing your fair share of training, assistant, I'll ban you from drinking the medicinal brew. For your first time, since you're such a squishy, delicate thing, I'll take pity on you. You'll need to get used to the idea of carrying twice or even 3 times that weight soon enough, however. And now, pick up the pace, keep your back straight, focus on your breathing." The last orders were addressed to the soldiers. Their faces grew more severe at once, and they ran around the parade ground behind Dogar, who, for his part, was running as casually as if he weren't carrying nearly a ton of logs on his shoulders. Hadjar, sweating heavily, jogged at the back of the group. It was very difficult for him to run every lap. His heart was racing, and the veins in his temples were throbbing, but he kept running in spite of his fatigue. It seemed to him like this running would never end. It was useless to try and count the laps, and so, in order to add to his training, he tried to keep track of the movements of each of the dummies on the obstacle course. Sweat and pain prevented him from doing the exercises properly, but Hadjar was ready to train not just twice as hard, but 3 times as hard, if it meant he'd grow stronger. He knew that only an iron will and constant, impossibly difficult training would help him defeat his foes. Therefore, when 2 hours later the soldiers who were sparring and the loggers exchanged places, he still kept dragging the logs around. While all the soldiers were consuming the healing brew, he continued to carry the logs on his shoulders. At some point, only he and Dogar were still running. The senior officer looked as fresh as he had in the morning, while Hadjar could feel the blood streaming down his back. Finally, he dropped the logs and started greedily gulping down the nauseating brew with the thirst of a Bedouin that had found a life-saving oasis. After the first cup, Hadjar began to feel his pain and fatigue melt away. The soldiers, watching Dogar's new assistant drinking the poison avidly, turned away. They weren't very good at hiding their urge to vomit at the sight. "Good," Dogar nodded, throwing off the logs as well. He washed his face with the brew, almost causing people to faint. It should be noted that this disgusted everyone, even the doctor. Hadjar, who saw it happen through the misty veil of his fatigue, appreciated the act of his superior and also decided to take a risk. He was unspeakably amazed when, after washing himself with the brew, he felt normal again, and was even able to see without the whitish shroud and red circles floating everywhere in his vision. "Now, everyone moves on to the obstacle course. Forward march! And if one of you lets a dummy break something, I'll do the same on the other side as well for symmetry. And don't even think about going to the doctor to have a nice nap." Hadjar nodded and began staggering toward the dummies when a mighty paw fell on his shoulder. "Wait, assistant." Dogar walked around the pyramid of logs and brought out 2 clinking pairs of overalls. Judging by their numerous, bulging pockets, they had been stuffed with weights. "They're made of bluestone." The senior officer handed one of them to Hadjar proudly. He sighed and took the overall with both hands, as he was too afraid to try and hold it with just one hand. Bluestone was a fairly dense material. One blue stone, the size of a teenager's palm, could weigh up to 88 pounds. It was a very heavy substance. The pockets of his overall had been stuffed full of bluestone. Hadjar didn't know how the fabric could withstand such a weight. The silver sparks appearing on the cloth were definitely being caused by the blue stone. "Put it on." Dogar was already dressed in his own overall. It looked like it weighed several times more than Hadjar's. "While you were sleeping, I measured you and sewed it overnight. I hope it fits." Hadjar imagined this bear using a needle and thread and smiled. The overall, surprisingly, fit him. Hadjar almost sat down on the ground, he was so shocked. "Let's run." And they did. They ran the obstacle course over and over for 4 hours without any rest. Hadjar endured when the dummies struck his legs. He pushed through it when they beat his back with clubs. He even managed to keep going when he took a wrong step and was hit in the groin. Fortunately, he wasn't hit too hard because a steel bar had been sewn onto this area of the overall. But when 4 dummies struck him all at once, Hadjar couldn't keep going. He unsheathed the blade tied to his back. He'd tied it there so it wouldn't get stuck on his belt, and began to run through the obstacle course with a sword in his hands. No, he wasn't going to cut the dummies. He just felt like he was in a real fight when he held a blade, and it was easier to concentrate. The Neuronet had already offered to show him the best route available, 20 times. But he wouldn't have been Hadjar if he'd decided to use an outside force. The Neuronet was just a small, helpful device and nothing more. He had to grow stronger and stop relying on it. 4 hours later, Hadjar, quite literally, crawled over to the barrel of the brew. Only he and Dogar were still on the parade ground. The rest of the warriors, supporting each other, had trudged back toward the camp. Or, if they hadn't been clever and strong enough, had been sent to the healer on a stretcher. Among the thousands of warriors, there were several monsters who, after asking for permission, had gone into the forest. They'd looked tired but unharmed. That's why Hadjar hadn't been that surprised when he'd seen about 24 people rushing into the thickets to hunt. After all, they could exchange the creature's energy cores for honor points. Now, sparring. Dogar wore fighting gloves and stood in the center of the parade ground. Hadjar took the sword in his trembling hands. It seemed even heavier than when he'd roamed the world in the guise of a cripple. But he was far more alarmed at the fact that no one except Dogar was standing on the sand. "Against you?" "Do you see anyone else?" Dogar replied with a question. "Hurry up, I just got warmed up." The senior officer jumped around to stay warmed up, his landings causing something like an earthquake. Hadjar was praying to the heavens to spare him, but it was unlikely that the native gods knew or would acknowledge the Lord's Prayer. Hadjar staggered, stumbled over to the sand, and stood in front of Dogar. And the battle started. Well, something started. Considering that Hadjar couldn't even raise his sword properly, then, well, it was mostly a beating. In general, Hadjar ate a lot of sand that evening. Hadjar did not give up on training, even at the healer's tent, while everyone else was lying around and moaning. He closed his eyes, although admittedly he couldn't have opened them even if he'd wanted to, assumed a lotus position, and began to absorb the energy of the world, pushing through the infernal pain, trying to open new channels inside his body. Hadjar didn't see it, but Dogar looked into the tent for a second. He looked at his assistant appraisingly and nodded his approval. 3 weeks passed like this. Chapter 40. Status, Hadjar ordered after washing up. The sun had not yet painted the sky a vibrant red, but Hadjar was already hurrying to get to the parade ground. Dogar, putting on his pants as he went, ran behind him cursing. He couldn't allow his subordinate to come to training before him. He always started first and left last. Otherwise, what kind of commander would he be? Name, Hadjar. Level of cultivation, bodily rivers, 5. Strength, 1.6. Dexterity, 1.95. Physique, 1.55. Energy points, 2.3. If someone found out that he'd progressed 5 levels in a mere 3 weeks, they wouldn't have believed him. And if they did believe it, they would have dissected him at once. Senior officer, Hadjar smiled, putting the 4th log onto his shoulders. Admit it, Hadjar, Dogar puffed, affixing 6 logs to his own back. Your grandmother sinned with the iron bars, didn't she? And did your granny sin with the 6-legged bear? While people reluctantly trudged on toward the parade ground to suffer, Dogar and Hadjar arranged to race each other. They'd started this fun tradition a week ago. They ran for 4 hours and then compared who had run more laps. Dogar ran with weights slowing him down, but that didn't spoil their fun. Hadjar was worried because he'd noticed that his results didn't reflect his actual characteristics. People with more stat points than him couldn't stand for even an hour with 2 logs on their backs. The day started and continued on as usual. Hadjar was very glad about his body's reaction to the Herculean workout. After each of these workouts, it became extremely easy to absorb energy and create new channels in his body. Endless sparring with various opponents also allowed him to advance along the path of the sword wielder. He'd managed to earn either the respect or the recognition of everyone in Dogar's group in just 3 weeks. Nowadays, no one doubted that the seemingly frail Hadjar was worthy of his position and title. To gain this recognition, he had had to defeat almost 4 dozen people in the sparring area, and he'd been fighting 3 opponents at once in the last few battles. "Senior Officer Dogar!" a cry came from the edge of the parade ground. "Keep counting," Dogar shouted. "I don't want you to just give me the victory." "Officer, you've already lost 6 barrels of beer, and you don't even have enough money left to buy 1 cup. "It doesn't matter, Commander." Dogar let out an odd laugh that sounded like a grunt as well, and went over to the person who had called for him. Hadjar kept running, turning his face toward the wind. His legs were stiff, his back was bleeding, but he could feel how his soul and body were getting stronger. He wasn't the same as he had been just 3 weeks ago. Admittedly, nothing about him had changed, at least outwardly. This unusual elegance and almost inhuman refinement caused people to shake their heads in disbelief. Hadjar hadn't added a single gram of muscle. He still looked like the well-groomed son of a nobleman who had never picked up a sword in his life. "Officer Hadjar!" the bear's roar resounded. Hadjar was surprised, but after turning around, he immediately rushed over to his superior, as much as it was possible to rush with 4 logs on his back anyway. The senior officer who had administered his exam was standing next to Dogar. He still wore a fur cloak around his shoulders, as if he weren't affected by the summer heat. Next to him, a guy in shackles was standing on his knees. "Nero?" Hadjar asked, clearly shocked. "Oh, Hadj, hello." Nero smiled as if nothing had happened, and waved his hand. That is, Officer Hadjar." "He said he knew your assistant, Dogar." The senior officer continued the conversation, "so either take him into your group or send him to a penal battalion." "And what did this private do?" The senior officer looked at his now former subordinate. "He wounded his fellow soldiers while on leave. 6 people were sent to the healer because of him." I wish to say, in my defense, that they had molested a maid in a very unpleasant way. "She was the employee of a brothel." It doesn't change the fact that they hadn't been planning to pay her. Hadjar sighed. He didn't know Nero that well, but judging by their conversation, the woman was the guy's personal religion. "What do you say, Hadjar?" Dogar asked, straightening up and strapping a log that was about to slide off firmly back into place. "Are you having a bonfire?" Nero asked, observing the officers curiously. Because of the bushes in the way and his own posture, he couldn't see the parade ground. "Were they even armed, Nero?" "Don't insult me, Hadj. I mean, you've insulted me, Officer Hadjar. Of course they were armed. I even have a few scars to prove it." 6 privates. Nero is literate, too. I wonder why he didn't take the officer's exam. "He'll be my responsibility, Commander." Dogar sighed and motioned for the key to the shackles. Naturally, the shackles weren't ordinary ones, and a stone seal served as the key. "If I were you, I would," the departing senior officer grumbled. "Get rid of him." "He's your headache now, Hadjar. I'll be waiting for you at the training area." Dogar turned and ran toward the parade ground. 43, he shouted pointedly, his voice loud and clear, showing that he had continued to count the laps. Hadjar only cursed. He figured that he would owe the man another keg of beer by the end of the day. "Have you eaten?" Hadjar asked Nero, who was rubbing his wrists. "I'm not completely well-fed. Military prisoners, you know, aren't fed very well. Have you slept? I slept alone, which was very sad. If it hadn't been for the city guards, I would have clearly been able to salvage that night and spend it enjoying myself." "Well then," Hadjar nodded and brought Nero over to the border of the parade ground. He examined everything carefully and turned to Hadjar. "Listen, have you already thrown the key away? Why don't we just lock me back up again and send me to a penal battalion? I don't mind at all." "Take a log and make sure to keep up," Hadjar laughed. "Hey, I'm serious," he shouted from behind Hadjar. After 10 minutes, Nero was puffing along somewhere at the back of the column, and Hadjar was thinking about how great it would be when he visited the forest today. For the past week, he had had enough strength to hunt after training. In addition, he had been able to master the first volume of the mountain technique. He'd spent all of his salaries on herbs. Luckily, they were paid every week, and the camp healer had helped a little. Now, Hadjar's skin was much stronger, although for some reason he felt that it was getting stronger with each new level of the bodily rivers without any techniques being needed. In a week, he had managed to save up half of the required sum by hunting beasts at the Awakening of the Mind stage. 47 honor points showed on his medallion, and 100 points were needed to rent the second volume. It would be the second volume that would make Hadjar's body as strong as a tree. That evening, after dragging the groaning Nero on a stretcher to the healer's tent, and in fact, just recently he had been the one getting dragged there, Hadjar asked for permission to go hunting. "No training tomorrow morning," Dogar, who had assumed the meditation pose, announced suddenly. "War Council?" "That's it," the senior officer nodded. "We will be marching in a week. The intelligence reports say that the nomads have come to the borders. I'll take you with me. You'll observe, listen, and learn." "Yes, sir." Hadjar turned around and went into the forest. Thanks to the teachings of Robin, an old hunter from a village in the Valley of Streams, he moved through the forest as silently as a leopard, avoiding noisy twigs, passing by nesting birds soundlessly. His loose clothing also didn't make a single sound, and the sword, strapped to his back, did not rattle. It was easier to run this way, but it was harder to unsheathe his sword. Hadjar got lucky, finding something promising in just an hour. He was on the trail of the Black Wolf. It was a beast at the awakening of the mind stage, a large predator. It was almost 5 feet at the withers and about 8 feet from the mouth to the tail. Hadjar touched the tracks. The ground was loose, damp, and still slightly warm. The beast was no more than a quarter of an hour's walk to the north. Taking out his blade, Hadjar followed the trail. As night fell in the forest, the twilight shadows began their crazy dance. They turned everything around Hadjar into a theater of confusion. Big creatures looked like small ones, and the small ones had seemingly disappeared from the earth. The shadows hid those who sought their protection and exposed those who were too stupid to recognize their usefulness and thus ignored them. Hadjar respected the shadows, and they reciprocated. He managed to approach the beast, covered in black fur, without being noticed. The wolf, immersed in its own hunting, had hidden in the shadows, not knowing that he'd become the prey long ago. The beast had known no worthy opponents in the forest, but suddenly he felt the gaze of something terrifying upon him. He'd felt the attention of a being whose mere presence could have stopped his heart. Terrified, the wolf, looking like a black lightning bolt, rushed into the bushes. Hadjar didn't chase after him. He didn't swing his sword, launching a ghostly strike from it. 3 people had blocked his path. 2 of them had axes, and 1 was armed with a sword. They didn't look like simple bandits. Despite their cheap, tattered clothes, their gazes were similar to those of the soldiers in the army camp. Without a doubt, these were soldiers standing in front of him. "I hope you have a good reason for interrupting my hunt," Hadjar said quietly. "Yes, officer. Adjutant Colin asked us to convey his regards to you." Chapter 41. Hadjar didn't need the help of the neural network to determine the levels of cultivation of these so-called messengers. All 3 were at the 8th level of the bodily rivers. For a simple practitioner, it would be almost impossible to defeat an opponent a step above them, let alone 3. But Hadjar didn't even try to retreat. He swung his sword and began walking in a spiral. The soldiers smiled greedily and with slight laziness, looking at their defenseless, at least in their eyes, victim. They did not care at all about the fact that Hadjar had defeated Colin in a fair fight less than a month ago. They, after all, knew that, at the end of the fight, the general had interfered and the adjutant hadn't actually been defeated. Besides, there were 3 of them. Numerical superiority always made even cowards braver. It made them feel stronger. Being part of a herd gave them confidence. But they made a mistake. They decided to attack one by one. The most impatient of the soldiers rushed forward, swinging a double-headed battle-axe. His level of cultivation allowed him to cut through the trunk of a century-old tree with ease. Hadjar certainly didn't want to try his luck. He stepped back smoothly like a morning breeze. It was as if an invisible force had lifted him off the ground and dragged him about 3 feet through the air. Then Hadjar extended the hand his sword was in and lunged forward, the tip of the sword flashing as it caught a moon ray. The blue, sharp sword tip plunged into the soldier's stomach. Scarlet sparks flared up, and the soldier's chainmail proved to be too fragile to stop the strike. The soldier shuddered violently. He saw a gray shadow. Hadjar, after moving a step back, slid forward once again, creating a small tornado of leaves in his wake. He moved to the side, flicked his wrist, and swung the blade upward. The two halves of a once whole and foolish soldier fell to the ground, watering it with his blood. The two remaining soldiers took hold of their weapons' handles more tightly and began to surround Hadjar from different sides. All of this happened in absolute silence. Hadjar, standing between them, didn't pay any attention to the bloody rain drenching his face and hands. He turned toward the swordsman, turning his back to the axe-wielding soldier. He gave in to the temptation. Ready to cut Hadjar down, he took a step forward, and that was the last step he ever took. Hadjar turned, and arching his back as he did so, swung his sword. The axe whistled past, over his head, colliding with and deflecting the enemy's blade. A ghostly slash flew out from Hadjar's sword. The soldier couldn't comprehend why his feet seemed like they'd been covered in boiling water, and he suddenly became somewhat shorter. Lowering his gaze, he saw his feet lying off to the side. Then he fell onto his back. He died quickly after the second strike pierced his chest and tore through his heart. Hadjar and the swordsman were left alone. Thrown back by his ally's vicious attack, the soldier hit a tree, which was the only thing that saved him from falling. He immediately put up his sword defensively in front of himself, waiting for the retaliatory attack from Hadjar. But he was just twirling his blade in order to cleanse it of blood. Then, once again, he began to whirl around in a spiral, like a hungry predator toying with defenseless prey. Sweating, the soldier cursed the night he'd agreed to carry out this mission for the general's son, for a few measly gold coins at that. "He's a simple hillbilly, just a sucker with a sword," Colin had claimed. And what did the soldier see in front of him right now? Eyes that were blue, clear, and full of rage, staring at him intently. He saw something terrifying that looked like it would devour his very soul, not a mere man. Swinging his sword, he launched a mad attack, comparable in its desperation to the last leap of a hunted tiger. Hadjar held his breath and assumed a low stance. He swung the blade 5 times, but did it so quickly that few would have seen anything more than a blurry shadow and a blade glistening in the light of the full moon. 5 ghostly, almost ethereal slashes broke through his opponent's guard, and then broke his opponent. The soldier hadn't been able to reach his target. At first he squinted and began to fall toward the left. Then he saw his own hand flying off in front of him, clutching his sword. The last scene his eyes witnessed was the body lying on the ground, his body, which he'd seen from above. Hadjar cleared the blood off the blade with another wave, and the next moment the head of the dismembered soldier fell to the ground. It may have taken a while to describe, but the tornado of leaves hadn't even fallen yet by the time Hadjar was putting his blade back in its sheath. He'd moved as smoothly as a swan rising into the sky, and faster than a predatory cat when it pounced on prey. He came over to the first of the defeated enemies and sat back on his heels. He examined the body, or rather its remaining halves, and found a miraculously intact coin pouch. Untying the ribbon, holding it closed, Hadjar found 2 gold and several silver coins. He found approximately the same amount in the pouches of the other attackers as well. Now, taking into account the officer's pay he also received regularly, he had almost 10 gold coins at his disposal. That would be enough to buy a house in a village, along with a sizable, arable field. Now I'll be able to master the second volume much faster, Hadjar muttered to himself, calculating how much money would be left after he bought all the necessary ingredients. It turned out that the coins he'd taken off his slain foes weren't going to be enough for his needs. Hadjar, to get everything required to use the second volume of The Mountain, would need about the same amount of money he had available, maybe even more than that, and he couldn't even get a loan if he did need more. He sighed heavily and shook his head. Even such simple resources in this world were much more expensive and rarer than gold. I wonder, how did you find me? Hadjar examined the bodies once more, but found nothing on them. They only had ragged, clearly taken from someone else's clothes, along with the standard army weapons, and nothing else. Suddenly, Hadjar understood. He had nothing much on him either. Cheap, worn robes, a piece of rope instead of a belt, and sandals tied with a cheap cloth. He looked just like the day he'd come to enlist, except for one thing, the medallion that now hung around his neck. Hadjar removed the trinket. It showed that he had a little less than 50 honor points. The answer had been in front of him the whole time. How had the senior officer known where Nero had been, and how had the city guard found him? It was unlikely that the guy had been running around the brothel and shouting that he'd hurt his fellow soldiers. Not a single messenger would have had enough time to get back to camp. Well, one would assume that they would have had to run back to the camps, but even then they would have needed a direct command. Ah, so that's why you need the locket, Hadjar smiled, placing the trinket back around his neck. All this time, he hadn't just been wearing an achievement counter, but also a beacon of sorts. It was a magical device intended for tracking. Local officials were craftier than he'd given them credit for. It was quite a convenient system. It probably decreased the number of deserters in the army as well. After a few weeks of wearing it, Hadjar had, for the most part, forgotten about the medallion. The people who had been serving for more than 1 year had probably already gotten used to it. Why had the soldiers taken off their lockets going into the woods? They had obviously been forced to do so. And who better than an adjutant to know all about the various properties of these trinkets? An adjutant probably also had access to a tracking device for the lockets, whatever that may be. So, Colin, you most likely already know about this incident. Hadjar mulled things over. The adjutant had certainly already run to the general and was dragging her over to see Dogar. What a war crime, killing fellow soldiers. Hadjar wasn't going to be shackled, as Nero had. No, he'd be sold into slavery at best, and the money would be given to, well, ideally, to the families of the dead men. In reality, the greedy hands of the bureaucrats would take 90% of it for themselves. So, you set a trap for me, and I got caught in it? Hadjar chuckled. Trying to trap a former circus freak and brothel worker? Ha! Hadjar knew tricks that Colin hadn't even heard of. And yet, Hadjar had been right about one thing. The adjutant, general, and a few soldiers in armor were already heading toward Dogar's camp. Chapter 42. Senior Officer Dogar. The general entered the tent. She looked the same as when Hadjar had seen her that first time. Her tight braid was as thick as Dogar's wrist. She was dressed in half-armor, an iron skirt, and gloves. Except for this time, she hadn't brought a spear. But given the late hour, it became clear that the general hadn't yet gone to bed. Apparently, she had been preparing for the war council, or had been engaged in something equally important. "Dogar!" Colin entered the tent behind her, the warriors trailing after him. He looked sleek and polished, wearing white robes belted with a wide silk ribbon. He looked like one of those rich men who spend all of their evenings in the best taverns and restaurants in the city, not like a soldier or a warrior of the army. The armored warriors following the general looked completely different. Still, Hadjar was glad to see Colin's smile wither. The armored lady seemed to stumble over her words. Well, who could blame them? Who knew what they'd expected to see, but it clearly hadn't been the scene in front of them right now. In addition to Dogar and Hadjar, the 20 best warriors from the group were also in the tent. Each of them, without any exaggeration, was worth a dozen ordinary soldiers. And apparently they looked so intimidating that the general's bodyguards began to unsheathe their swords. "Stop," the lady said quietly, and the soldiers immediately returned their blades to their sheaths. She looked at Dogar. The general looked like Thumbelina compared to the bear of a man, fragile and defenseless, but the mighty Dogar wilted slightly under her gaze. A fierce determination and great power radiated from it. "My general," the senior officer knelt and punched his chest with a meaty fist, saluting her. The rest of the people did the same. Well, except for the 3 dissected corpses on the floor, who couldn't really salute their general. Admittedly, they weren't able to do anything right now. Being dead usually had that effect on people. "What is the meaning of this, Dogar?" the general asked, allowing everyone to get back up. "General, my assistant, Officer Hadjar, stumbled upon a group of nomad scouts while hunting in the woods." Colin, who had already begun to say something, decided to remain silent. The general walked over to the bodies. She calmly bent over the corpses and inspected their faces and bodies. It looked strange to Hadjar, since various images from the past world were still fresh in his memory. "They don't look like nomads." The general stood up and looked at Hadjar. The young officer withstood her gaze, despite the power behind it. His father had used to look at him the same way many years ago when he was being too naughty, and the power of the king had been enough to make stone statues kneel in front of him. "Officer Hadjar." Only after being directly addressed did Hadjar fall to one knee and put his fist to his heart. "My general," he responded, with genuine respect. "Tell me what happened." "Yes, General." Hadjar straightened up and told her everything, down to the smallest detail. He had gone to the forest to hunt. Then he'd followed the trail of the black wolf. He'd thought luck was on his side. The wind was blowing in his face, and the beast itself was engaged in the pursuit of game. Hadjar had followed the trail, but 3 men blocked his path. 2 with an axe, 1 with a sword. All of them had been at the level of the bodily rivers, no less than the 8th or 7th stage. "You managed to beat 3 warriors at the 8th stage of the bodily rivers by yourself?" Colin snorted. "I remember you were only in the 1st stage 3 weeks ago." "Adjutant," the general cut in, the warning clear in her tone. "But, Adjutant," Colin sighed, and raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. He wasn't going to argue with the commander. While he didn't think that the crazy girl was worth scraping off the sole of his boot, it was still too early for him to make his move. No one knew what could happen during their battle with the nomads. Generals often died in battle, and new, stronger, more determined and decent people would then take their place. His father had taught him that. "Go on, Officer Hadjar." "Yes, General." First, he killed the lanky guy who'd wielded an axe. Hadjar pointed at the two halves of his body. He demonstrated the deadly attack for everyone. However, he had to restrain his ghost blade so it wouldn't ruin the tent, which was now fairly crowded. There were a lot more people stuffed inside it than had originally been planned for. Then there were 2 more men left. He killed them. It ended quickly. As soon as Hadjar had cleared the blood off his blade, he immediately tied a rope around the bodies and carried them over. He showed the general the blood-stained rope. "And we were about to come to see you, my general," Hadjar continued, "when you yourself came to us. Have you already been told about the nomad scouts?" The general shifted her gaze from Hadjar to his sword, and then to the corpses. "Dogar," she said. "Yes, General." "Let your people go and get some sleep. I've seen your training. They're gonna need a lot of strength tomorrow." The bear turned to his subordinates. They were staring at the soldiers behind the petite lady. Yes, she was their general. Yes, they respected her immensely and would die on the battlefield for her if she demanded it of them. She'd led them through such terrible victories and battles that many couldn't even comprehend it. But who'd made them strong and powerful? They were feared and respected by the entire army. Who had made that happen? Dogar. He stood a step above the general, and even the king, in the eyes of these warriors. "You heard your general. Go to bed. Double training tomorrow." "Yes, sir," the warriors thundered, and marching in unison, shaking the very earth, exited the tent. Each of them shot an unambiguous glance at the general's bodyguards before disappearing into the night. There was more space in the tent, but Hadjar still didn't dare to breathe in deeply. He could smell the armored soldiers. They had been sweating far too much as the 24 elite heroes walked past them. "It would seem that a bandit gang had appeared in our forests," the general said, adjusting her gorgeous hair. "Adjutant Colin?" "Yes, my general. I want you to form a team and scour the southern edge of the forest. Move out tomorrow, after the war council, and come back the day before the march." "But this officer," Colin literally spat out the last word, "killed the bandits in the north." The silence hung heavy in the tent. "With all due respect, General," Hadjar bowed, "I didn't mention that I'd encountered them up north." "Thank you, officer," the general nodded. "I don't remember that either. You're leaving tomorrow, Adjutant. That is my direct order." Colin stared blankly at the commander for a second, then let out a loud snarl. If he'd had the chance, he would have slammed the door behind him, but there were no doors on the tent, so he just waved his hands around so hard that he ripped off one of the canopies. Hadjar mentally showed the adjutant one of his most rude gestures. Well, he could have shown it for real as well, because no one would have known what it meant, but that would have been rude to do in front of a lady. 3 of them, the general sighed sadly. "Did they have any money on them, officer?" Hadjar handed her the 3 bags of gold and silver coins silently. "I expect these coin pouches to be handed over to their families," the lady said suddenly. Dogar and Hadjar looked at each other. "They don't look like bandits at all. They look like my soldiers." "My general!" Dogar and Hadjar immediately collapsed to their knees. Who would have thought that she was so insightful? "Stand up, officers," The fatigue was plain in the lady's voice. "I hope that after the battle against the nomads, my adjutant will be promoted and become the general of another royal army." Well, there were several such armies and generals in the country. Hadjar served in the northern, and there were also the southern, eastern, western, central, and numerous fort garrisons, which were all ruled by generals. "Good night, officers. I'll be waiting for you at the War Council tomorrow, Dogar." "My general," the senior officer bowed. "Let me bring my assistant along." The general looked at Hadjar. "It's up to you," she said, leaving the tent, then paused for a moment. 20 honor points, Officer Hadjar. That's all I can do for you. A soldier in his own camp should feel safe, and it is the general's task to ensure he does. 20 points. Then she left. Hadjar handed Dogar the bags of money. He put them in a trunk and promised to personally make sure their families received them. He and Hadjar were decent people. They weren't like the greedy officials. Children could end up starving because of Collins and the soldiers' stupidity. No one wished to subject them to such a fate. Hadjar left his superior's tent and went over to his own. Along the way, he saw the general, standing by herself in the camp. She was looking up at the sky and thinking about something. Oh, God. She was so beautiful. But neither lust nor other, more tender feelings were evident in Hadjar's gaze, only immense respect. He now understood why 2 million soldiers revered her so much. She was a real general, and soon enough he would have the opportunity to see her in battle. Chapter 43. The entire camp knew that a war council was going on in the general's marquee. Therefore, the situation was extremely tense. There was almost no conversation or laughter. No one sang or danced around the fires. People walked around with grim expressions on their faces. Many of the soldiers were cleaning their armor or sharpening their weapons with abandon. Someone tried to forget about it by distracting themselves with training, or, if they were at a high stage of cultivation, by immersing themselves in meditation. Hadjar, after adjusting his sword, came up to the huge marquee. It was decorated richly, with an enormous entrance that fueled one's imagination. "Be quick," Dogar told his assistant cheerfully, going inside. Hadjar hurried into the marquee after him. The inside looked as lavish as the outside had. There were no floors in all the other tents. At best, there were mats that had been placed on the ground, but in here, Hadjar had to climb some steps to get to the wooden deck of the general's marquee. Several chests filled with scrolls stood along the walls. A long rectangular table with carved chairs was in the center of the marquee. In the distance, a bed was visible behind a luxurious curtain. It wasn't like the bed where Hadjar slept, though his bed was still better than what he'd had for the last 10 years. It was a really spacious double bed with a woolen blanket, a comfortable thick mattress, and pillows stuffed full of feathers. Yes, the generals lived well, and no one could say that it was undeserved. Well, at least in this particular case. A map made from animal skin had been stretched out across on the table. Various flags, stone turrets, soldiers, miniature cavalry, etc., had been placed on its surface. There were also long sticks with coloring at the top. These were the pointers. Various senior officers had come to attend the council. Hadjar had already seen some of them. He noticed a tall, leggy woman with a scar across her face. She commanded the archers. all of the army's archers. He also spotted the tall man with tanned skin and a slightly cocky gait. The locals believed they were gods of war. The cavalry was nearly worshipped. In addition to them, Hadjar noticed a few other familiar faces in passing. There were about 20 senior officers and only 3 assistants present for the council. The always arrogant and sleek Colin was also present, of course. He looked at Hadjar like he was horse excrement. "Senior Officer Dogar," the general nodded. "Please join us. We were just getting started." "My general," Bear greeted her respectfully. The situation was businesslike, without any excess formality. "Tim," the general addressed a short man who looked to be about 30. The spymaster took a pointer in his hand. "The military intelligence reports that the nomads are currently moving to take Zagor Fort. It should take them 2 weeks to arrive on horseback." The officer moved 3 horseman figurines. "Right now, they are at the Blue Wind Ridge. They are stocking up on provisions for their horses and preparing arrows. As you probably know, the greatest threat is their horse archers." The 3 cavalrymen figurines were left standing on the seam of the map, which marked the mountain ridge. The general nodded and turned to the other woman in the tent. "Leon, what do you have to say?" The archer thought about it for a bit, and then also picked up a pointer. "I can post my archers here, here, and here." She put 3 archer figurines atop the sides of the fort. "If they decide to try and take this fort by encircling it, then let them get washed away by the rain of arrows. What if they hit us from the front? Then it will only take me half an hour to move my forces to the front." "They will get at least the first 7 groups of horse archers through in half an hour." The cavalryman shook his head. "We'll have a massacre fight on our hands, up close, and your archers will be useless as usual. My guys can go around them and launch arrows into their unprotected back. Your guys can't even get it into a woman who is in their bed, and here it will be necessary to get an arrow into the enemy at a distance of 700 steps. Come with your ladies to my camp tonight, and we'll show you our skills." "Who would ever want to see your officers?" The general raised her voice slightly, but it was enough to end the argument. Everyone was on edge, which meant that these kinds of arguments weren't all that surprising. "Leon, send 2 teams to the flanks. The 3rd group will be with the main forces." "Yes, my general," Leon nodded, rearranging the toy archers. On the map, these movements looked simple, but in reality, well, thanks to Southwind and the Master, Hadjar had received an excellent education, including a military one. The young officer was well versed in military affairs, tactics, and strategy. He wasn't a military genius, but he'd earned Haver's approval in the past. "Tur, any suggestions?" A man with what looked like glasses on his face took a pointer. He looked like an ordinary scientist, though he wore a dagger on his belt. "We'll set traps in the north and northwest. That way we get rid of the danger of being attacked by their reinforcements. This will help us concentrate our troops in the east." The scientist pointed to a hillock on the map. "The nomads will probably try to take that hill, and we won't be able to do anything about it. It's simply too far from the fort. What if you were to arrange your artifacts around it in advance? They'd need to be brought in, powered up, hidden. Even if my entire corps had started doing that a week ago, we wouldn't have had enough time." The general shook her head. "It's not a good time for us," she said. "The east wind is blowing. It'll start raining soon. The nomads feel at home in such conditions, but it will be hard for our soldiers to adapt to them. Helion, what's your opinion?" "I suggest we surprise them with a preemptive strike." The cavalrymen moved the toy riders forward. "I, along with half of my squad, will break through their defenses, and Leon's archers will support us." "I support that suggestion," the archer agreed, despite the fact she'd been arguing with the cavalrymen not 10 minutes ago. "When Helion breaks through their lines, my people will arrange for nightfall. The whole sky will be full of arrows." "How many of our own soldiers will fall due to such an attack?" "Less than if we were to let the nomads come closer," the adjutant spoke up for the first time. "I support Helion's plan. Maybe we should send Dogar's squad in with them. They're always on the front lines anyway. In any case, they'll bear the brunt of it." Everyone in the tent was silent. No one loved Colin, but right now he was making sense. A bloody sort of sense. It sounded like a sacrifice, but it made sense. If the horse archers of the nomads' forces approached the fort and encircled their army, the meat grinder would begin, and hundreds of thousands of soldiers would fall. "Dogar?" The general raised her head slowly. She knew that she was sending one of her best officers to his death, and yet it was the best possible option. "My people will obey your every order, my general. We will smash the enemy to pieces." Bear was a simple man. He saw the enemy, he beat the enemy. That's how his brain worked. However, Hadjar saw a more elegant solution on this map. Perhaps it hadn't been noticed by the others because they did not have a neural network. As soon as Hadjar had entered the tent, he'd ordered the analytical module to begin calculating the optimal solution for the situation based on the data presented to them. The current power of the neural network was enough to highlight the most logical plans to implement. "My general," Hadjar addressed the commander, "may I speak?" Now the people around the table were really silent. It was so quiet inside the tent that one could have heard a feather hit the ground. "A peasant speaking during the war council?" Colin snorted. "What utter nonsense!" "Adjutant." That time, to everyone's surprise, Colin had been interrupted by Hadjar himself. "You and I have the same officer rank. The fact that you are serving directly beneath the general doesn't make your rank any higher than mine. And by calling me a peasant, you call yourself one as well." Colin blinked several times and grabbed the hilt of his sword. "How dare you! If you have any complaints against me, then, according to the officers' regulations, we can resolve them with a duel." No one intervened. Everyone wanted to watch the show for a while and relax a little. Even the general remained silent. Hadjar saw a gleam of support in her gaze. She could turn a blind eye to many things and tolerate quite a lot from the entitled brat, but she could never forgive the fact that 3 soldiers had died because of him. She valued the life of every soldier in her army. "Do you think I'll stoop so low as to cross swords with a commoner?" "It seems to me like," Hadjar pretended to think, "the general saved you last time." "She saved you, you foul-smelling peasant? Or do you think I'll really fight at only half my power again?" "You can even bring your friends along to help you, Adjutant. In a week, just before the march, when you come back from chasing the bandits around, I'll be ready to fight you." Silence descended on the tent once again. Many had heard of that very fight. Many knew about Hadjar's talent in the path of the sword. But they also knew that he was only at the first level of the bodily rivers, while Colin had the power of the transformation stage. The difference was almost 2 whole stages. That was a difference that only geniuses could overcome. Well, Hadjar was talented, but he wasn't one of those young monsters being hunted by the clans, sects, and academies of the Empire itself. "I'll cut off your tongue right now, bastard!" Adjutant. The general was still calm and poised. "If you draw your sword, you will find yourself without your hands, without your legs, without your heart, and I'll mount your head on my own spear, right in the center of the camp. And when your father comes here, then—" No one ever heard what came after that "then," but judging from the general's look, nothing good would have followed the word. "In a week, peasant," Colin snarled through his teeth. "Please forgive me, my general," the adjutant almost spat again. "But I have no time for this farce. The bandits can't wait." Sliding the blade back into its sheath with a loud screech, he left. "Speak, officer. We will hear your ideas." Hadjar cleared his throat and gave a mental order to the neural network. "I am processing your request. The request has been processed. I am creating an optimal plan for solving the problem given to me. A plan has been drawn up. I am initiating the projection." The east winds will bring rain, but the nomads will strike from the east first. The roads on the ridge will have been washed away, and we'll return from the route almost a week earlier than the nomads will come down from the mountain. "That time is not enough to set traps," Tur said thoughtfully. But please let me finish." Hadjar spoke as politely as possible. "Yes, we will not have time to set up magical traps." "Trenches," the scholar exclaimed. "We can dig trenches and put light infantry there. They will quickly occupy the hill during the battle and prevent the nomads from going forward. Plus, they can finish off 2,000 horsemen. And there is a forest in the southwest," Leon pointed out immediately. "If we cut down enough trees to make several archery towers, then I can cover the perimeter with one group and free up 2 more to support the army. We can place a detachment of cavalry at the bend of the river." Hadjar moved one of the equestrian figurines. "Well, this isn't a hill, but the distance is enough to allow you to accelerate to a gallop. The heavy cavalry will crush the western flank of the horse archers and open a passage for the infantry. And then we can surround them," the general finished. "I'm surprised none of us noticed that the east wind could give us a week to prepare." "I'm from a mountain village." Hadjar came up with something to say immediately. "The rains often blocked our roads, and we played soldiers out of boredom." "Here's another thing," Leon continued. As a result, the council lasted until late into the evening. The prince didn't need to say anything else, because the neural network's prompts were enough for the experienced officers to get the most out of the situation. Hadjar, absently following what was happening, only thought about one thing: how to survive before the start of the battle. How could he become stronger during the week and prevent Colin from killing him? Because Hadjar had no doubt that the fight would be to the death. Chapter 44. "May I ask you a question?" Nero, chewing a blade of grass, was lying on the pyramid of logs. They were the only people on the parade ground at this late hour. The lazy son of a minor official who liked chatting about women and their charms, and Hadjar himself. He, breathing heavily under the weight of the 5 shells on his shoulders, was running laps around the training ground. Nero, looking at how his friend was torturing himself, mentally thanked fate for the fact that he hadn't been the one who had challenged the adjutant to a duel. For the 6th day in a row, Hadjar was doing nothing but training from sunrise to late at night. Actually, he didn't rest at night either, since he was constantly meditating. "Feel free to ask away," Hadjar exhaled and kept running. "Well, I know there are many strange things under the endless sky, but you, my friend, are something amazing. Why did you challenge Colin to a duel? He's several times stronger than you." Hadjar, after looking at the shadow which a pillar in the center of the parade ground was casting, threw the logs off of his shoulders. He'd been running for 5 hours. That should have been enough to warm up the last day before the fight. He had very different plans for tomorrow, so he would not be able to train. The adjutant would be returning from his fruitless search the next day. Hadjar was convinced that as soon as Colin set foot in the camp, he'd immediately call for their duel to commence. "To become stronger," Hadjar responded, sipping the doctor's potion. Nero turned away and almost stuck out his tongue in disgust. The taste of that medicine was so loathsome that it could poison a well or turn a lake into a swamp. But the officer gulped it down like it was fine wine, although something told Nero that Hadjar had never tried anything stronger than water. He was damn right about that. "Stronger? Maybe you meant to say deader?" Hadjar still had 4 minutes of rest left, so he leaned his back against the log pyramid. He put a blade of grass in his mouth, following the example of Nero, and raised his gaze toward the sky. There, in the endless blue expanse of it, huge, fluffy clouds were floating. Serene, gigantic, they haughtily gazed at the earth, shielding people from the sun that was already well beyond the horizon. They bathed in the scarlet and gold colors, turning from white giants into bloody titans. "Now I only have 2 choices," Hadjar said slowly. "Either I'll become stronger, or he'll kill me." Nero turned and looked down at Hadjar. His friend was standing calmly, even serenely, just like those clouds in the sky. "Are you using this situation to motivate yourself?" "I like to push myself." "Gods and demons, Hadj." Nero stretched out, turning back to the sky. "I'd thought Dogar was crazy, but it turned out I was sleeping near a real psycho all this time, just 1 tent away." "I have a marquee," Hadjar remarked, and smiling slightly added, "Only privates live in tents." "It doesn't matter." The prince had at least 2 more minutes of rest left, so he decided to continue the conversation. Recently, he'd become very close to Nero. Well, they couldn't exactly be called friends. That didn't prevent Nero from using that term, but it was pleasant to talk to him. "Why didn't you take the officer exam?" "I am too modest for all the luxury being one entails, Mr. Officer." Hadjar laughed. Nero smiled. It was a slightly tense and nervous expression. "In our squad, you show the best results in all areas. Well, after me, of course." "Of course," Nero mocked Hadjar. "It's just that I'm not crazy enough to train for 12 hours a day and then spend 8 more in the woods. When do you even have time to sleep?" "I get a special potion from the doctor." "Demon!" Nero exclaimed. They were silent for a bit. "My father," his voice suddenly sounded from the top of the pyramid, "he was an officer too, a long time ago. I was quite small then. I don't remember much, but in general, I don't want that life. I'll serve my 5 years and return home. with money, and I promise you, Hadjar, I'm going to have a great feast. And not only a feast, all the families of Springtown will have to hide their daughters from me for a whole week. I think they're hiding them already. Sure, Nero nodded, but I'm not a sucker either. I'm going to go through the gardens, then up to the roofs, and climb in through the windows. Every girl will be happy to spread her legs. No more details, please." They were silent again. The shadow cast by the post almost reached the mark, showing 9 o'clock in the evening. Hadjar had never understood why there were 24 hours in a day. Maybe the multiple suns and moons followed each other closely on this planet, if it even was a planet. That sounded crazy, though. "Do you understand that if you kill Colin, his father will get you?" Well, Hadjar couldn't argue with that. Of course, he'd had a great plan for how to get justice for Stefa's restless soul and not follow the girl in death, but everything, as usual, had gone slightly wrong. The march had started too soon. Colin had reacted to Hadjar's attempt to speak during the council too sharply, and if the prince hadn't spoken, then he would have obviously fallen into the meat grinder along with Dogar's squad. And if Hadjar hadn't silenced Colin, he would not have had the opportunity to speak. Everything had deviated from what he'd initially planned, but still, even now, he could get out of it. He hadn't been a circus freak for anything, and they were capable of all sorts of tricks and deceptions. Life had forced them to learn. "He will not get to me during the march, and while the war with the nomads rages on, he will have an even harder time getting to me. Then, after that, no one knows where our army will be sent. The power of the General of Spring does not extend beyond Springtown itself. You forgot the Axe Clan." The Axe Clan. It was something like a horror story that scared nobles, not children. This was one example of a mafia family becoming an organization. It had acquired disciples, its own territories, and even a school for the arts. Martial arts, of course. They even had their own cities, from which they received taxes. The Axes were known to carry out any mission they'd been hired for, from protecting a trade caravan to killing someone. In general, they were like some kind of mixture between mercenaries and assassins. "That just means I will need to become even stronger, strong enough to not fear even them." "Damn crazy," Nero repeated, and jumped down from the top of the pyramid. He pulled his heavy, two-handed sword out of its scabbard. Despite its size, Nero was far from slow and clumsy with his weapon. Hadjar had seen what had happened to the last fool who'd thought so. He'd been halfway chopped into sushi during sparring, and not even particularly appetizing sushi. Nero handled his blade only slightly worse than Hadjar did, but this slightly had allowed one of them to become one with the sword, and the other to just avoid becoming a laughingstock. "What do you think?" Nero asked while they sparred, like they had all the previous evenings. "Will it be scary?" "What? Fighting in a battle? My father never told me anything about war." Hadjar had wanted to answer, "Me too," but stopped himself on time. After all, he was from a mountain village that had never produced even a single soldier. Hadjar was supposedly the only person in the whole village talented enough that he'd been allowed to descend into the valley and explore the wide world. "I don't know. Probably." Each of them assumed a fighting stance. Nero held his sword with both hands, the handle positioned slightly over his right shoulder. Hadjar angled his blade in front of him, raising his left hand, which served both as sight and a way to balance himself above his head. "Do you remember our agreement?" Hadjar sighed. "I remember. If you end up having fewer honor points than me," Nero smiled broadly, "then I take you with me to the fun house. Call a spade a spade. You're gonna take me to a brothel." And then the swords struck against each other, which caused barely noticeable waves to ripple through the sand at the force behind their blows. A heavy, almost metallic atmosphere thickened over the camp. Only a few days remained before the march. Chapter 45. "Status," Hadjar ordered. The neural network responded immediately and appeared in front of Hadjar's eyes. It was like he was wearing augmented reality glasses. But alas, local scientists could hardly have created something like that. However, they still had plenty of mysterious spells which the prince still hadn't learned or seen. Name: Hadjar. Level of cultivation: bodily rivers 11. Strength 1.8. Dexterity 2.1. Physique 1.85. Energy points 2.9. Yes, thanks to the help of the doctor and Dogar, Hadjar had once again been able to achieve an awesome result with his training. After 3 weeks of training, he had been able to advance by 4 levels, then, in just 1 week, by as many as 6. It had been possible only because Dogar and the doctor had almost opened a line of credit for him. He'd borrowed so many different potions, powders, and herbs from them. Most likely, he would end up having to spend his whole premium after the battle with the nomads to pay off the debts, and even then, it'd probably not be enough. Something told Hadjar that the heart beating in his chest was also somehow involved in this rapid progress. It was a pretty weird heart. Too weird. Hadjar didn't feel much difference between when he'd been a 6-year-old boy and the present, almost 20-year-old young man he was today, although, according to the neural network, he was no older than 3 months. That was the time that had passed since Traves had died, breathing new life into a little man. At the same time, such stats should never have been able to allow Hadjar to shoulder the 7th log, and that was what he had, secretly, in order to make sure, done that morning. Even Dogar, with his advanced formation stage, an insanely muscular and strong body, could not have carried more than 6 logs, and even then the 6th log would have left him breathless and without any energy at the end of the day. Data analysis, Hadjar ordered. But, the same as with all his past attempts, the neural network simply responded with this: data analyzed. System failures, 0. Errors in calculations, 0. Useless thing, Hadjar said. He still couldn't understand how the heart of the dragon affected him. Why the numbers said one thing, but in reality everything was completely different. To hell with it, Hadjar waved the matter away. He put on his patched and threadbare clothing, and placing the sword behind his back to make running easier, left the tent. He was probably the only officer who looked even poorer than the brand-new privates. All of his salary was being spent on the purchase of various drugs, without which he couldn't have achieved such rapid progress. No, it was possible to manage with the bare minimum. But then the 11th, penultimate step of the bodily rivers would have been achieved in a year, and Hadjar had no extra days, let alone an extra year to grow stronger. And it was during those days that he had to accomplish the impossible, break through to the level of the formation stage. Only by doing that could he defeat Colin and prove his potential. After that, even if the adjutant's father wanted revenge, nothing would help him except the axes. Hadjar was hoping to achieve a high status earned by his own handiwork, especially if the neural network had been right about how the rains would affect the future battlefield. Then, when the soldiers found out whom they had to thank for not being sent into a monstrous meat grinder, well, one didn't need to be a genius to understand what'd happen. "Senior officer, sir," Hadjar called out to Dogar, standing by the marquee of his superior. Obviously stifled moans were coming from behind the not very dense fabric. Hadjar heard curses, and finally Dogar's red, perspiration-covered head popped out from behind the canopy. "What do you want, assistant?" "Let me go hunting." Dogar cursed again. "Today's the last day and night before the march. All the other officers and privates have long been indulging in carnal pleasures. Are you really going to go into the forest, even now?" "Yes. Do I have your permission?" "Go, Officer Hadjar, to the forest." Dogar had obviously wanted to say something different, but he stopped himself on time. Without delay, he returned to the tent from where sweet moans could once again be heard. Passing by Nero's tent, Hadjar prudently put his hands over his ears. Unlike the marquees, there was too little space in these tents. So even though Hadjar didn't hear anything, he saw the silhouettes of at least 3 people. Well, besides seeing the tent itself shaking quite noticeably. Hadjar probably wouldn't have minded a chance to go to the center of the camp and choose one of the newly arrived priestesses of love. They were doing brisk business today. Most of the soldiers, married or not, always brought workers from brothels into their tents before heading out to battle. For some, for many, it was the last time they'd get a chance to do so. So they did not hesitate to spend their coin and worked out as if they would never touch the female body again. From the girls' whispers back at Innocent Meadow, Hadjar knew that the prostitutes themselves had been waiting for this day eagerly. They said that no man loved them as much as a soldier leaving for battle. But Hadjar had a completely different adventure planned that day. He needed to get 30 more points to finally have 100 honor points. He'd be able to copy a meditation scroll into the neural network's database using those 100 points. It'd allow Hadjar to break through to the next stage in a short amount of time. So, Hadjar was going to have a proper hunt in the forest, and if he got lucky, he would even find a way to kill a weak alpha. He could earn 10 points at once for that. True, it might be an impossible task. At least, "Hadj, wait a minute." Nero was running after him, fastening his sash and putting his boots on as he went. By himself. Hadjar turned around and looked at his friend in surprise. At that moment, 2 pretty but upset female faces looked out of the man's tent. "Listen, I have a lot to do." Hadjar looked at the sun. It was already starting to rise. There was very little time left. And of course, he didn't have enough time for group sex. "I'll go with you," Nero interrupted him, smoothing down his hair and straightening his sword. Hadjar was really surprised to hear that. Genuinely surprised. "You're not obliged to do that at all. Besides, in addition," Nero again interrupted him, "there are as many girls in this world as grains of sand on a beach. But I have only one friend like you. I do not want any other soldier to cover my back in battle, only a sword that I can trust." Nero extended his hand. Hadjar hesitated for a moment, and then shook it. "Well, You're almost not a virgin anymore. Why? Nero moved his eyebrows funnily. If you only knew what I've recently been doing with these palms and fingers of mine. Hadjar sighed, and pulling his hand back, turned to the forest. He'd managed to read not just disappointment, but also real thirst in the girl's eyes. Apparently, his friend was good at more than just gabbing. However, perhaps that was what had inspired those ladies. Shaking his head in an attempt to rid himself of unnecessary thoughts, Hadjar entered the forest first. He would have time to spend with women, but only later, when he survived. If we hurry, we will have time to get back to the ladies, Nero muttered. Hadjar immediately regretted taking the talkative man along with him. However, he was glad that someone would be watching his back. For the first time in his life, he wouldn't have to look back every few steps. It was a strange but very warm feeling. "What have we come to hunt for, my friend?" The early morning forest, full of moisture and almost lazy shadows, looked calm and peaceful. It was difficult to imagine that beasts could even live in it. It was difficult to imagine that any living creature could live here, disturbing the serenity. For beasts at the stage of the awakening of the mind. Not as bad as I'd thought. We can handle one together if we find an old and weak one. And for alphas, Hadjar finished. Nero swore loudly. "Have I told you that you're crazy?" But Nero didn't suggest they go home. He followed Hadjar calmly. A nice feeling indeed. "Keep up with me," Hadjar whispered, and ran. Chapter 46. Over the past few hours, fortune favored the hunters several times. They managed to catch and defeat 5 weak and sick animals at the stage of the awakening of power. Their 5 cores would bring in about 10 points, but that was already a third of the required amount. At first, Hadjar had insisted that Nero take half of the money, but his friend refused, saying it was a contribution to the future, and that there would be no sense in him helping Hadjar if he died in a fight with Colin. It was probably just an excuse, but Hadjar made a mental note. One day, he would pay his friend back for this. During the time they spent hunting, Nero learned some of the hunting signs. Now he could understand Hadjar, but couldn't answer him. So all of their dialogues turned into monologues. Nero simply nodded when he understood the sign, and shook his head if he hadn't. At the moment, they were crawling along the ground, hiding under the branches of bushes hanging from above. It was a very dirty job, causing Hadjar to roll his eyes mentally. For a city boy, Nero had mastered hunting quite well, even if he didn't have a neural network giving him hints, but his clothes. In his leather jacket, pants, and boots, he looked like an everyday urban guy. A normal, very dirty, slightly tired guy. Hadjar raised his fist, and they stopped. In a clearing lay a huge wolf, hidden from the sun by the thick crowns of the trees. It was so big that if you were to put a horse next to it, they would be the same height at the withers. And from the muzzle to its tail, well, it was about 3.5 yards long, not an inch less. The beast's main feature wasn't its gigantic size, nor its frightening fangs the size of a man's palm, not even the tight, corded muscles visible under its fur. No, the danger came from the fact that, instead of fur, he was covered in thin, emerald threads. They emitted a smooth green glow and rang slightly in the wind. Their ringing caused small emerald spikes to shoot up from the ground. They would briefly dispel the darkness, then turn into dust, blown away by the wind. It was an emerald wolf, a beast at the alpha stage. Alpha, "Wolf, Emerald," Hadjar signaled to Nero, who couldn't see the clearing. Nero shook his head, then again, then slammed his fist against his palm. Emerald wolves were considered to be one of the most dangerous animals at the alpha stage, comparable to a man at the stage of a heaven soldier. Plan, trust, we can. Hunting. Nero sighed heavily, and with his glance made it clear that if they died, he would get Hadjar in the next world. Hadjar smiled and nodded. Yes, while such a beast was comparable in strength to a real cultivator, it still lagged behind in terms of smarts, and Hadjar was going to use that difference. Like any other creature, an emerald wolf had its failing: light. That's why it lay in the shade of thick foliage. If the sun's rays touched the emerald threads on its skin, they heated up so much that the beast would burn alive. It took 10 minutes to explain the plan using the hand signs. After that, Hadjar rose from the ground and unsheathed his sword. As soon as he came out of the bushes and into the clearing, the wolf opened its eyes. Its pupils weren't black, but green, and the iris glowed slightly. Without rising up, it roared. This roar made emerald spikes pop out of the ground. They were sharp, thin, and could easily pierce steel armor, and, of course, Hadjar's simple, damned useless clothes. The beast didn't want to fight. It wanted to sleep. Last night it had had an unsuccessful hunt, and it was tired, more tired than hungry. In addition, the two-legged held a glowing stinger in its strange paws. The light caused it discomfort. It wanted the two-legged to leave. So it warned him away. Hadjar sighed. What had this beautiful beast done to him? Nothing. But that was how the world worked. Hadjar and the beast both understood that. They hunted and fought to survive and become stronger. The difference was that right now the hunter wasn't the wolf, but the man. The beast understood that as well and jumped to its feet. It howled and snarled. Hadjar pushed off the ground easily and soared into the air. He managed to do so a second before an emerald spike shot out of the ground in the spot where he had been standing. It didn't hurt him when Hadjar stepped on it. His bast shoes, woven from the bark of a special tree, were stronger than any armor. Thanks to Robin and the mysterious village of the Valley of Streams. Hadjar swung his blade, slashing toward the wolf, but it didn't reach the beast, crashing into the emerald wall. From behind it, the wolf pounced like green lightning. Its long claws stretched out like sharp daggers, ready to pierce Hadjar's chest. At the last second, the young man managed to step aside. He moved as gracefully as a swan taking flight, and as fast as a falcon swooping down to catch its prey. However, that wasn't enough to beat a predator at the alpha stage in terms of speed. When Hadjar descended back to the ground, blood flowed from a wound along his leg, where his flesh had been torn away, but he didn't pay any attention to it. He had to soar into the air again to avoid being pierced with a spike. From behind another wall, the green lightning appeared. This was the beast's tactic. It forced its victim to rise into the air, where it would be left defenseless in front of its rapid strikes. Hadjar managed to dodge again, but he hadn't been fast enough. Now his left shoulder was covered in blood. The pain was so intense it felt as if his body had been submerged in boiling water. "Do you want to play?" Hadjar growled. When the spikes shot up from the ground again, he rose into the air and waited for the green lightning. And it appeared. The beast had created a wall in front of it and then jumped out from behind it. It was ferocious and grinning, fast and strong. It wasn't used to feeling like a victim in this forest, where the alpha beasts were the lords of everything and everyone. No one could challenge their power here. This two-legged bug shouldn't have even thought about hunting it. This time, Hadjar didn't dodge the strike. He had been waiting for it. He met it fearlessly, but his efforts looked almost laughably pointless. It was like a small fishing boat had been thrown into the thick of a storm at sea. When the beast was close enough to him, Hadjar swung his blade. His sword turned into 3, and 3 ghostly slashes struck out from each of these blades as well. They intertwined into a fishing net. The beast, due to leaping forward, was in the air as well. It turned out its attack was a double-edged sword, with which the one who had used it could cut themselves. The wolf got entangled in the net and fell to the ground, but the strikes hadn't left even a cut on its skin. All of them had been powerless against its emerald fur. It only rang out like a spring stream, and that was it. The wounded, bloody Hadjar descended a few meters away in front of the grinning snout of the unharmed beast. This battle had already been lost. The beast jumped forward, full of rage and excitement. "Now!" Hadjar shouted, preparing to strike. By the Emerald Wolf. Nero, who had been hiding somewhere all this time, cut down the branches with just a few movements. The branches came down with a loud crash and a lot of noise, letting the rays of the midday summer sunshine on the clearing. The wolf howled and groaned when its fur flared up with green fire. It collapsed on the ground, never reaching its victim. For the first time, Hadjar took the handle of his sword in both hands. Using his full strength, he slashed downward. The roar of a dragon sounded out. It was barely audible, almost indistinguishable through the whistling of steel and the noise of the foliage. But it was there. A dragon would take the beast's life. Not a bad death. It closed its eyes, awaiting its final moment. For a second, the sun burned the wolf's fur and Hadjar's sword, shrouded in ghostly blue light, pierced the alpha's heart. It died instantly, twitched a couple of times in the aftermath, and then froze. Hadjar collapsed next to it. Breathing heavily, he sat on the cold ground. The battle had taken only a few minutes, but they had been the longest and most terrible minutes of his life. But he had defeated an alpha. "It's a pity that the skin has been damaged," Nero muttered, coming down from the tree. "We could have gotten a lot of money for it, and now we only have the claws." He handed some medicine-soaked bandages to Hadjar. While he was treating his wounds, Nero managed to cut out the core and also get the claws and the fangs. The core looked like a large agate, but the claws and fangs, well, emeralds the size of a person's palm, could never look bad or unappealing. Nero had to focus in order to wrap them in fabric and leather and not cut off his fingers in the process. "Take the claws and fangs," Hadjar said, rising to his feet. His body ached, but the blood had coagulated quickly, and the medicine would gradually lessen the pain. "I won't say no to that. You look horrible, Hadj. Let's get out of here." "No, I need 10 more points. Without them, Colin won't just beat me down, but outright kill me. I'll have time to recover a little during the night." "Then let's lower the difficulty. We can just get 5 more beasts at the Awakening of Power stage." Hadjar agreed, and was surprised at how easy it sounded. 6 months ago, the creatures at this stage had inspired awe in him, but now they were like rabbits that he was going to catch and have for dinner. It was easy because of the fact that the forest around Springtown was wild. People never went too deep into the forest. There weren't many cultivators around that were strong enough to survive or hunt there. As for the army, there were few soldiers willing to risk their lives for the sake of such small gains. So this hunt was more like a walk through the zoo than the dangerous adventure the one back in the Valley of Streams had been. 2 hours later, after they'd gotten 2 more cores, Nero showed his talent. He hadn't noticed a slope hidden behind the bushes and ended up tumbling down. Hadjar followed him. When they'd come to their senses, they found themselves in a spacious ravine hidden by the foliage, and the creature in this ravine could have normally killed them with barely more than a thought. But right now, it wasn't even able to move. In the foliage, bleeding profusely, lay an old tiger, a horned tiger that was as big as a house, a beast whose aura exceeded that of the alpha stage several times over. Analyzing. The analysis is not possible. Level of danger to the host, according to existing data, extreme. The probability of the host's death, 99.9999%. An ancient beast, Nero whispered. Damn it. We are dead, Hadj. This tiger is at the ancient stage. Hadjar, even if he'd known what the ancient stage was, couldn't have responded to Nero. He could only stare intently into the tiger's bottomless eyes. He heard a wheezing, feminine voice in his head. Greetings, Lord of the Heavens, in a 2-legged body. Fuck! I haven't even slept with those twins, the pale Nero lamented. I'll die without fulfilling my dream. Chapter 47. Greetings, Honorable Tiger. Hadjar didn't even know what this creature was, but the fact it was able to speak already said a lot. This 30 feet long, dying tiger was clearly much more powerful than a heaven soldier. It could probably slap a spirit knight around like a simple bug. What was such a beast doing in this backwater? And why was it hurt? Apparently, fate itself has brought us together, Lord of the Heavens. The voice in his head sounded again. And yet the tiger was much weaker than the dead Traves had been, since he'd still been capable of speaking out loud. Wait, did it just, the voice sounded feminine, call him the Lord of the Heavens? Only dragons would have such a title. Actually, this is one of the old names for their race. Damn, how old it is. Its mighty chest heaved, and the ground trembled slightly from each breath, while the leaves flew away. The wound on the tiger's body, left by some powerful claws, looked neither fresh nor old. The beast had most likely been wounded no more than a month ago. He wondered who was capable of fighting such a creature. Damn. This world was truly huge, and Hadjar was small and inconsequential, and he was supposedly going to overcome this difference in strength one day. It wasn't surprising that Nero considered him a psycho, but being aware of this fact didn't stop Hadjar. The iron will that shone in his clear blue eyes could still bend the sky itself to his desires. You have a good look about you, 2-legged, with the heart of the Lord of the Heavens. The tiger roared slightly and made the blood freeze in their veins. Please, forgive me for the deception, Honorable Tiger. Hadjar apologized immediately. He had no doubts that even in this state it could flatten them faster than they could even think about unsheathing their blades. Don't apologize, 2-legged. I deceived myself. I'm getting weak. My sight is getting blurry. My power is leaving me. The tiger, or rather the tigress, sighed again, causing its blood to pump out more quickly. "The wound inflicted by the serpent is poisoned, and I have almost no time left. I'll immediately go get you some medicine, honorable tiger." Hadjar bowed as low as he could, considering that he was still lying there. The main thing was to get away from the ravine. Later, after the war, he and Nero would be able to return here and take the tigress's body. But for now, the crucial thing was to find any excuse to escape. "You are cunning, two-legged, not like the lords of the heavens. They are simple, like a young tree." Damn it! It had seen through him easily. The tigress kept breathing, but with difficulty. Every movement caused its unbearable pain, and yet it continued to cling to life. "Fate," it whispered mentally. "It's cruel and fierce, like the best of tigers. I was born a simple kitten, and after millennia became a tiger." Is a simple kitten able to become a tiger in this world? Hadjar hadn't expected that. "But my dream was to become a human." A scene appeared in Hadjar's thoughts. A small, richly dressed girl was caressing a kitten. Holding the animal in her arms, she danced among the painted walls and hundreds of different nobles on the amber floor. Hadjar didn't recognize their clothes or the architecture of the hall. It wasn't the kingdom of Lydus or the empire of Darnassus. For the first time, Hadjar was seeing a new, distant country. The kitten was happy. Its emotions overwhelmed Hadjar, but suddenly the scene changed. The girl hid her beloved friend in a deep vase. The kitten didn't see anything, but it smelled blood and heard screams. It got out after a long time had passed, but instead of the beautiful floor, it saw only rivers of blood, and instead of the people, only dismembered bodies. And its mistress? Hadjar had seen many terrible things in this life, but they didn't disturb his dreams. However, he had no doubt that the sight of what had happened to the kitten's mistress— damn! It would surely haunt him for several years in the most terrible of nightmares. The tigress sighed. The horns growing from its shoulders and decorated with blue threads cracked. The blue patterns on its golden fur faded. It wasn't red with black stripes. No, it was golden with wide, luminous blue stripes. Hadjar was sucked into the whirlpool of its memories again. The kitten was on the streets, completely alone. It didn't know anything. It couldn't do anything. It was starving and freezing, but soon the scene changed. The now adult cat was hunting mice and even rats. It fought for food with dogs and other cats. Sometimes it made its way into the scholar's shop, where it managed to gnaw a hole in a small chest, tearing the skin on its muzzle and breaking its fangs. From there, it took some bitter grass. It didn't know why. It just felt that it would become stronger. And it did. The ordinary cat became a big cat. It no longer hunted rats. Deer were its prey. Then it began to fight other beasts for food, territory, water, and power. Many centuries passed. The cat became a tiger, a fierce, formidable, lonely predator. It lived in its cave by the stream and didn't want to see anyone. At night, it would think back on the times when the little girl had carried it in her arms. It had had a funny name, Princess. That was what the other two-legged creature had called her. It lived without a purpose, just delaying the moment when it would be old and its attacks would no longer be dangerous or cause fear. The moment when, in a fight with another, younger and more ferocious beast, It would lose its life. But then some humans came to its stream. At first, it had wanted to drive them away. Its sensitive ears were disturbed by the swimmers' laughter and splashing around. But then it sniffed. It recognized the smell. It tracked them. They lived in a large stone cave. It had already seen such things on the pictures, as the little girl had called them. She had said they were castles. Now it had a goal, a purpose. It kept getting more powerful, decade after decade, century after century, until at last it razed this cave to the ground. For many long nights it enjoyed the cries of the humans who had taken Princess away from it. But then, "I feel the same thirst in you, a man with the heart of the Lord of the Heavens," the voice in his head proclaimed, and Hadjar felt emptiness. A pervasive, terrible emptiness. It sucked him out of the tigress's memories. He, like it, had once wanted to howl and beat his head against the walls of his cave, because of that same empty feeling, because he'd lost his purpose in life. It had killed by avenging its beloved little girl and killing those two-legged. What did it have to live for now? What would stave off the emptiness? It stayed empty until one spring it felt a new life flare up inside its body. It cared for this life, and the emptiness disappeared. A new goal had replaced it. It didn't want this life to spend its years just like it had, in an eternal struggle to survive. It wanted this life to live calmly and quietly. That's why the tigress hadn't allowed this life to come into the world. It hadn't wanted to give birth to a tiger. It had wanted to give life to a human, and to do that, the tigress had to become a human itself. "I didn't manage it two-legged. The serpent was stronger than me." The tigress raised its paw. Beneath it, curled up, a little white kitten slept. Compared to its mother, the kitten looked like a defenseless, miniature pearl. It could have fit on Hadjar's palm easily. "Gods curse me," Nero breathed. "Is that a cub? Swear to me, two-legged, that you'll make my daughter a human. Swear it, or I'll kill you on the spot and satisfy my thirst with your blood before I die." The tigress snarled, and thousands of birds soared into the sky, while the mountains began to tremble somewhere in the distance. Or so it seemed to Hadjar. However, there was no fear in his eyes, just sheer willpower and determination. "Sorry, honorable tiger, but you'll have to kill me. If I take your daughter with me, then thousands of fights and a road full of hardships will await her." The beast fell silent. Suddenly it got up, shaking. It was majestic and proud, the size of a 2-story house. Its fangs were like swords, and its claws were like spears. "You are as sly as a two-legged. You are as honest as a lord of the heavens. You are as weak as a newborn kitten. But—" 2 sky-blue eyes looked into eyes that were almost the same color. The only difference between them was in the shape of the pupils. "Your will is strong and boundless, like the black sky that appears at night." It gently pushed the kitten toward Hadjar. "If you had made such an oath, I would have killed you on the spot. However, you aren't like the other two-legged. You are like my cub, like my princess." Again, Hadjar saw the face of the little girl dancing with the kitten in her arms. "I'm leaving a human who isn't a human. Take care of my daughter. Be with my daughter. I ask only this of you. Will you be with her?" Ignoring Nero's attempts to lower him back to the ground, Hadjar rose. Compared to the tigress, he looked like a bug. But the beast thought he was a fierce and fearless bug, like the best of tigers. "For as long as my heart beats within my chest," Hadjar saluted the dying beast with the same respect he would have given a general standing in front of him. "Then I'm leaving, human. Take the heart of my power. It'll help you to become stronger. Take my claws and fangs. You'll make a new, better stinger out of them. Take my skin. It's stronger than the iron that you're wearing. But please, leave your flame with me. I've shown you what it did to me, how it nearly took my soul." Instead of answering, determination shone even more fiercely in Hadjar's eyes. "I see that you can't part with it. May heaven help those against whom you wield it, and may it save you when you are consumed by it. I'm leaving." The beast looked at the sleeping cub for the last time and took its final breath. In this breath, Hadjar heard, "Her name is Azria." Hadjar knelt and pressed his head to the ground. Nero did the same. Together, they honored the kitten who'd become a tiger. It towered over them like a mountain. It was as proud and noble as ever. It met its death the same way it had lived its life. "Well, you may be a psycho, but damn, you're a very lucky one." Nero laughed hysterically. However, like Hadjar, he wiped away a tear that was running down his cheek. Nero had also seen the scenes from the tigress's life. Blinking away the uninvited tears, Hadjar picked up the white kitten. She was no bigger than his palm, small, fluffy, and warm. "Azria," the prince said, and the kitten meowed, then yawned. Chapter 48. "Can you at least wait for me to take her cub away?" Hadjar asked, outraged when Nero began climbing the tigress, armed with a sword. "But it asked you to take—" Nero looked around the gigantic carcass. "Its skin, core, and the other stuff, but not in front of Azria. You're behaving like a young mother," Nero huffed while doing very dirty work. "Listen, she's sleeping. Put her away in your clothes and help me. Without your ghostly strikes, I won't be finished with this for at least a month. Look, we can't even scratch its skin. We couldn't normally." Nero cleaned the blood off his face. It wasn't his blood. But before it died, it did something to its defenses. Now even my knife will cut through. Hadjar sighed. He wasn't greedy, but he respected the creature's last wish. The creature who could have killed him easily. Besides, it had done it not for him, but for its cub. Although, to be honest, Hadjar would be glad to have blades made from its claws and armor made from its skin. These things would be artifacts, very high-level ones at that. Heaven soldiers would have probably torn out each other's throats to get even one such artifact. "Just wait a bit. Don't take too long. I really need help." Hadjar wandered through the ravine until he came across the grass he had been looking for. It was normally an ordinary weed, but if a little energy was added to its juice, it would become a decent enough sleep medicine. Thieves usually drugged watchdogs with it. He'd learned a lot while wandering the world with the circus. Making sure that the kitten wouldn't be waking up for the next few hours, Hadjar put her against his bosom. She curled up tightly, and Hadjar's chest immediately became warmer. Azria was a good source of warmth. God forgive me, Hadjar sighed. This work made him sick, deep in his heart. Together, they managed to finish it by late in the evening. It wasn't easy to carve through the carcass of the creature at the ancient stage. While they worked, Nero explained to Hadjar that after the alpha stage, there was the King of Beasts stage. A beast at this stage was equal in strength to a spirit knight. But this wasn't the end, or the pinnacle in beastly cultivation. After the King of Beasts stage came the Ancient stage. And an ancient beast was equal to the Lord stage of humans. Nero said that he'd never believed in the existence of such creatures, or Lord-level humans. He'd considered it an absurdity from children's tales and legends. But the things he'd seen today had changed his view of the world significantly. Now Nero felt like a little frog, which had considered it well to be the whole universe. Then suddenly it had been thrown into an open ocean, and it realized how naive it had been before. Traves had been much stronger than the tigress. At what stage had the dragon been then? How far from Hadjar was the peak of the cultivation of martial arts? By the time the shadows, playing with the moonlight, woke up within the forest, they had finally finished. Covered in blood, reeking to high heaven, they sat on the edge of the ravine and looked down. They watched as a flame flared up. They weren't afraid of starting a forest fire. They had dug a trench around the ravine and cut off the nearby branches. But they'd decided to get rid of the tigress's remains in a fire, just in case. Next to them, the tigress's fangs lay, the strongest, sharpest, and largest fangs either of them had ever seen. The 20 claws that were more akin to spears had been the hardest part of the work. Even touching them proved tricky. Despite their owner's death, the predatory aura was still around them. If an ordinary person had approached them, not a practitioner at the stage of the bodily rivers, they would have cut them down at a distance of 10 steps. Fortunately, Nero and Hadjar were at sufficiently high enough stages of cultivation to avoid dying so foolishly. This made Hadjar suspect some things, and even tempted him. He had never scanned Nero. Previously, there had been no reason to do it, but after all the things his friend had done for him, it would have been too dishonorable, almost dastardly. And Hadjar wasn't a scoundrel, especially with those who had done right by him. His simple code of ethics was, pay back both the good and bad 100-fold. He couldn't permit himself to scan his friend, but gods, how great his suspicions were, and how great the temptation. "Don't look at me like that. I won't marry you." "Who'd want you, a womanizer?" Hadjar laughed, trying to clear his hands of blood. "Why are you staring at me, then?" "Because I can't understand what stage you're on." Nero looked at his comrade, then at the claws, and sighed. Only now he realized how stupid he had been. "You know, I trust you, officer, but I'll warn you, I don't know how to be friends. I've never had any." Suddenly, Nero spat on his palm and offered his hand to Hadjar. "What are you doing?" the prince asked. "Why would I need your saliva?" "Where do you come from, Hadj? Is there really no such custom in your village?" "The custom to spit on your hand? No, our people are clean. Or do you want to kiss me indirectly?" Nero grimaced. "Even the mere thought of it might put me off from being in bed with someone for the next week. And you know that to me it's torture to spend even a single night without a woman." "Well, wipe your hand, then. I don't want to touch your saliva." "Why do you keep misunderstanding me, Hadj?" Nero said in a frustrated, plaintive voice. This is a custom here. Where? All over Lydus, and in the Empire, I guess. In general, brotherhood is sealed with blood, and friendship is sealed with saliva. If your intentions are serious, of course. If your intentions are serious, Hadjar repeated. Are you sure you aren't proposing to me? No, I'm not. And if you continue to play the fool, I'll hit you so hard that no one ever will. Hadjar laughed. He spat on his own palm, and they shook hands. Nero had just become his first friend ever, even counting his past 2 lives. It was a damn good feeling. Formation, Nero said in a low voice, as if he were afraid of being heard. The seed stage. For fuck's sake, have I been hitting you so hard in our fights that your brain's been scrambled, or what? No! Nero lightly hit the ground with his fist. This is really starting to annoy me. Come on, friend. Have you always been this dense? What have you been eating? While you are one with the sword, I have twice the energy capacity you do. Hadjar looked at the moon that was rising into the sky. It was beautiful. A white muzzle popped out from under his clothes and yawned. Damn, the kitten needed to be fed something. What did a young tiger at the ancient stage usually eat? My blood is not entirely human, Hadjar answered. Is it heritable? What? Bumpkin, Nero sighed. In short, according to some legends, and I believe they're true after tonight, once upon a time, strong beasts would take on the appearances of people and walk among us. Well, of course, they'd spend their nights in people's beds, not alone. Then people with not entirely human blood would be born. The first of these people with the beast's blood became legendary heroes of old. They had a lot of power, and they jumped through the stages of cultivation like children going up the stairs. Well, Hadjar didn't know what percentage of the dragon's blood was currently circulating through his veins. Then, of course, Nero continued, the strength of that inheritance waned. After thousands of years, it came to naught, but sometimes it awakens in their descendants, like in you, for example. By the way, whose inheritance do you have? Grandma said that it was a dragon's. Nero slapped himself a couple of times, and then cursed foully. I swear to you, Hadjar, that I'll never tell anyone about this, Nero said quite seriously. Lending severity to his words, he waved a knife over his palm, and blood appeared, flashing with a golden glow. He'd made an oath on his very blood, and now, if he broke it, he would burn in the same flame. But demons and gods, never tell anyone else about this, unless you want to become a heap of ingredients. Of course not. I'm not going to run around and shout about it in each square. That's good. They fell silent. The kitten meowed louder. Hadjar took a piece of dried meat out of his pocket. Kittens need... Nero looked on incredulously as the kitten grabbed the meat and dived back into Hadjar's clothes. Milk. Yeah, Hadjar said. We must return to the camp. I have to catch up to you and be at the same stage by the end of tonight. And how are you going to accomplish this? Well, we'll share the spoils. Take all the cores for yourself, but I'll get the tigress's one, please. Forgive me. Not for personal use. Maybe Azria will need it later. I'll buy it from you. You don't even have enough money to buy beer with, Nero reminded him. Okay, I'll borrow the money if I have to, Hadjar said. 1 core of the Alpha. I'll give the army a claw from my share. That'll get me no less than 50 points. Then, with the help of the core, I'll break through to the formation stage during the night. Nero nodded his head, then slapped himself in the face and sighed heavily. I know a great scholar in Springtown. He treats people who have mental illnesses. I can tell you his address. What do you dislike about my plan? To begin with, the whole plan. Nero inhaled slowly. To begin with, you don't need to buy anything from me. We're friends. And you have to go with me to see some girls after the battle. I don't want my friend to be a virgin. It shames me as well as you. Hadjar grumbled, but agreed. Now, on to the main point. Why would we show our spoils to the army? It'll be taken away. Even if they're not, where are we going to hide them? We're leaving tomorrow. How are you going to learn the meditation scroll in an hour? Now it was Hadjar's turn to inhale slowly. We aren't going to show our spoils. Only 2 of the claws. You'll bring one, I'll bring the other. Let's say that we found them in the forest during the hunt. The rest of the spoils we'll keep at Dogar's. Do you trust him? Absolutely, Hadjar nodded. During his life as a freak, he'd developed a good sense for discerning people's nature. It had never failed him. Bear is our best bet. Of course, we'll have to give him a share, but he won't take too much or betray us. It was evident that Nero didn't really agree, but he also didn't argue with Hadjar. He didn't know the giant as well as his new friend did. As for the scroll, I've got a good memory. Nero swore again. I don't understand if you're the unluckiest person I've ever met or the luckiest. Hadjar shrugged. Okay, Nero sighed and rose to his feet. And now for the most important question. How are we going to carry it all back? That, my friend, is the right question. And both of them started huffing and rubbing their chins, trying to think of a way to carry it all to the camp. Finally, Nero had an idea. From then on, Hadjar would be wary of any of his friend's ideas and suggestions. Nevertheless, they managed to lug their trophies back. Then Hadjar went to get the most important thing, the meditation scrolls that would ensure his breakthrough to the next stage. Chapter 49. Transformation stage? Tell me everything again, and this time in more detail, Dogar asked. They were sitting in the senior officer's tent. Dogar didn't look very happy. He kept adjusting the animal skins that served as his blankets. They slipped off all the time. With them, he'd covered the part of his body that neither Nero nor Hadjar wanted to admire. Judging by the commander's overall size, they might end up traumatized and with an inferiority complex. Autumn was coming, and the nights were getting colder. Perhaps that's why Dogar had been so angry that he'd had to drive a pretty, slim lady out of his tent. She'd left, taking her money. We found a battlefield in the forest, Nero repeated once more. A tiger was in a deep ravine, the size of... like that. He demonstrated with his hands the beast's size. Well, we managed to carve it up. We've taken everything, the claws, fangs, even the pelt, but we didn't find the core of its power. Apparently, someone else had already managed to take it. And then? Then we burnt everything to the abyss, Hadjar finished. Dogar sighed and rubbed his nose. He wasn't wearing anything except for the animal skins. Anyone could see his black tattoos, bronze skin, and long pink scars. There were far more scars than tattoos. Why, for demons and gods, did you burn it? Commander, what else were we supposed to do? Hadjar spread his hands. We were in the forest, in a ravine forgotten by the gods. There was a beast at an unknown power level there. We'd carved it up, left only the skeleton and the meat behind. What if someone had found us? If the beast which had killed the tiger had appeared? So we set it on fire. You set it on fire? What if a forest fire erupts tonight? We dug up a trench, Nero said immediately, and chopped off all the nearby branches. Even if a strong wind comes, it'll rain soon. Dogar sighed. "And what is this?" he shouted so loudly that the tent almost flew off into the sky. Because of this cry, Azria, who had been chewing on the senior officer's stocks peacefully, jumped up and meowed menacingly. She showed the giant her sharp fangs and claws. "Is this ball of fur eating my meat and hissing at me?" "She has a difficult temper," Hadjar nodded. "Why do you need her, Hadjar? Do you think there will be no food on the march, and you've prepared some supplies?" "You're so mean, senior officer," Nero said. Hadjar didn't even get a chance to answer. "Don't you know about Hadjar's problem?" "What problem?" Dogar was surprised. Realizing what his friend was talking about, the prince picked up the kitten and put it back under his clothes. Azria yawned immediately and fell asleep again. Maybe she was still affected by sleep medicine, but most likely she just loved taking naps. Hadjar was happy she did. He didn't want to think about what would happen when the kitten realized that her mother was gone. He only hoped that Azria didn't remember the tigress at all. It would be easier that way. His bed has never been warmed by a woman. Dogar glanced at Hadjar. "I understand. That's why you're a little strange, assistant. So nervous." "I agree completely, Senior Officer Dogar," Nero nodded. Hadjar pretended to hear nothing and continued to sharpen his sword menacingly. "Okay, damn it," the commander sighed. "What do you want from me?" "We want you to help us with the items we've collected," Hadjar said quietly. "How, officer?" "Well," Hadjar raised his head and looked into Dogar's eyes. "If we were to carry all of this to the general right now, we'd get several points." 1,000 points, Dogar corrected. "Maybe even 10,000. Maybe for such a treasure you'll be granted medals. Maybe even higher rank. But we'll get neither the claws nor the skin." Dogar sighed again. "So, you are talking about doing that, Hadjar." "We'll share with the army. 2 claws will be enough for them." The giant adjusted his blankets again. He was thinking, and as he did so, he assumed the position of Rodin's The Thinker. He looked quite stern and menacing. Nero and Hadjar had to wait for his decision. "The general doesn't deserve to be deceived in such a way," Dogar said finally. "We'll give her the pelt and 15 of the claws. Leave the rest for yourselves. I'll take only 1 claw, no more." "But, Senior Officer "Shut up, soldier," Dogar interrupted calmly, but Nero bowed his head immediately. "We're going to war, not chasing skirts in the city, Nero, and not participating in a village brawl, Hadjar. Hundreds of thousands of lives are at stake, and instead of thinking about yourselves, you'd better start thinking about the families of those who won't return, about their mothers, sons, wives." Hadjar looked down in shame. The wealth had clouded his mind completely. He could see the bigger picture now. If they found the right use for them, these claws and the skin could save the lives of many soldiers. The soldiers of his kingdom, Lydas, the kingdom his father had been prepared to die for. "I beg your pardon, Senior Officer." Hadjar lowered his forehead to the ground. Nero followed his example. "Stand up," Dogar waved his hand. "I understand you. Such a fortune would make anyone greedy, but nevertheless you risked a great deal to get these trophies, so you deserve a part of the spoils. Not just honor points." Nero and Hadjar looked at each other again. They looked at the items. Dogar had set aside a portion that would have normally cost as much as a noble rank, or a castle with its surrounding lands, or hundreds of servants. But they would not be able to sleep easily if they took it. They could sleep on a water mattress, but not on a mattress filled with the blood of those who would be standing shoulder to shoulder with them, who wouldn't flinch and would fight the enemy without sparing themselves. "We'll take 2 fangs," Nero said. "Hadjar and I only need 2 for swords." "And as for money," Hadjar said, "money will come in time." "Good," Dogar nodded. "And now?" The senior officer began to rise, dropping the blankets to the ground. Fortunately, Nero and Hadjar had managed to leave the tent before their male confidence was inflicted with a strong blow to its very core. Soon, after hiding their share in the senior officers' chests, they wrapped most of the booty in the skins and took it to the general. She wasn't sleeping, and unlike most of the soldiers and officers, was completely alone. She was sitting at the table, observing the map and moving the figures around, coming up with alternate plans and strategies. When Dogar, his adjutant, and the soldier came in with their gifts, she didn't believe her eyes at first. Then, after listening to their story several times, she sent for the chief engineer. He was overjoyed. He said that using this treasure, he could reduce the number of nomads dramatically, and would surely find a use for the huge pelt as well. After him, the main blacksmith ran in, as the tiger's claws weren't made of bones, but from an unknown metal. The blacksmith was delighted too, but didn't touch the materials. He said that they needed an artifactor, because he, an ordinary craftsman, would only ruin everything. As a result, the general asked the librarian to come in as well. He appeared almost instantly, and Hadjar noticed a greedy gleam in his eyes. "I'll send a message to the palace immediately," the librarian said with a slight bow. "Perhaps they'll manage to send an artifactor to the fort." "I would be very grateful to you, honorable adept." The general also bowed slightly. Hadjar couldn't understand how the old man could send a message to the palace. The capital was very far away, as far as London is from Beijing. The internet or even the phone hadn't yet been invented here. He probably meant to do it with some mystical spells. "General Lean," the librarian said, "to give the artifactor an idea of what he will be working with, I need 3 claws. 3 claws out of 12. He was an old, cunning, greedy fox. Despite having come to the same conclusion as Hadjar, the general still replied courteously, "Of course. Thank you for your help." The dried-up old man carried the claws on his shoulder easily. They didn't leave a cut on his skin and couldn't even rip his clothes. Damn adepts. Finally, when everyone left, the general turned to the hunters. "I'll gather the war council in the morning, and it'll approve your reward. Now, go to the librarian and tell him that you'll surely be given 1,000 honor points." Nero and Hadjar pressed their fists to their chests and bowed. "You can go. And you, Senior Officer Dogar, I ask that you stay behind." Dogar nodded. As Nero and Hadjar were leaving the tent, Nero suggested they stay behind and eavesdrop. He was sure that General Lean had asked their commander to remain in her tent due to a very important reason, to take the edge off. If he made a hole in the tent, he could see the general naked. Hadjar warned his friend that if the general found out, she would put his head on a spear. Besides, Hadjar had something more important to do, and he wasn't a pervert. So they parted. Nero stayed to risk his life, and Hadjar went to do the same. Which of them would prove to be the better psychic was the question. 10 minutes later, Hadjar was already at the doorstep of the library. As always, it was being guarded by 2 soldiers in green armor. Officer Hadjar, they suddenly greeted him. Legionnaires, Hadjar nodded and went inside. As always, several soldiers were sitting inside and studying the scrolls. After all, Hadjar wasn't the only one who wanted to become stronger. There were tens of thousands of soldiers and officers who desired that exact same thing as well. "I'd figured you would be coming by, Hadjar," the librarian smiled, having already hidden the claws somewhere. "Good evening, honorable adept," the prince bowed. The presence of the old man annoyed him, but Hadjar could do nothing about it. "I'd like to rent the scroll with the meditation technique. The honor points on my medallion are not enough, but the general asked me to tell you that my award will be approved in the morning." "Well, then you should come back in the morning. You'll have enough time before the march begins." "I beg your pardon, honorable adept, but I need the scroll right now." The old man, dressed in amber robes, leaned on the edge of the table. "Do you think this will help you in your fight against the adjutant?" Hadjar just nodded. "Youth," the old man sighed, and with a wave of his hand, the necessary scroll levitated onto the table. "Hot blood, sharper blades. You know, sometimes I miss the old days, back when I was the same." He put the hourglass next to the scroll and turned it over. "You have an hour." With these words, the librarian went back to the shelves. After some time, Hadjar left the tent. A detailed copy of the scroll was now stored in his neural network, and all he had to do was wish for it to appear before his eyes, and it would immediately do so. Its contents, they've really opened up new horizons for me. Who would have thought that energy could be absorbed in more ways than just sucking it in like a cocktail through a straw? It can be absorbed in various ways, circulated at different rates, concentrated at different speeds. All of this had been described in the scroll in great detail, accompanied by diagrams and drawings. If he'd had such knowledge before, he could have been at the early stages of the transformation level by now. But alas, history wasn't compatible with the subjunctive mood, so he had to work with what he had. When Hadjar returned to his tent, Nero was waiting for him at the entrance. He was sitting on a bench, holding his two-handed sword in his lap. "What are you doing here?" Hadjar asked. "Saving your life," Nero answered seriously. "I'm sure the adjutant will send someone after you tonight. While you are busy with your cultivation, you'll hardly be able to ensure that someone won't pull your tongue out of your throat." Hadjar froze in place. He didn't know what to say. Therefore, he just quietly said, "Thanks." "You're welcome," Nero nodded. "But are you sure you want to form your heart of power with the help of the animals? The pain will be awful." Hadjar just smiled at that. "That's one thing I'm definitely not afraid of." "Pain," he said, and entered the tent. Assuming the lotus position, he placed the core, or as it was also called, the heart of power of the emerald wolf in front of him. Closing his eyes, Hadjar began to circulate the energy as it had been described in the scroll. With every breath, he plunged deeper and deeper inside the essence of his being, his mind and soul. It was dark in there, warm but dark. The endless darkness would only occasionally be disturbed by 11 blue lines. They flowed through this bottomless darkness like the streams in the valley where Hadjar had relearned how to walk. Like thin, almost wispy, but still swift and mighty streams. Hadjar reached for them. At first they slipped out from under his finger, but then they succumbed. According to the scroll, in order to advance to the next stage, Hadjar had to catch them all, After catching them, he had to decant the energy from them, which would give him the ability to form the seed of his future heart of power. As soon as he touched the first stream, he had to close his eyes because of the bright white light. When Hadjar could open his eyes again, he was in a beautiful palace instead of the previous emptiness. Minstrels could have sung songs, and bards could have made up stories about such a palace for 1,000 years. There was a man standing in the center of the palace. He was as proud and majestic as the sky in the afternoon. Golden hair fell past his shoulders over black silk robes adorned with gold patterns. The presence of the horns on his head and the spirals in his pupils indicated that he wasn't a human. "Hello, Prince Hadjar Duran," a familiar voice said. "Greetings, Lord of the Heavens, Traves." Hadjar bowed. It was the dragon. Chapter 50. "Is this a dream?" Hadjar asked, looking around. The ceiling of the palace was so far away that it looked more like the sky. All the walls and pillars had been carved and decorated with amazing craftsmanship. The scenes captured on them seemed to come to life easily, and the great warriors and battles depicted almost flooded the hall. The marble floor was covered with patterns of unprecedented beauty. Such a palace couldn't have been built by ordinary masters. Hadjar noticed mysteries in every stone, every pattern and carving, mysteries that were unattainable to him with his limited knowledge of the world. Hadjar didn't know it, but even the librarian couldn't have comprehended the secrets and knowledge hidden in the palace. They were beyond the understanding of an ordinary heaven soldier, let alone the prince, who was still looking for the true path of cultivation. "Yes and no," Traves answered evasively. In the guise of a human, he looked like a young man of about 27. Without the horns, he would have looked like one of those handsome men whom young ladies dream of. Then why, and most importantly, how are you here, talking to me? Traves was standing in the center of the hall. His long sleeves were almost dragging across the floor. A wide belt with the emblem of a dragon on the buckle cinched his robes. "I put my heart in you, Hadjar." Traves' voice was thick, entrancing, like the sound of the wind blowing through the treetops. "Not the whole heart, of course. Only a tiny fraction of my blood, from which I created a small heart." Hadjar touched his chest involuntarily and started. He was in a world of illusions, but it had felt just like a real heart. Hadjar had felt his own touch. He squatted down and touched the floor. It was cold. It was stone. "How is this possible?" Hadjar said, stumbling over the words. "Even if I tried to explain it to you, you wouldn't understand. Simply put," Traves came closer. His every step was immensely powerful, like a mountain was approaching. "You received a fraction, a billionth of my power, Hadjar, and with it, you also got a bit of my mind." Hadjar rose and looked at the creature that had given him a new life. "So, you are actually dead?" "I am," the dragon nodded. "What you see is just my shadow. My last bit of will left behind to help you find your justice and my revenge. Why have you come now? So, you want to know about the why." Traves looked around. He looked at the palace with a touch of sadness and inexhaustible pride. You don't even realize what's in front of you and where you're standing. I think I'm in a palace, a very strange palace. A palace, Traves repeated. You could call it that, I suppose. We have little time, so I'll speak plainly. I shouldn't have appeared to you. Hadjar looked into the dragon's eyes, the same amber-colored and bright eyes that he'd had during their last meeting. Then why did you? To stop you from making a stupid mistake, Hadjar. The scroll you're about to use is a trap. I don't understand. If you advance to the formation stage, using the methods described here, then your best will always be the initial stage of the Heaven Soldier. You'll never be able to go above that, no matter the circumstances. This kind of technique is called a slave technique, and they were created specifically to make a lot of slave adepts. They live longer than ordinary ones, are stronger than ordinary ones, and they can be used for many different purposes. Hadjar flinched. Everything made sense now. Why should the Empire create strong kingdoms around itself? Why would it need extra organizations, ones that could have cultivators at the Heaven Soldier level or even higher than that? It's constantly rocked by internal conflicts, sects fighting against sects, clan intrigues aimed at ruining other clans, kingdoms trying to steal land from their neighbors. And this library is just a front. On the one hand, the opportunity to become stronger lends credibility to Primus, as well as the governor who represents the Empire in Lydus. On the other hand, even if there are geniuses capable of getting enough honor points to acquire a meditation scroll, these geniuses, they'll never become a threat to the Empire. It'll stop them and weaken them while they are in their most vulnerable phase. Damn, that's clever, Hadjar cursed, acknowledging the Imperial officials' cunning scheme. They would kill not just 2 birds with 1 stone, but entire generations. I've already begun forming my heart of power with the help of this accursed scroll. But you haven't finished yet, Traves reminded him. You have the whole night ahead of you to correct your mistake. 1 night, Hadjar said, and tomorrow morning I'll have to fight. Is your enemy strong? He's probably at the awakening of the soul stage, at least. The transformation level, which came after the formation one, was divided into 3 stages. The mortal form, the stage where a practitioner cleansed their body. They would get rid of all filth, diseases, and other dead weight acquired during their life. Awakening of the soul, the stage where the energy in the body changed its quality. It became denser, stronger, and visible. And the new soul, which was the most mystical of the stages. Few people understood its essence, but they said that at this stage the practitioner's soul would be strengthened, whatever that meant. Because of these 3 stages, it was believed that the transformation level was the transitional period between being a simple practitioner and a true cultivator, a Heaven Soldier. However, stepping over the threshold that separated the transformation from the Heaven Soldier, well, only 1 out of 10,000 people were capable of it. So, he is much stronger than you. Well, that's good. It's only in the face of a deadly threat, when you need to do the impossible, that you can really progress down the path of cultivation. This is the only way to reach the top, to gain power over your destiny, and then true freedom. That's great, and your speech is really inspiring, but Hadjar shook his head. I don't have another scroll. Are you giving up? Traves asked. In response to his question, Hadjar's eyes filled with that same indomitable will that had once impressed him so much, the will that would one day be able to break the heavens themselves. I thought as much. Traves turned to one of the columns. A horde of all kinds of monsters, numbering in the thousands, were depicted on it, and all of them, hungry for blood, were descending on one figure, and this figure, standing proudly and bravely in the middle of a sea of enemies, was crushing them, one by one. I shouldn't have appeared before you reached the stage of the Heaven Soldier. My knowledge, the legacy which I bequeathed to you, only a true cultivator could begin to comprehend it. I'm sorry I inconvenienced you. This isn't your fault. Apparently, the shadow of Traves' consciousness didn't really understand the concept of sarcasm. I'm only going to teach you the techniques I personally created. I can't give you the ones that were taught to me by great masters, even after my death, not because I don't want to, but because I am bound by oaths. Great masters? Traves had actually referred to them as great masters? Damn it. 1,000 times damn it. Even now, Hadjar didn't feel like he had made even the first step along the long road of cultivation. Nevertheless, I can give you one technique right now, a technique that is used by dragons for our meditation. Sorry, but I do seem to be a human, don't I? Precisely. Seem is a strong and meaningful word, Hadjar. Haven't you noticed the various transformations brought on by my heart? It was true. In the last few months, he had been plagued by one simple question. Why were the indicators shown by the neuronet so different from reality? Are you turning me into a dragon? Traves smiled for the first time. No, you won't become a lord of the heavens, but later, maybe in 100,000 years, or even 1,000,000 years later, if you survive, you'll cease to be a human. But you won't turn into a dragon. My heart is changing your blood slowly, drop by drop, and no one knows what will come of it. It's unprecedented. Your very heart and soul have been interwoven with my heart's blood. Suddenly, Hadjar understood. Neuronet, show me the measurement system. Measurement system, unknown. And now, show me the scanning system. Scanning system, human. Hadjar read the messages again and swore. Perfect. When it scans people, everything works fine. When it scans its host, it's like I'm asking it to calculate something in a totally unknown system. That's why the data was so wildly inaccurate. The heart had transformed him, and the neural network didn't understand how, why, and what data to operate on now, and it had gone crazy as a result. Apparently, in order to provide the database with all the necessary information, Hadjar would have to dissect a dragon. Yeah, dissect a dragon. Totally possible. Damn it, Hadjar growled, angered by yet another failure. The technique which I'll give you will allow you to advance your cultivation up to the level of a spirit knight. And then you'll have to look for a stronger meditation technique. The one I used is sealed because of my oaths, and I can't share it with you. It had been foolish of Hadjar to think that, at least once in his life, he would get something for free. Even the heart had been granted to him under the condition that he fulfill the dragon's last wish, which he, admittedly, had yet to learn. But of course you won't just give it to me, will you? Anything that isn't won through a struggle, earned with blood and sweat, is the same as a fine summer's day. Easy come, easy go. Only the things you acquire through your own effort are important in this world. This is a true cultivator's way. Traves put his hand on one of the columns, and everything was suddenly bathed in white light. When Hadjar opened his eyes, he found himself standing in the middle of an endless body of water. He looked up and saw that the sky was full of thick, dark clouds. The sun's rays penetrated them, creating the illusion of golden pillars that were holding up the firmament which had been placed on the water. "I warn you, Hadjar Duran," the dragon's voice thundered. "This world isn't the fruit of any delusions on your part. It's real. If you die here, your body will die in the world outside as well." The distant horizon, which seemed like it was merging with the water, suddenly became a clearly visible black stripe. "Win the right to be my disciple, Prince, or die. A weakling won't be able to get justice for himself, nor revenge for me." Accompanied by loud cries, the cracking of various weapons and rattling of armor, monsters rushed at him. They had huge fangs, were covered with fur, in a word, nightmarish. Hadjar assumed a fighting stance. "Scorched falcon!" he shouted, and the sword in his hands flared with light. He'd practiced the fire techniques poorly. Every time he'd trained and used it in secret, he'd heard an offended howl coming from the wind. It had called to him, promising to give him more power than the fire ever could. Alas, Hadjar didn't know any technique for the sword that harnessed the wind. He didn't know anything except for the fried sparrow. The enemy horde was approaching. There were so many of them that they had completely surrounded him, taking up all the available space. They were all a different height, had different physiques, wielding different weapons, but they were similar in one respect. Each of them was at the third stage of the bodily rivers. "I'd love to have some music right about now," Hadjar sighed, adjusting the strap that kept his long black hair tidy and out of the way. The unstoppable avalanche of monsters seemed to fill the world as far as the eye could see. The sky was no longer reflected in the water. It wasn't even visible because of the thousands of bloodthirsty foes. Does the host require a soundtrack? Damn, of course. If the neural network could reproduce text-based information from the database, then why not information based on sound as well? How many tracks do you have in your memory? Number of audio files, 17,200. It was so simple. In fact, a person would never forget anything either. They just couldn't use the stored information immediately. The neuronet didn't actually have a database, only access to Hadjar's memory. The monsters approached. Hadjar could hear the slaps of their legs repeatedly hitting the water and the clanging of their armor. A list of different songs from many time periods and peoples popped up before his eyes. An involuntary smile appeared on his face. Well, it'd be rather ironic. He chose the song "Fortunate Son" by Creedence Clearwater Revival. Hadjar heard this once foreign language in his head. Gods, he wasn't aware that he'd missed it so much. He swung his blazing blade and met the incoming swarm of enemies with a roar that shook the sky. Chapter 51. "Are you sure you used the potion correctly?" a quiet voice coming from the foliage said. "Yes, I'm sure," a second voice answered. "Then why is this knocked-out guy still awake?" The man pointed at Nero, who was still sitting near Hadjar's tent with his sword in his lap. He kept staring straight ahead, sometimes changing his posture and stretching his arms to stay awake. "I have no idea," the second voice snapped in response. "Could Colin have given us the wrong potion? But everyone else has fallen asleep," the first voice pointed out. "What are we going to do?" Silence. Apparently the man who'd spoken first was thinking hard. On the one hand, the tent he needed to get into was being guarded by someone. On the other, the adjutant had promised to pay them a huge sum. The gods would have been angry at him and taken his good luck away forever if he'd refused such a chance. They would be paid 12 gold coins for the life of an officer who was only at the level of the bodily rivers. For a practitioner at their level, it wasn't that easy of a task, but still doable, especially if they worked in pairs. "He's just a soldier," the first one said finally. "We'll kill him and ask Colin to pay us more." Silence again. They were probably nodding at each other in agreement. Nero had suspected something was wrong from the very moment the moans around him had subsided. It would have been normal for the carnal pleasures to come to an end in a couple of the tents at the same time, but in 100, there was clearly something wrong here. His suspicions were confirmed when 2 men came out of the darkness. Wrapped up in black cloth, they kind of looked like mummies. The visitors were silent, almost invisible. Nero saw only the white squirrels, which were reflecting the torchlight. Soon the torches went out as well, as if a strong wind had come through and extinguished the flames immediately. Night fell onto the clearing, but before that happened, Nero had managed to see an emblem on the cloth of the 2 people. Crossed axes. This meant that the members of the Axe clan had infiltrated Dogar's camp. Assassins. It had probably worked in their favor that this particular camp was so far away from the others. "You should think 3 times before taking the next step," Nero said calmly, not even getting up from his chair. "Get out of here, soldier," a voice hissed in the darkness, "or we'll take your life." The clan members weren't idiots. Nobody had promised that the slippery adjutant would pay for this soldier's life as well, and the Axes never killed for free. They took only those lives which they'd been paid to take, but in this case, they would make an exception. There was an obstacle on the path to their goal. The obstacle was stupid enough not to heed their sound advice. "The only ones who will lose their lives here are those who dare to touch this tent." Nero set his aura free. The 2 axes were struck by the power of a practitioner at the formation level. Nero had never had friends. All his life he had watched others laugh, play, go everywhere together, get into trouble, get out of it, freak out, and then discuss their adventures afterward. He had always been alone. When he grew up, he was able to brighten up the crushing emptiness of his everyday life with the help of women. He loved women. He loved their bodies, their souls. He loved them deeply and with true warmth. But he didn't have anyone to discuss his triumphs with, or even just joke around with. He had no one he could rely on in case of trouble. There was no stalwart person in his life, someone he could trust the same as he would himself. He got used to it. He convinced himself that women were all he needed to give his life meaning. But now he had a friend. He was as reliable as a rock. Nero had probably looked for a friend all his life, but he could never have imagined that he would find one in the army. That's why, even if the whole of the Axe clan came, or even one of the gods personally came down from heaven, they would all still have to fight Nero. because Nero didn't doubt that Hadjar would have done the same for him, that if Nero had been in trouble, Hadjar would have fought against the whole world. "Go away, or I'll send you to your ancestors." The axes simply unsheathed their narrow, long blades in response. Nero rose and gripped the handle of his sword with both hands. A bloodthirsty grin appeared on his face. He'd been waiting for a fight for a long time. All of Hadjar's attacks made a tongue of flame shoot out of his blade. He stood on a hill of bloody, dismembered corpses. Hundreds of butchered monsters lay under his feet. Thousands more were still climbing up to try and end his life. Their black blood had long since defiled the clear water. The phantom world gradually plunged into darkness. The small sparks of light that sometimes happened as his blade struck against armor or other weapons seemed as bright as the stars. Another enemy got close. Hadjar still didn't use the technique. He didn't send out the fired sparrow. He used only the flame itself and the fact that he was one with the sword. He chopped, sliced, slashed, and stabbed. His blade struck true, adding a new body to the growing mound of corpses, even as he broke the enemy's sickles, spears, swords, and other weapons as they attacked him. Hadjar dodged the inept spear thrust of a pig-like demon easily. With a single swing of his blade, he cut off its head and turned around, breaking 3 more enemy blades with a follow-up slash. He spun tirelessly, moving smoothly and quickly. His sword multiplied, creating illusions. Hadjar seemed like he wasn't using just one fire blade, but several of them at once. The monsters didn't stop their assault. Many of them died, but the rest continued to climb up over the bodies of their brethren. Hadjar didn't know how long he could hold out, but he knew that he would die standing on a mountain made up of thousands of his enemies' dead bodies. A bloodthirsty grin was on his face, reflecting the fiery flashes of light. A faint shadow flashed through the darkness. Nero casually swung his blade, which seemed to ignite some sparks. The dagger he'd blocked fell to the grass, and the sparks ignited the nearest torch. The 2 assassins were circling Nero like hungry dogs. But he didn't take even a step away from the tent. He clutched his sword tightly, confronting his opponents fearlessly. They struck simultaneously. They were experienced killers, accustomed to working in pairs. One of them aimed for Nero's femoral artery with his dagger, and the second one for his central vertebra. Nero was ready. With surprising ease, considering his build and weapon, he soared into the air. It was almost like what Hadjar had done during the battle with the Emerald Wolf. While in the air, he swung his blade overhead. A blue glow appeared around it. Then Nero cried out, "The giant's hand!" The sword descended sharply, and a ghostly giant hand came out of its blade. Instead of fingers, it had 5 sharp blades. It nailed one of the attackers to the ground, plunging him to the bottom of a pit that was at least a yard deep. Nero landed on his feet easily, then turned to break the enemy's dagger that had been aimed at his belly, but he heard only gurgling and wheezing. Looking around, he saw the second killer's body. He was twitching, having terrible convulsions, and clutching at something around his neck. The white kitten jumped off the dead body silently, but now she was white and scarlet. Azria's paws and mouth were stained with blood. She hissed in the direction of the enemy she'd defeated and sat down next to Nero. She looked at him, meowed, and extended her paw. "Oh no," Nero grunted, dropping back into his chair. "I'm not Hadjar, and I won't coddle you. You stained your paws, so you'll wash them yourself." Azria mewed indignantly and began to rub her paws on the grass. Nero sighed wearily. He hoped that there would be no more killers coming for Hadjar tonight. However, these assassins hadn't been a real threat, only being at the 3rd stage of the rivers. Apparently, Colin hadn't sent them to kill Hadjar. He just wanted to make his enemy a nervous wreck before the fight. Nero had spent a quarter of his power to execute his technique. "Hurry up, my friend," he said, seemingly addressing the tent, and began to clean and sharpen his sword. The mound of bodies had doubled in size by now, but the enemies kept coming. Hadjar was bruised from head to toe. He was breathing heavily and could barely see anything. His vision was covered with a purple shroud, and his legs kept slipping on his own and the monster's blood. He lowered the flaming sword. He didn't know how much longer he could hold out. How many swings could he manage? 5? 6? Obviously no more than 10. But there were still lots of monsters left, far more than he could handle. It had been foolish to think that he could complete the Heaven Soldier's test while still being a practitioner at the bodily rivers level. Another pig demon climbed the mountain. Hadjar could barely muster the energy to swing his blade and cut off the monster's head. When it came off, Hadjar snarled in pain and anger. His back felt like it had been burned with a branding iron. He could only turn around to see a giggling pig shoving a spear into his side. With an animal roar, Hadjar grabbed the spear, and at the same time felt more burning pain. Another monster had landed a hit with its spear, then another one, followed by one more spear, then a second one. Hadjar stood there, with 5 spears sticking out of him, and dozens of demons already climbing up the hill manically, thirsting for his blood. "I'm not going out alone," Hadjar growled. There wasn't even a shadow of doubt or fear in his gaze, only inflexible determination and will. "The Scorched Falcon!" he shouted. With a loud "ha!" a bird the size of a sparrow shot out of his blade, but it was bright and hot enough to scorch the battlefield. It devastated a whole section of the sea of demons. But it was only a small part, which was immediately filled in by the oncoming horde. Hadjar stood ramrod straight, clutching his sword. As the enemy blades struck him, he was no longer breathing. He died on his feet. "Frankly, I'm surprised." Hadjar opened his eyes and sat down abruptly. He didn't feel any pain. He wasn't dead. He was still in the center of the magnificent palace. Traves was standing in front of him. "Have I failed?" "Why would you think that?" Traves looked at him differently now, with respect. "That test wasn't meant to check your strength. The demons would have never stopped. It's just like fighting against a waterfall. You can't beat it, only overpower it for a moment, but no more." "Then what was the point? You said I would die if I lost." "And you haven't lost," the dragon shrugged, exactly as a human would. "Do you know what the most important thing for a cultivator is?" He pointed at his heart. "This." Then he raised his hand, pointing at his head. "And this." He turned to the column that had the image of the horde of monsters on it. Hadjar could now discern that the figure depicted on it was actually him. He was the one standing on the hill of bodies. "If you had retreated, begged for mercy, tried to escape, I would have known that your spirit is weak, that you aren't worthy of my heart. Then I would have let you die. But you didn't give up, didn't retreat. Even when you died, you did it on your feet, without releasing your sword. Your heart is strong, and that is the most important thing. Everything else, your body, techniques, knowledge, can be learned and refined, but the heart is almost impossible to strengthen. Either a person has it, or they don't." Traves waved his hand, and dozens of shelves, each holding a variety of scrolls, appeared in the hall. "These are all my techniques. There are exactly 600 of them here." "And," Hadjar prompted him, "you passed the test, so I'll let you choose any 2 scrolls you want to use. Considering that you have to take the scroll for the Path Among Clouds meditation technique, you can only have 1 more." "I feel like this is a trap." Hadjar rose to his feet and shook himself off, even though he looked very fresh and unharmed. "You'll see me 3 more times. If you pass the test each time, I'll give you 3 more of my techniques." "Only 5 out of 600? How should I choose? I'll need to spend at least a week reading the descriptions, and a week more choosing." "The knowledge of what is in here will be with you at all times," the dragon answered, turning away from Hadjar. He went to the shelves and took out 1 scroll. "Today you can pick up the Path Among Clouds, and to help you with your choice, I'll give you what I think will best suit you. This isn't my best technique. I have never been strong with a sword, but a true cultivator should know a little about everything, and so, while meditating over the path of the sword in the mountains of eternal wind, I got this." He held out a scroll titled "The Sword of the Light Breeze." "It's too pathetic," Hadjar muttered, but still took the scroll with a low bow. Despite his grumbling, he was happy. After passing the dragon's test, he was now 1 step closer to his goal. He'd get the chance to become a little stronger. "The sky level!" Hadjar cried out in astonishment. "Yeah. The techniques at the sky level will be useful to you until you become a spirit knight." "Thanks." Hadjar bowed even lower. The palace began to flicker and disappear slowly. Hadjar was waking up, but before awakening, he heard a distant voice. "I fell for the trap you found me in, because all my life I'd relied on someone else's power, Prince. Think about that." The voice disappeared. Hadjar opened his eyes. It was still nighttime, which meant he had enough time to learn the techniques he'd obtained. Hadjar assumed the lotus position and continued his meditation. The night would be long, and in the morning, before plunging into his inner world, he remembered dear Aina. Soon she would rest in peace. He would make sure she finally got her long-awaited justice. Chapter 52. That morning, 2 million soldiers gathered in the wastelands near the camp. They hadn't come to see the duel between the officer and the adjutant. No, this sea of red standards, banners, shields, spears, and helmets was preparing for a march. The cavalry columns were at the front. The archers were located in the center of the formation. Behind them was the light infantry, and the wagons were at the back of the procession. They stood in absolute silence. Only the wind, ruffling the fabric of their banners, made any noise. They were waiting for General Lean's orders. She stood in the center of this ocean of soldiers. The soldiers had formed a circle which was big enough for 2 practitioners to fight in without harming anyone else. Dogar was also there, dressed in his leather armor, and with a crumpled steel helmet on his head. He looked even fiercer than usual. All the senior commanders had gathered there as well. They were curious about whether Hadjar would be able to actually follow through with what he'd said he would do to Colin back at the War Council. Next to them, Nero stood, holding the sleeping white kitten. Wearing heavy armor and with a massive sword attached to his belt, he watched an inconspicuous old man. Who lets him enter the camp? But apparently the personal servant of the general of the Springtown garrison had his ways. The old man in black clothes kept his eyes on the improvised arena. Sometimes he would look over at Colin proudly. The adjutant, who was also wearing armor, was warming up with the blade. He made rapid attacks, cutting through the air furiously, all the while moving on the sand more easily than a swan through the water. His feet didn't even leave marks on the sand, just kicked up dust into the air. "He's late," Dogar said, watching the shadow of a spear stuck in the ground. The duel had been scheduled for noon. However, a quarter of an hour had already gone by past the designated time. "He'll come," Nero replied confidently, continuing to stroke the white kitten. No doubt about it. But Hadjar didn't come to the parade ground even after they all waited another 10 minutes. "Where is the bastard?" Colin laughed, continuing to swing his blade gracefully. His sword tip intercepted a sunbeam that had penetrated through the clouds and caught the reflection of a figure descending from a hill. "I told you," Nero smiled. Holding a sheath that had been fastened with a rope to his belt, Hadjar walked calmly, as if he were out taking a stroll rather than approaching a mortal enemy. He passed through the ranks of the army as easily as an arrow through a sheet of paper. The soldiers parted in front of him, doing it without any conscious thought. Something in this new Hadjar made them do so, something in his walk, in his gaze, something annoying, something bestial. They felt like dogs that had seen a wolf. They were afraid of it, wary of it. Hadjar wasn't a wolf. He walked on 2 legs and wore clothes, albeit torn and frayed ones. And yet, when someone gazed at this handsome young man, a disquieting feeling would arise in their soul, an annoying desire to check the condition of their weapon, armor, and then run away. "You're late, Officer Hadjar," the general said in a stern tone. "Please forgive me, my general," Hadjar bowed. "I was wrong about the time it would take me to break through to the formation stage." The general tilted her head to the side. The wind ruffled her golden hair, which had been tightened into a bun. She held a very inelegant, absolutely masculine helmet in her hands. Hadjar didn't doubt that, even while wearing it, she would still be enchantingly beautiful. "It's impossible for a mere village bumpkin to completely overcome all the stages of the bodily rivers in just a month," Colin snorted. "These are just the pathetic excuses of a farm boy. Don't listen to him, General." Hadjar's aura, which had suddenly been unleashed, didn't allow the aide to finish his mocking diatribe. Circles, similar to ones formed when a stone is thrown into calm waters, spread across the sand around his feet. The wind was turning into a whirlwind, and it seemed like the air had gotten a bit heavy. The soldiers standing nearby that had a lower level of cultivation began to breathe harder. "Excellent, Officer Hadjar," the general nodded. "And yet, that does not give you the right to violate the rules of the duel." "I beg your pardon, my general," Hadjar repeated. Lean thought for a second. "According to the rules of the duel, you'll fight until one of you surrenders or until one of you is seriously injured. The adjutant may attack 3 times without Hadjar retaliating. That is the punishment for your lateness, Officer Hadjar." 3 attacks, Colin chuckled mockingly. "1 is enough. But, my general, may I say something before we begin?" Lean just waved her hand, and Colin continued. Every time I see this officer, he's disrespecting the royal army and the nobles. This behavior is unacceptable. He is nothing more than a weed stealing the sun, destined to go to more deserving flowers. Such behavior, no, such weeds, must be eradicated immediately." "What do you mean, Adjutant?" Lean asked, adjusting her creaking saddle. Her horse snorted and wagged its tail, chasing away the bugs that had been attracted to its heat and sweat. "I'm asking you to let us fight to the death," Colin said, looking like a triumphant and glorious warlord. He straightened his back and lifted his chin toward the sky, frozen in the pose of a man who had just defeated an army of demons. "Have you gone insane, Colin?" Dogar shouted. The old man in black immediately became furious. "How dare you call the young master something so demeaning, you worm?" Nobody paid any attention to him. "Commander," Hadjar bowed to his senior officer, "let me accept this challenge." The general turned to the most devoted of her commanders. Dogar had never let her down, so she completely trusted him. Perhaps that was the reason why Lean had sent the guy whom she considered to be promising to the bears' camp, and maybe her instincts had been right. Someone of her rank had to make the decision regarding whether to allow a duel to the death, according to the military laws. So, Lean had to decide what to do here. She would most likely not be in any danger from Colin's father, whatever she decided. She wasn't the owner of a brothel, after all. The whole town knew that Larvy's family had burned Innocent Meadow down. People said that the fire happened because the hostess had had some information concerning the patriarch of the family, the general, but that was just a rumor. No one knew what had really happened. "Hadjar, are you sure?" "Yes, Commander." Dogar looked into the eyes of his assistant. As usual, he saw nothing but immense willpower and an unshakable determination within them. "You have my permission." Hadjar nodded gratefully and turned to face his opponent. "General," Colin turned to Lean once again. "You have my permission." The general nodded without hesitation. The smile on the adjutant's face was almost painfully wide. He took his favorite stance, reminiscent of a scorpion with its stinger raised above its head before it attacked. Wearing his high-quality armor and steel boots, he looked much more impressive than his counterpart. The east wind was blowing through Hadjar's clothes. Torn and old, they inspired nothing but skepticism and a bit of pity. "Seconds," the general commanded. The old man walked up to Colin. He whispered something to his young master and took the army medallion from him. It was impossible to wear the medallions during a duel. The army had to be consolidated and indestructible, not torn apart by internal conflicts. That was the reason why officers could fight in duels as ordinary people, but not as soldiers. The laws were quite contradictory. "You were late on purpose, right?" Nero asked as he approached Hadjar. "I did it so it would be easier to provoke him into a fight on my terms. To the death. He is not walking away from this." Hadjar stroked the yawning Azria. It was hard for him to believe in his friend's story. This cute, fluffy, warm lump the size of his palm surely hadn't torn a practitioner apart, even if he had only been at the 7th stage of the bodily rivers. However, the offspring of a tiger could never be just a normal kitten. Hadjar should not have forgotten what fate had placed under his care. "What did Colin do to you?" "He killed a good friend of mine." Hadjar removed the medallion from his neck. She'd been so kind, naive and trusting. Fatally so. A girl. Nero's entire countenance darkened. He had a thing about females being harmed. He raped her in front of her mother, slit her throat, and then burned her while she was dying, Hadjar finished explaining. Nero didn't say anything else. He only moved to his designated place, looking very gloomy. He clutched the military locket with such force that his fist turned white. "Are you ready to die, loser?" Colin laughed, circling his opponent. Hadjar did not reply. He only looked up at the boundless blue sky. Was she looking at him right now? Were Senta and Aina waiting for their justice? Were they there at all, among the clouds in the azure sky? Hadjar wanted to believe that they were. He unsheathed his blade. "Begin," the general ordered. Chapter 53. Colin didn't even intend to lunge forward. He let loose so the people around him could feel his power. It was the power of a practitioner of the transformation stage of mortal form. The force of it was enough not only to create waves in the sand, but also to scatter it as well, exposing the ground and rocks beneath. Some of the weaker soldiers staggered back. Many of them clutched their blades and began to desperately gasp for air. Hadjar met the wave of wind and sand with the calm of a mountain before the storm. It didn't even reach his body, as it flew in different directions, dispersing once it met the barrier that was the power of the commanders. Colin wasn't embarrassed at all. He'd have been very disappointed if the jerk he was going to humiliate had died from just being exposed to his power. No, he would kill him slowly. He would demonstrate all his skill so that next time no one would dare to get in his way. And then they would have a second general in their family. Father would be pleased, and Colin would finally get revenge on Lean for all the years of humiliation. She would scream and moan when he did everything he had dreamed of for so long. Colin rushed in swiftly. His level allowed him to move at the speed of a young cheetah. He had been standing 10 yards away from Hadjar only a moment ago, and then he was suddenly within range, using his blade to attack him. Shrouded in black light, the sword turned into a scorpion sting for a second. It was not as ghostly and ephemeral as last time. This time it was clearly visible and could almost be felt. And yet Hadjar tried not to block it, but to dodge it. He moved his left shoulder to the side, avoiding the sword point, but it had been stupid to expect that he would be able to fully evade the strike of a practitioner at the transformation level's mortal form. It seemed like the sword hadn't touched Hadjar, but then he felt a scorpion sting penetrating his chest. The strike was so strong that Hadjar was thrown into the air, flipped over several times, and then hit the shields of the soldiers standing around the fight. He rolled on the sand after bouncing off their shields. Colin, defiantly, moved the blade to his side and stopped, waiting for his enemy to recover. Hadjar was slowly getting back to his feet. For some reason, he remembered the lessons of Southwind. "Everyone fights in this world, my prince. The fisherman fights the fish and the ocean. A blacksmith fights the fire and iron. The farmer fights the weather and the earth. But only the adepts fight their own destinies." Hadjar stood up. "You forgot to take out your sword, peasant," Colin chuckled. He didn't even think about defending himself. Anyone observing would be able to see so many mistakes in his stance that even a young man with a kitchen knife in his hand could have fought him. Hadjar took hold of his sword, but did not even untie the ribbons from the crossguard, leaving it sheathed. "Are you afraid of cutting yourself, yokel?" Colin rushed in to resume the attack. The ghostly sting became even clearer and even manifested away from the blade this time. Now it was flying ahead of it, at a distance of a few palms. Hadjar saw all of it and realized what was going on, but for most of the other people observing the scene, what happened next consisted of only a few fragments of obscure images. At first there was Colin, looking like a bolt of black steel lightning, and then Hadjar swung the blade, hidden in his scabbard. The spectators made a slight noise for a second, then Colin slammed into the shields. "What the?" The adjutant was spitting up blood. He'd managed to spot a ghostly blue light and nothing more. It looked as if Hadjar had used his oneness with the sword, but had added something new to it, something relating to the wind that was now blowing across the sand. But Colin's servant and the others were much more concerned about the fact that Hadjar still hadn't taken out his blade. "I'll kill you, freak!" Colin cried out. His eyes were crazy. A ring of black flames swirled around his legs. The scorpion sting descended from the tip of the blade across the hilt and flicked against the adjutant's hands. This time his lunge was faster than the previous one. Only a shadow flashed across the sand, and then there was a burst of fire as Colin pressed his enemy back. Hadjar could only defend himself with quick strikes, each time moving a few steps back. It looked as if a dog had angered a bull, and the bull had moved to crush the dog like a simple bug. At that moment, the spectators considered Dogar's assistant dead and buried. They still thought so, even after Hadjar, having found an opening in Colin's relentless barrage of attacks, was able to move his body to the side and lightly chop Colin's knee with the scabbard. Colin was about to fall down, his pace slowed, and Hadjar, forgetting that he was a swordsman, punched the adjutant in the face. Colin stepped aside and unbelievingly spat out blood and a piece of his now broken tooth. How could this peasant worm of the formation stage hurt his body at the transformation stage? Had this worthless yokel found a mystical artifact in the woods? Well, then it would be a trophy for Colin, an added reward for his victory. The adjutant assumed a new stance. His sword was in front of him, and his feet were spread shoulder-width apart. He still resembled a scorpion, but now he mostly looked like a swordsman. Due to this, Hadjar realized that his opponent knew many stances of this technique. His level allowed him to use more sophisticated techniques as well. "Scorpion's venom!" the adjutant shouted as he swung his sword. This time it was Colin, not Hadjar, who sent out the illusion of a strike. It was not a slash, but a stinging thrust. Its black flame changed to green. At first, Hadjar had wanted to block it, but a sense of danger howled like a siren in his mind, and he dodged aside as swiftly as he could. As he was rolling away, he managed to spot the flames as they hit the shields of the soldiers and began to eat away holes in them. The warriors panicked, but they calmed down when General Lean waved her hand to extinguish the poisonous fire. But her power didn't affect the rags which had been serving as boots for Hadjar and were currently covered in green fire. Azria meowed loudly, but didn't wake up. Demonstrating a high degree of self-control, Hadjar took a handful of sand, imbued it with his force, and threw it into the flame. One of his legs had been burnt so badly that green blood vessels and veins had appeared on it. The shoe from his wounded leg fell to the sand. Hadjar put the other one next to it. Barefoot and dressed in cheap clothes, Hadjar stood in front of Colin, who was wearing armor that was light but still offered great protection. "Draw your sword," the adjutant growled. Instead of answering, Hadjar attacked first. His movements were slower than Colin's, however. They were not only smoother, but also more correct. Where Colin had to make 2 steps, Hadjar made do with 1. Where Colin invested too much power in every attack, Hadjar only used as much as he needed to. His prowess was made evident with every swing of his sword and scabbard, and despite the fact that the blade enveloped in green flames could easily overpower his strikes, the audience saw who the real swordsman was. The approving whispers irritated Colin. He'd imagined this fight going differently. How is this bug still fighting me? Why wasn't it defeated after the first strike? This isn't how things were supposed to go. He was Colin Larvey, the son of General Larvey. The whole world was his to do with as he pleased. He was a king. He was a swordsman. The adjutant growled. He fought off another one of Hadjar's strikes and pushed him in the chest to create some distance between them. He turned around sharply and swung his blade in a wide arc, sending out 3 green stingers. 2 of the stingers plunged into the sand, and the third one was stuck in Hadjar's chest. The audience held their breath. Nero sniffed nervously. Dogar closed his eyes, but nothing happened. There was no blood, no pained groans, and no smell of burning flesh. Hadjar, even after taking a dozen steps back, was still upright. His injured leg seemed to be bothering him a bit, and the cuts on his hands and shoulders were bleeding. Otherwise, he seemed to be unharmed. He held his sword in front of his chest. It wasn't shining or glowing, but its blade had protected Hadjar from the stinger. Hadjar waved his hand, and the green petals of flame fell to the sand with a hiss. His scabbard fell to the sand as well, almost inaudibly. Suddenly, the banners and tents started to flutter in the wind. This new wind was blowing through the general's hair, and the spectators had to hold on to their coats, which seemed like they'd come alive. The first stance. The wind rises, Hadjar said, and his blade pierced through the space between him and his foe. Host is using an offensive energy structure. The power level is 2.1 energy points. Chapter 54. There were 7 stances in Trave's Sword of the Light Breeze technique. The first of them, the rising wind, demanded that Hadjar apply all he knew about the sword and all the skills that he had picked up over the years. It was their quintessence, and demanded only his honing of the skills that he already had available to him. The second stance was so mystical, ephemeral, and fickle that Hadjar couldn't even understand its foundations. He'd managed to improve his skill with the first stance over the course of last night, and he could now use it twice. He had neither the strength nor the energy to use it more than 2 times. Despite the fact that his ability to use the first stance had grown and changed for the better, it was still insufficient for anything more than that. After Hadjar swung his blade, a vortex rushed toward Colin. If a simple swordsman who had been lucky enough to learn Trave's technique had used it, the vortex would have remained as just a razor-sharp wind. The adjutant had to protect himself not only from the wind, which was able to cut through stone, but also from the ghostly blades hidden within it. The audience witnessed something incredible. A practitioner at the formation level was making a man who stood a whole level above him fall back and desperately scramble to protect himself. It was as if Hadjar was a hero from the old legends and not an ordinary officer. Colin, even if he had been thrown 5 steps back, was still able to dispel the technique he'd been struck by. His face was covered in bleeding cuts, his hands were a scarlet mess, and his whole body had been badly wounded. He shouted something, but Hadjar didn't pay it any mind. He rushed in once again. He could probably avoid the green sting, but Hadjar wasn't sure that he would be able to repel it a second time, which meant the fight needed to end. Besides, Hadjar had only 1 minute of energy left, if not less. Colin most likely had enough to keep fighting for much longer than that. Hadjar slashed at Colin's wrist. Colin blocked, and the sound rang out as he deflected the blade, almost making Hadjar drop it. Using the inertia of the block, Hadjar whirled like a dervish and crouched down, going for Colin's feet. Colin jumped into the air and launched a scorpion sting from above. It was immediately bisected by a ghostly strike that was now a little more distinct than it had been before. Their fight resembled a chess game. Each strike was met with a strike in turn. Every move was countered. Sparks flew as the blades crashed against each other dozens of times within the span of a few seconds. The bodies of both fighters were covered in wounds, and the splashes of blood glittered like rubies as they filled the air. Sometimes the fragments of their techniques and the sheer force of their sword strikes would ripple out. They tore into the banners and even struck the soldiers' shields. Hadjar went for the throat, and then, the very next moment, he was forced to dodge a strike aimed at his stomach. Colin tried to hook Hadjar's shoulder, but was forced to scramble back to avoid the slash that had been aimed at his face. They were fencing at the speed of a mongoose chasing a snake. Their blades fluttered gracefully, but with a lethal swiftness. They moved smoothly, but with deadly and cold brutality behind every action. Many of the ordinary soldiers did not dare to even blink, lest they miss a single moment of the fight. Thanks to this amazing duel, they would be able to learn something new and get inspired, maybe even move forward to the next stage of their cultivation. Still, Colin kept pressing Hadjar. Hadjar slammed into the soldiers' shields after each new collision, with each new spark or drop of blood. The adjutant felt the excitement and the fire of self-confidence flare up inside him. He had long since forgotten that he was fighting a peasant at the transformation level. On the contrary, he was facing an opponent that he had to defeat in order to become stronger and survive. He wasted a little more energy with each new strike. He became more and more entangled in Hadjar's web of careful deceit every time he felt that his enemy was weakening, with each new movement that was just a bit more wasteful than the previous one had been. And when Colin finally made a mistake, Hadjar took a low stance once again. His palm lay over the blade, and his legs were slightly bent at the knees. He looked like a bird, getting ready to swoop down on its hapless prey. Rising wind! A whirlwind of swords overwhelmed Colin as he was about to attack. The whirlwind lifted Colin, who was unable to defend himself, into the air, spun him around, and then threw him to the ground. Colin suddenly found himself in a position that was much worse than his opponent's. He was bloodied and wounded. Hadjar was breathing heavily and limping on his burned leg, wiping blood and sweat off his face. Colin had been beaten black and blue. This time, Hadjar's strikes had damaged him severely. Filthy peasant, Colin whispered, suddenly remembering who his enemy was. Damn you, bastard! You're nothing but the son of slaves! How dare you? How dare you even breathe in my presence? Young master, the old servant whispered. What are you doing, young master? Colin took something out of his pocket, something red, glowing, about the size of a nut. "Stop, adjutant!" the general cried out suddenly, but it was too late. Colin roared, but the tone of it was strange. His body throbbed with agony as he screamed and his veins reddened. It was like he was getting bigger. His armor creaked under the pressure of his swelling muscles. The handle of his sword cracked under the force of the black claws that were replacing the previously normal nails. "No, young master." The old man put his hands over his mouth, horrified. "Spear!" The general held out her hand, but Colin was turning into a red-skinned, inhuman creature. It happened surprisingly fast, and was seemingly a simple process. There was a bang, and a small pit formed where he was standing. Colin rose up, roared, opened his maw, and started to attack Hadjar from above. The strike looked like it could destroy the city wall, let alone some old clothing and flesh. Hadjar managed to block the strike with his blade, and felt as if a truck had run him over. Colin's hit forced all the air out of his lungs and tossed Hadjar a good 10 yards into the air. A new bang was heard, and the red creature, which had been Colin until recently, was once more next to Hadjar. It was hard to say whether they were falling or flying. The only obvious thing was that the blade, held by a clawed paw, was coming down toward Hadjar. Hadjar didn't have any time to react. He wouldn't have been able to block it anyway, but he didn't even see the strike as it landed. Hadjar could only look at a sparrow flying through the air. The sparrow was small, defenseless, but proud and fast. It mocked the ground every time it flapped its wings. It was conquering heaven with every second it remained in the sky. "Everyone fights in this world, my prince," his mentor's voice sounded in his head. "The fisherman fights the fish and the ocean. A blacksmith fights the fire and iron. The farmer fights the weather and earth. But only the adepts fight their own destinies." Time slowed down. Hadjar suddenly understood what had been eluding him all this time. While fighting the enemy, he'd forgotten the most important thing. His feet still tread along the ground, fighting its power. His blade cut through the air, trying to overcome its resistance. The steel in his hands warmed with each strike. His blood covered the grass. He'd been fighting the enemy while somehow forgetting about the outside world. It had struggled against him, too, since the day of his birth, from his very first breath. The crying newborn was rushing to make a long jump toward the grave, a jump filled with endless struggle. But why? Why did his sword fight against the whole world when he had only one enemy? Why couldn't he direct the world to his advantage? What was stopping him? The answer was a little sparrow, piercing through an inaccessible sky. Nothing. The general, after getting her spear, did not rush in to intervene. All the soldiers, looking up at where the fight was still raging, couldn't believe their eyes. The creature's sword fell toward Hadjar's head, and he seemed to have changed a little. It was as if his blade had merged with the wind, parrying the strike easily. Although parrying wasn't quite the right word, he'd flung the creature aside as easily as a lion kicking away a naughty kitten. The creature fell from the sky with a roar, and when it got out of the ravine it had made upon impact, it saw Hadjar waiting for it, his back straight. He seemed to have merged with the outside world. He wasn't fighting it anymore. Instead, he was cooperating with it. "One with the world," the audience whispered. "He became one with the world during a battle. Is he a genius? No. He's a monster." Well, they were somewhat wrong. Hadjar still hadn't reached the level of one with the world, but he was close to it, as close as he'd ever been. But even this amount of progress was enough for his strike, which had previously only had a range of 5 steps, to now be able to reach as far as 17 steps. The attack, launched from his blade, was no longer ghostly or shimmering. It was a transparent strike of the sword, clearly visible even to a mere mortal. Hadjar's attack, which was 10 feet long and 10 inches wide, easily split Colin's blade. The creature howled when Hadjar's strike also tore through the thick red crust that had replaced its skin. A blue light flashed, and a pale, emaciated, and even aged Colin lay on the ground. He prostrated himself and began muttering something, miserable and broken. All he could do was endlessly repeat, "Have mercy, have mercy." Hadjar hobbled in his direction with the relentlessness of a servant of the god of death. He was leaning on his sword, blood had covered his eyes, but he kept walking forward, getting closer to his goal, to Aina's peace. He finally reached the adjutant. He stood above him and raised his sword above his head. "Stop!" a voice thundered. Almost the whole army turned toward the thundering cry. A tall man with a scarred face and an inhumanly cruel and ferocious look stood on a hill, wearing crimson, almost bloody armor. "Sir," the old servant fell to his knees. "Do you know who you're fighting, peasant?" General Larvae bellowed. "He is my son! Stop, or you will suffer such a terrible fate that children will be scared by the tale of it for 1,000 years. "Do I know who I'm fighting?" Hadjar spoke through busted, bleeding lips. "A coward, a rapist, a killer." His sword whizzed through the air. As his head rolled away, Colin didn't have time to say one last, "Have mercy." The general on the hill growled like a wounded beast and picked up his war hammer. Hadjar didn't see anything else. He collapsed, falling asleep as blissfully and calmly as he had in the palace all those years ago. His heart had finally calmed a bit. At least he'd managed to get justice for someone. Now Aina could finally rest peacefully. Chapter 55. He was having an amazing dream. He was dressed in fine silk clothes and sitting in his room in the innocent meadow. A pipe full of fragrant tobacco lay on a small table in front of him. Water was boiling in a pot somewhere nearby, spreading a sweet tea aroma around the room. A girl with multicolored eyes and hair that had been kissed by fire was sitting in front of him and smiling. "Play some more," she requested, looking at him fondly. "As you say," and Hadjar played his best song for his best friend. He played like he had never played before and would never play again. He played only for her, for the girl he hadn't loved because he couldn't love. For a girl he would never get to love, because she was already dead. "You're a liar, Hadjar," Aina spoke at last. "Why?" "You once said you would never turn into a handsome man, that you would always be a monster." They were sitting so close together that he could feel her breath on his face. Turn into a handsome man? The young man raised a hand before his face. It was no longer covered in ulcers, scabs, and warts. No, it was normal, tanned skin, maybe just slightly rough on the palms. What? Hadjar couldn't understand what had happened to him until fragments of obscure memories began to emerge in his mind. Cave, dragon, army, adjutant. "Aina," Hadjar said. "I'll miss you, Hadjar," the girl smiled, tears rolling down her cheeks. "Aina." He tried to grab her hand, but his fingers caught only elusive fog. The room melted away, and the entire scene disappeared. Hadjar fell into the void. He shouted, trying to grab onto anything he could, but only ended up falling faster into the dark abyss. Suddenly, bright, white light flooded in, illuminating everything around him, and he heard, "Thank you, Hadjar. Thank you, and goodbye." Hey, calm down, I said. Strong hands pressed Hadjar's head into a pillow. It's me, Hadj. It's Nero. Everything's okay. It's all right, buddy. Hadjar opened his eyes. The sun's rays made their way through the cracks of the boards that served as the ceiling. The creaking of heavy wheels, the neighing of horses, and the clanging of metal. Those were all the sounds he could hear. Well, Nero's voice was another sound, but Hadjar had already gotten used to it. The room Hadjar was in swayed from side to side. Some ropes hung on the walls, all the way down to the floor, and the bed had been built out of bales of hay. The wounded prince had been placed on it and covered with a patchy blanket. That was a good sign. "What happened with the general?" Hadjar croaked out. His throat felt like a desert. He coughed and gratefully took a bowl of fragrant, apparently healing liquid from Nero and greedily sipped from it, but that only made things worse. The desert had been replaced by the pain of a blacksmith's hammer striking his throat repeatedly. He only quenched his thirst on the third attempt, with Nero's help. He held both the bowl and his friend's head up, letting Hadjar drink properly. "What general?" "General Larvae," Hadjar said. "Or have we already been captured and are currently being dragged to his dungeons?" Nero grinned and moved the always sleeping Azria from a bale over to Hadjar's chest. The kitten stretched, yawned, meowed, and then curled into a tight ball. "She's so warm." "No, buddy, we're marching, moving toward the border fort." Well, yes, that makes sense. This explained both the sounds and the cart, which was serving as Hadjar's refuge. Judging by the flashing lights alone, the cart was moving at the speed of a train, if not faster. Honestly, there's no other way for the army to travel so far. The common soldiers probably have it especially hard. They have to not just march, but run. Each world has its own quirks, I suppose. And this Larvae, Nero was clearly finding it unpleasant to remember the general of Springtown. You should have seen how furious he'd been. He was out of his mind with how badly he wanted to end your life. He decided to kill you on the spot, and you were so injured that if it hadn't been for the healers, you'd be dead. Thank you. No need to thank me, Nero coughed bashfully. Well, he charged at you, and then General Lean appeared with her spear. I swear to you, if I had ever thought of choosing a wife, it would have been Lean. But being limited to just one woman isn't for me. The ladies' man known all over the prefecture agreed. She stood in front of him, solid as stone, and shouted to the army, "Get ready." 2 million soldiers hit their shields with their swords all at once. The bang was as loud as if the universe were crashing down. I'd never heard or seen anything like it. Hadjar imagined it, and regretted that he had lost consciousness too early. Well, Larvae raged and promised terrible retribution, hinted at Axe Clan assassins and so on, but the general just ordered the army to prepare for action. And the bang of swords on shields rang out again, and people began to line up in attack formation. I'd never thought such a fragile girl could give orders so loudly. It's probably some kind of technique that lets her be heard across the whole battlefield. Well, maybe, but I was almost deafened by it. It was an interesting thing to consider. How was the communication between different divisions in the army carried out? Hadjar wasn't particularly well-versed in medieval technology, and it was unlikely that they used the sort of tech his world had used. After all, they had some kind of magic at their disposal here. He finally went away, cursing, However, he was allowed to carry the body of his son with him. He carried Colin's head away, and the old servant carried the rest of the carcass. Despite the fact that the scene Nero had just described was somewhat sentimental, Hadjar did not feel any remorse. They'd all deserved their fate. The question was whether karma had carried out its will using Hadjar's hand, or had Hadjar carried out the karma on his own, and was there a difference between the former and the latter? It was a foolish thought, but something made it very important to Hadjar. "Why were you yelling like that?" Nero sat down on a nearby bale. He took an apple from his pocket, cleaned it on his pants, and took a bite, licking the greenish juice from it. "I'd imagined how I would have to listen to your chewing all the way to the camp, and cried." They looked at each other and laughed. Hadjar felt like the laughter was hurting him. His whole body ached. Azria, after waking up, snorted, clearly dissatisfied, and got under the blanket to be closer to Hadjar. Sticking out only her face, she curled up once again and fell asleep peacefully. "If only I could do that," Nero sighed. "Just sleep the whole day away with somebody at my side, warming me up." "I knew it," Hadjar exclaimed. "You still have feelings for me." "Go to, Sir Officer. Go in a well-known direction. You'd better tell me how it was to make up for being so cruel." "What are you talking about?" Hadjar didn't take the hint. "Well," Nero waved his hand somewhat vaguely, "how was it being one with the world? There are fewer than 1,000 soldiers in the army with such abilities, and all of them belong to the elite. They're way out of our reach." Oh, right. The level that he'd demonstrated through the enlightenment he'd gained really had resembled one with the world, but it only resembled it. Uncountable hours of training, endless sparring, battles with monsters, and other adventures had been enough to simulate it in a moment insight, but nothing more. Hadjar felt that he had still not reached the second stage of sword mastery, but still he was already close to it. He explained this to his friend. "Really? What a pity. You really looked as impressive as a master at some of the tournaments in the Empire. They can do such unbelievable things." Nero never took a bite of the apple. He blinked a couple of times and smiled. "My father took me with him once, when he went on business with the merchant fleet. It was the thrill of a lifetime for me." The Empire. "What's it like?" Hadjar asked. "How do I even begin to answer you? I can't describe it in 2 words. We've got a whole week." 4 days, Nero corrected. "You've been sleeping here for 3 days, and I'm mentally exhausted, you know. I can't run with my fellow soldiers because I'm lying in a damned cart with a friend. I also had to endure the humiliation when Officer Dogar sent me here." The joker and womanizer managed to utter all of this in a pathetic, miserable tone of voice. "Tell me about the Empire and its tournaments already." "Well, okay, listen up." Nero made himself comfortable. "Everyone is obsessed with their cultivation in the Empire. So are we. If you're going to interrupt me, you may as well tell the story yourself." "Excuse me." "Now, they are so fanatical about it that the parents try to send their 5-year-old children somewhere depending on their abilities and income. Usually, children are sent to the sects or to the academy. People who aren't relatives won't be accepted into the clans, except maybe as servants, but no one wants such a fate for their child. Tournaments are often organized there, something like competitions between different art schools, let's say. The winners get the honor, praise, and various prizes, sometimes even a personal apprenticeship from some famous master. and the winners' organizations become well known and have a great influx of new students. What did I say about interrupting me? Hadjar only muttered something inaudible in response. I was at a local tournament in a border town, but the performance was amazing, especially in the final match, where two girls faced off. One was from the Moonlight clan, and another was from the military academy. I can't forget their breasts and thighs. You can't even imagine how supple they were. Well, also, both were already at the stage of transformation of mortal form at 15. Hadjar was so astonished that he almost choked on air. 15? Yeah, Nero nodded a little sadly. It's no wonder they consider us to be savages. And this was only a local tournament. There is also the main one. It's held every 20 years. It's called the Tournament of 13 Branches. Even the Imperial Palace takes part in it. It's something akin to an unofficial 14th branch. And every year the top 10 contenders at this tournament are given prizes so valuable that by selling one of them you could buy our entire kingdom, and you'd still have enough money left to purchase a neighboring kingdom as well. And what is their level? I don't know much regarding their levels, but last time a guy won. He was 18 years old and was at the initial stage of the Spirit Knight. Now Hadjar really was choking on air. I had the same reaction, Nero nodded. Humans don't live there, man. Only monsters. Was Hadjar really going to seek out such monsters? He wasn't just an ordinary practitioner when compared to them. He was an untalented pig. How huge this world is, Hadjar sighed. You're right about that, my friend. They rode on in absolute silence until nightfall. The creaking of the wheels and the planks, as well as the clanging of metal, were the only sounds that accompanied the march of the huge army. A war was coming. Chapter 56. Hadjar was able to get back on his feet, but it took 2 more days. All that time, Azria and Nero were with him in the wagon. It seemed like the latter had decided to compensate for the fact that the kitten was always sleeping. When Azria had been driven away from her bale, she, scratching herself, angrily climbed up to Hadjar's hair and fell asleep there. Hadjar didn't want to try and take the kitten off his head, worrying about the safety of his scalp. "Assistant!" Someone knocked on the wagon from outside. Hadjar leaned on his crutch and climbed out. Only a few tents had been set up in the boundless prairie. The soldiers were so tired from a whole day of continuous running that they'd fallen asleep directly on the grass. Some of them had put sleeping bags on the ground, but the majority had just thrown bales on top of their removed armor and used that as a makeshift bed. It was mostly the cavalrymen that had set up tents. Perhaps that was why they weren't all that loved, and were also envied at the same time. A large full moon was in the sky, a silver disk bathing the ground in white light. "Commander, sir," Hadjar greeted his superior. Dogar, even while exhausted, could still stand on his feet. Recently, Hadjar had begun to suspect that the soldiers at a certain level of cultivation were recruited into the army not because of their strength, but because of their endurance and speed when running. Was there another way to transport an army numbering 2 million, someplace that was more than 6,213 miles away? The sight of 2 million people running anywhere was somewhat absurd, but only to the conceptions of an earthling. Hadjar could hardly remember his home world anymore, and didn't consider this to be something surreal. "I want to talk." Dogar sat down wearily. About larvae? Dogar nodded. He leaned against the cold planks and looked up at the sky. His breathing was already evener. You killed his son, Hadjar. In a fair fight, according to army law, there's nothing to prosecute me for. I doubt any of them, Dogar emphasized the last word, is interested in the law. King Primus and his palace are far away, and we are so close. Larvae has destroyed other people's lives for less grievous sins. I heard his dog once bit the son of some merchant during a walk, so he publicly skinned the merchant and then cut off his son's... Dogar flinched and winced. Hadjar felt somewhat uncomfortable. Do you think the royal investigators came after him? Not even close. I don't think he even had to pay a fine. They simply paid no attention to it. I'm an army officer, Hadjar reminded him. One of 10,000. Do you think General Lean will always be there to protect you? I assure you, she didn't let Larvae kill you simply because she could have lost her credibility. Dogar took a piece of dried meat from his pocket and offered it to Hadjar. He refused. He won't let you rest, Hadjar. He won't stop until he's tortured you in his dungeons and driven you completely insane. Hadjar also looked up at the sky. Distant, indifferent stars shone there. What are you trying to say, Commander? Dogar turned to his assistant. A heavy hand fell on Hadjar's shoulder. I know a merchant in the fort. The huge man handed him a small iron seal that had the image of a camel on it. He will surely leave with the caravan on an expedition before the siege starts. I don't know what you're talking about. You're a good guy, Hadjar. Bear smiled. One of the best I've met in my life. My old friend always needs reliable people to guard his deeds. He will take you with him. Go with the caravan, Hadjar. You can see the world, make some money. Maybe you'll find a place where you want to stay, or you will find another merchant later, one of those that cross the sea of sand to get to the Empire. Is he telling me to take a trip around the world? Sometimes Hadjar had dreamed about doing just that while sitting in his room in the palace. The windows had faced a huge garden and lake with a mountain behind it. His father had told him that there was a family castle on that mountain and that he would take him there one day. Everyone's probably dreamed about that, traveling around the boundless world full of amazing and beautiful places, seeing all that it had to offer. I cannot desert the army, Commander. Hadjar shook his head, pushing the medallion aside. What are you risking your life for, Hadjar? Dogar asked suddenly. I understand most of the other soldiers. They want money, power, well, the illusion of power anyway, and women, of course. But what do you want? What did Hadjar want? Not much. To find his sister and chop off Primus's head. Let's go to sleep, sir. Hadjar got up and stroked the sleeping Azria. Will we get to the fort soon? Dogar straightened too. He was enormous, unapproachable, but looked as if he'd aged a bit just now. I respect you, Officer Hadjar. Even though you are a fool, I respect you. He held out a hand. Hadjar shook his head ruefully as they clasped hands. When he got back to the cart, he noticed Nero staring at him while also dozing on his bales. I agree with him, his friend said. You're a fool. In my village, they say that it's better to be a dead lion than alive but a jackal. That's a beautiful sentiment. Nero nodded and turned around. But it's stupid. A jackal that stays alive could turn into an azure wolf one day, but the dead lion could turn into nothing except fertilizer for the trees. Hadjar lay back and wrapped himself in a blanket. Azria squeaked, got off the bale she'd been napping on, and went straight to Hadjar. She climbed up on his cheek and curled up. Her hair tickled Hadjar's nostrils slightly, but not enough to keep him awake. "Would you run?" Hadjar asked. "No," Nero answered. "I must be a fool, too." Everyone pretended to fall asleep, but for a long time they looked at the distant sky through the holes in the roof. All sorts of unwelcome thoughts and memories assaulted Hadjar. He didn't know what Nero was thinking. He recalled how his mother had brushed his long hair with a comb in the evenings. She would sing to him and smile as she did it, and sometimes his father would be there as well. He'd seemed large and invulnerable back then, just like the mountain that Hadjar had seen from his window while waiting for the army to return from the war. War. He'd never thought that he would get to fight in one, but now, with each new dawn, he literally heard the approaching war drums of the nomads, the clang of steel, the screams of the crows, and the groans of the dying people. When Hadjar went outside to talk to Dogar, he saw an ocean of sleeping soldiers. In fact, most of them were lying there, just like he had been. They looked at the faceless stars and remembered their homes, their mothers and fathers, the people they wanted to be with when they got back. How many of them won't come back? And even among the ones that do, how many won't want to have their own children? And those who already have them are probably praying that this will be the last war. Though they know that wars will never stop and never change, they desperately want to live in a world where their children don't have to take up arms. Perhaps, at that moment, Hadjar finally began to understand the last words of his mother. "Sorry," Hadjar whispered to the distant star that Queen Elizabeth had used to tell him stories about. "I can't. Forgive me." He slept firmly that night, without any dreams. In the morning, feeling the cart begin to move again, he began to meditate. He needed to strengthen the foundation of his future path of cultivation as soon as possible. The neuronet responded quickly and showed his statistics. Name, Hadjar. Level of cultivation, formation stage, seed. Strength, 2. Dexterity, 2.3. Physique, 2.05. Energy points, 3.8. After he'd transitioned to a new level of cultivation, all his parameters had increased greatly. Not as much as the parameters of talented people would have, but enough to feel it even without confirmation from the system. Most importantly, his energy had changed. The figures were, of course, good, but they didn't reflect the main change, the quality of it. His energy had increased in quality with each new level, with each new leap up the ladder toward the pinnacle of cultivation. Hadjar mentally probed inside himself. If he'd previously had to draw energy from the nodes, then from the rivers, everything had changed now. Now, the power that he received from the outside world came into his nodes first, then spread through the meridians, nourishing and strengthening his body, and then accumulated in the center, located somewhere in his abdomen. There, within the endless darkness, a small crystal was now burning. Its size was no greater than a grain of wheat, however. It was much brighter than the nodes and meridians. It was the seed of his power, the seed that he had to break into a few pieces. Only by doing so would it be possible to move on to the fragment stage. Those who could break it, but failed to stabilize it, lost the opportunity to move to the next stage forever. And if his master had been right, only 1 out of 40,000 people would be able to break the grain and create fragments. "It's the fort!" The cries of the soldiers who were traveling ahead spread among the other warriors. Nero and Hadjar leaned out of the cart. A real fortress city towered above the sea of grass in front of them. It was no surprise that a fort with a garrison of 170,000 soldiers was enormous. It looked like a small, circularly built town, and was situated on a hill. It was a town with high walls surrounding the central castle like two rings. The tiled roofs of all the houses, the trees in the gardens, as well as the massive divider walls connected the first and second ring of the fortress walls and formed something like sections. If the nomads were to break through, they would get caught up in the close-range fighting in the streets, where even a tenth of General Lean's soldiers could make bloody mincemeat out of them. So why had a 2 million-strong army arrived at such a well-fortified city? The reason was that the nomads could just go around the fort. And if the garrison had tried to hit them with a rear assault, the horsemen would have turned the infantry into minced meat on the prairie. The kingdom of Lydas had no choice but to defend this fort. The nomads had no choice but to besiege the city so as not to be surrounded during some other battle down the line. War wasn't such a complicated thing when soldiers forgot about the existence of the word choice and realized that there was only must. "It begins," Nero said, unwittingly checking the sword in his scabbard. Black clouds of smoke rose above the city. The cannonballs were brought out. They were being taken out and placed on the walls. The engineers reinforced the gate with iron sheets. A combustible mixture was poured into the moat. The archers were practicing shooting arrows into the sky. Hadjar smelled fire, iron, and fear. These were the smells of war. Chapter 57. It was better than settling on the borders of the kingdom, where thieves or groups of nomads often raided. Even so, such villages still existed. Their inhabitants either negotiated with the enemy or survived as they could because it was difficult for them to move somewhere else. Hadjar figured that the peasants simply refused to leave the habitable and cultivated land. They set up their camp near the central gate. The fort couldn't accommodate 2 million people. The senior officers had been given permission to live within the walls of the fort, but they had refused. They had to monitor the army and direct it. Allowing the lower-ranking officers to control the army would mean it would be less disciplined. Nobody wanted it to come to that right before the big fight. And so the soldiers set up their tents, following the example of General Lean. Tired from the week-long march, the exhausted soldiers could hardly wait to reach their beds. But the officers and commanders had to go to the war council. This time, the messenger who came to Dogar's distant camp unexpectedly invited both the senior officer and his assistant. Hadjar barely had time to put on his impractical, bulky armor and clothes before he had to follow Dogar. Dogar had asked him to wear the armor, but Hadjar felt it was pointless. After all, the armor wouldn't protect him from a serious attack, same as how regular chainmail and leather armor wouldn't have been able to protect him. So Hadjar didn't see the point. A lot of people had gathered in the tent, except for the people whom he'd met at the last meeting, and an outsider was there as well, the head of the fort. He was a general, too, but his status was below that of the army's own general. He looked a little pathetic. He didn't have the appearance of a general, as he was short, dressed in silk robes, pointy suede shoes, and had quite a prodigious gut. He looked more like an official that had been stationed in the Northern Fleet for a few decades. "Do you know Lady Lean?" he asked in a mocking voice. General Lean, a serious, golden-haired female warrior in armor, corrected him. Several soldiers stood behind the head of the fort. At first, Hadjar didn't understand what it was about their armor that troubled him so much, and then he realized that they were wearing new armor that glittered in the light of the torches and lamps, and had a polished, shining surface. This kind of armor was good for a parade or celebration, but not for war. Damn it! How many years has it been since the nomads last came to the north? And why did they suddenly decide to show up now? It's clear that the south is an almost lifeless desert. All the people have been forced into the mine, and even those who weren't forced into slave labor have barely enough to survive on. They have nothing that can be robbed. But why are they attacking us now, before the rainy season? After all, the nomads tended to invade in the early summer, when their horses could graze freely and the ground was quite hard. "We can position 120 of your guns here." The general moved the toy gun closer to the hill. "They will not be visible from behind the hill, and we can fire 2 or 3 volleys before the battle starts." "For the sake of 2 or 3 volleys," the head of the fort was clearly mockingly parodying Lean's voice. Some of the senior officers took up arms, including Dogar, but the head of the fort merely shook his head. "I won't even give you 10 guns for that. They will remain on the walls. I won't give them to your soldiers." "I wish to remind you, esteemed head of the fort, that I have a direct order from the generals. You and your entire garrison are at my complete disposal, so my making it a request was merely a platitude." The general frowned, and it was a clear warning sign. In reality, it's an order. "Oh, well, if it's an order," the general of the fort smiled condescendingly. "Luca, tell me, what is the status of the guns?" A man that was more reminiscent of a rat than a human came out of the shadows of the tent. He was hunched over, wearing large, expensive, and oversized clothes. One of those poor people who'd acquired money and power, but no dignity to go along with them. "The mandatory minimum prescribed by the generals is up on the walls. 624 guns. He couldn't even pronounce numbers properly. "Can we remove them?" the head of the fort asked smugly, already knowing the answer. "No, General," the rat man bowed. "It turns out we can't do it," the fort's commander repeated, turning to Lean. "I don't want your primary weapons." The general, despite the fact that she had obviously been made fun of, did not lose her temper. She was apparently used to being in similar situations. "You must keep at least 400 spare units of the weapons in reserve, according to the law, in case your primary weapons get destroyed. You'll give me 120 of them. That is a direct order." "A direct order," the official sighed sadly. "Luca, let's help this beautiful lady out. Give her 120 cannons from our stock." "I beg your pardon, General." The servant, or maybe even the lover of the fort commander, bent his back again as he bowed low. "But according to our recent estimates, there are only 4 spare cannons in our inventory." General Lean exhaled and clenched her fist. "Where are your weapons, Fort Commander?" she snarled. "Oh, well, I don't even know." The fat man leaned on the table where the map had been laid out and started to drum his fingers against it. They were topped with gold rings that had expensive, precious stones in them. There were bracelets on his wrists that were even more expensive and conspicuous.
Where are our cannons? What a nuisance. Maybe someone has sold them."
The senior officers looked at each other, and each of them was ready to gut this boar. He was mocking them. Without any fear at all, he was actually mocking them, the commanders of an army that had 2 million soldiers. He must have felt he was untouchable to allow himself to ridicule such powerful people.
"We have had no war for 100 years, General Lean."
The official blew on his nails and then wiped them on his gold and brocade clothes.
"The Royal Treasury probably allocated insufficient funds to our fort, so the weapons fell into disrepair. I ask them to increase our allowance every month. Awful. It's truly awful, General Lean. But as you can plainly see, I can't give you any cannons, however official and direct your order might be."
General Lean banged her fist on the table. "Are you out of your mind, Sirius?" Her gaze made even Hadjar feel uneasy. "Have you truly grown so insolent? I'll put you on trial."
"Of course you will," the official nodded. "But before you do that, you'll be fighting against the nomads for a couple of months, sitting under my walls, eating my food, and under the protection of my people. Then you'll judge me, but think twice about that. There might be no provisions for you in my stocks, or arrows, medicine, or anything else, really."
"Are you threatening me, Sirius? Shall I grab my spear?"
"Of course, my dear Lean. Don't delay at all. Take up your famous moonbeam and stick my head on it. Then put it in the center of your camp, as you love to do. Then you yourself will have to explain to the tribunal why, during a time of war, you murdered a fellow general."
Despite his pitiful appearance, during this diatribe the fat man's gaze was full of steel and self-confidence. Maybe, long ago, he'd led hundreds of thousands of soldiers, but during the years he'd spent in warmth and comfort, he'd gotten fat and insolent. "Mark my words, Sirius. I won't forget this."
"Will the Moon General herself remember me and even think about me? Gods, I haven't wasted my life. Get out."
"My respects," the official bowed. Before leaving the tent, he turned and smiled.
"These walls are impregnable, my dear. For thousands of years, no enemy has breached them. What can these savages do? Nothing. You'd better come visit us. We'll be having a feast soon. It's for my birthday party. I'm inviting you and all of your soldiers. The more the merrier. Besides, we've recently built a new brothel."
"I thought I ordered you to get out. Or are you challenging my direct order?"
"No, my general," the official said. "I just suggested that we might want to have a good time and relax. The nomads won't be coming here. By the way, a circus has just arrived. They have such funny freaks there."
Giggling, General Sirius left the tent. The garrison soldiers, urged on by Dogar's menacing gaze, followed after him. The general slapped the table and sank heavily into her chair. "Without the cannons, our plan with the hill is doomed to failure." The chief engineer removed the toy cannon from the map. "We must invent something new. Perhaps we'll be able to take some gunpowder from them. You still don't understand, Commander Tur." The general smoothed her hair and pulled herself together. "That idiot has sold everything he could. There are no stocks left in the fort, and I can't take even an arrowhead from his own inventory. The charter doesn't allow it, and he knows that. He's using it to thwart us. Damned politics." Leon, the commander of the archers, cursed. "Damned greed," Helion corrected her. And yet, Sirius's words have a grain of reason to them, the general said, leaning above the map. There has been no war in the north for thousands of years. Why are the nomads coming now, and why are they coming here? Tim, what do your scouts report? The squads I've sent out along the border are sending regular reports, the spymaster said. As for the scouts that I sent to the rear, no one has returned or sent any messages yet. Everyone in the tent became gloomy. That was bad news. Very bad news.
There are mountains there, my general, Tur explained, moving the pointer. My people don't know that area very well. In addition, there are many nomad patrols, and the wind and rain have ruined all the roads. I'm afraid my scouts are useless there. It's a waste of forces and resources. We'll have to act at random. At random, you say, the general repeated, casting a meaningful look around at everyone present, settling her gaze on Officer Hadjar. Yes, my general. Hadjar punched his chest and bowed. You said that you lived in a mountain village, and it rained a lot. Yes, my general. And that you lived in the north. Yes, my general. Lean sighed and pointed to the Blue Wind Ridge. Do you know that territory? Hadjar looked at the map and requested a detailed description of the ridge and its terrain from the Neuronet database. Fortunately, there had been enough scrolls with information about the area in the palace, and Hadjar had managed to see most of them, which was quite enough for the neural network. Yes, my general, he answered again. Then, Senior Officer Dogar, allow me to use your assistant. Yes, sir, Dogar saluted immediately. Officer, the general turned back to Hadjar. How many people will you need? Only one. One? The spymaster snorted. A lot of my people are dying there, and you want us to send only 2 of you to the ridge? With all due respect, senior officer, they are dying because there are too many of them. In the mountains, people are strangers. Out there, even 1 man can be easily seen, not to mention a whole detachment. 2 men have more of a chance than 20 men. Okay, the general nodded and raised her hand, interrupting Commander Tim. Take as much food as you need, and hit the road. When do we leave, my general? Right now, Officer Hadjar. We're pressed for time. As far as I can see, your wounds have already healed. Hadjar nodded. This is your mission, officer. The general took the pointer. You'll go along the ridge and find the nomads' camp. We need information about their overall numbers, readiness for battle, how many riders and infantry they have. We also need an estimate on the approximate stages of their commanders, as well as any elite units you might encounter, artifacts as well if you see any. In general, we need all the information about the enemy you can get us. I understand, my general. May I leave? You may. Hadjar turned on his heels and walked out. General Lean shouted, Good luck, Officer Hadjar. We're counting on you. We're counting on you. Nero is unlikely to be delighted with this. We're counting on you. Chapter 58. Let's go to a brothel, Nero. Let's have fun with a couple of girls, Nero. Let's get drunk, Nero. Let's go to the freak show, Nero. No, damn it. He's cuddling up to me and saying, Let's go toward the enemy, Nero. Fuck you, Hadj. I'll be dying soon, and I've never slept with twins yet. Nero kept grumbling, but still carried the bag that had the supplies they'd obtained and a communication artifact inside it. It looked like a raven figurine, covered in mystical runes and drawings. Hadjar couldn't understand the secrets that those symbols held, but on the other hand, he now knew how to send messages over long distances.
The wooden raven artifact worked like a walkie-talkie. Object, a communication artifact. Range, around 120 kilometers. "You wanted adventure, didn't you?" Hadjar shrugged. They were walking out of the camp and toward the forest, so there was no need for secrecy. When they were outside the perimeter at the border, then they would have to be alert. Who knew how many scouts the nomads had already sent out? They might have been scouring the woods at that exact moment, doing exactly the same kind of work that Hadjar was doing. Adventure, even a demon spawn is fine, but not a trip to my own execution. Everything will be fine, Nero. Of course, I don't even doubt it, the guy snapped, adjusting his bail. I'm unhappy because I've found out which brothels have twins in them, and you've taken me away from those. Well, maybe you'll end up liking a nomad girl. A savage? Suddenly Nero stopped and thought about it, remembering something. Demons and gods! I've never been with a savage. He overtook Hadjar and shouted over his shoulder, "Hurry up, Hadj!" Hadjar smiled. Nero could complain as much as he wanted, but in fact, he was glad to be doing the investigation. He was just grumbling for decency's sake. But in reality, both of them, like madmen, had greeted the new adventure with smiles. As they walked toward the forest, they discussed the advantages of the savage girls and their trained bodies over soft, untrained bodies. Nero came to the conclusion that he had to bring Hadjar to a brothel. His friend just shrugged, adjusting his bag. Back at the warehouse, they'd taken enough food for a week. Thanks to Nero's impudence and talkativeness, they'd also gotten several explosive shells, some combustible mixture, and some other things as well. As a result, they looked more like saboteurs than scouts. Even if they were both more or less ordinary foot soldiers, just part of Dogar's elite unit. When they reached the forest, they tied down and adjusted their bales so that they were like backpacks. They smeared themselves with clay, trying to get rid of the smell of sweat and smoke that had gotten stuck to them back in the camp. Like Hadjar, Nero had replaced his boots with knitted bast shoes. They wrapped them in a cloth, smeared them with the same clay, and immediately shook them vigorously. This was enough to tone down the smell and not cover the shoes with a crust that would crack and rustle as they walked. Then the friends firmly strapped down anything that could make any sounds, and making sure both of them could understand each other's signals, moved into the forest. It met them with the cries of birds, the rustling of leaves, and the distant noises of various animals. The forest had dense foliage and was very dark as a result. It was also larger than the one near Springtown. Who in their right mind, except for them, would even go into the border forest? Any visitors would probably be killed by an animal, a nomad, or a bandit. The tree crowns were not as thick as they'd expected, letting in enough light to keep their eyes from straining. Pillars of light caressed the huge tree trunks, making them shine with an almost coppery sheen. Their feet would sink into the soft, wet moss slightly, as they walked as if they were walking across an expensive carpet and not on the ground. The smell of the swamp that was coming from the west was slightly unnerving, but they got used to it quickly. "Watch, 2 eyes, 4 sides," Hadjar signaled, warning his comrade to be careful. "Prey, alive," Nero signaled. Hadjar thought, did they need a so-called tongue, a person who would tell them something about the nomads? Hadjar didn't know the savage language, and he doubted that Nero knew it. It was worth checking to make sure. He realized that he didn't know the right sign. The sign language of Robin and the other hunters from the Valley of Stream village was suitable for the pursuit of an animal, but not a human. This language had no signs necessary for explaining things in such a situation. After thinking about it, Hadjar showed his tongue hanging out and pointed at Nero. It took Nero only a few seconds to understand what his friend was asking him about. He showed him the sign for no. As expected, Nero also didn't know the savage language. They didn't even have just one, but 100 different dialects. There were so many tribes in the southeastern steppes that it would have been easier to hang themselves than to try and count them all. For example, there was the Dja Nura Fura Lura Gura Zumra tribe. Something like that. The names tended to be a real tongue-twister. Prey, dead, Hadjar signaled. For the next 10 hours, they moved through the forest quietly. Every time they saw an animal, even if it was weak and old, clearly easy prey, they didn't hunt it. This time, they'd come to the forest seeking other prey. The beasts' paths were just a signal that they needed to change direction. Alas, even after spending so long searching, they didn't find a single hint of other people in the forest. By evening, they'd managed to cover quite a decent distance. Before they tied themselves to the upper branches of a tree, they climbed to the top to assess the situation. The sun was already moving to the west, trying to disappear into the Sea of Dreams. This sea was larger than the total size of all the oceans back on Earth, according to the map Southwind had shown him. One of those big organizations that controlled several empires was beyond it. But who was controlling Darnassus? Such thoughts disappeared from his mind as soon as Hadjar spotted the mountain range. He looked like a captive beast beneath the scarlet gold sky, ready to rise above the ground and tear the heavens apart at any moment. The mountains seemed so close that one could think that they were only a day's ride away. Hadjar knew that they had to keep going for at least 2 more days. It was just an optical illusion. The bigger the mountain was, the closer it seemed, no matter how odd that sounded. They fell asleep quickly, having tied themselves to some branches for the night. They didn't need to set up a watch rotation. Their senses were so developed at the formation stage that they would wake up if someone else was nearby. In the morning, they had to cover themselves with dirt again. It couldn't serve as a substitute for a shower, as the amount of dirt on their bodies only increased, but at least the smell of sweat gradually disappeared. Hiding among the elusive shadows for 4 hours, they moved through the woods. A normal scout most likely only moved at night, but Hadjar didn't want to risk it. There were too many predators prowling in the night, both bipeds and quadrupeds, that could jeopardize the mission. Their goal wasn't to catch a spy, whom they would not even have been able to deliver back to the camp, but to count the enemy troops. Man plans, and the gods laugh. They noticed a group of nomads at the foot of the mountains by the end of the 2nd day around sunset. It was difficult to determine whether they were lookouts or partners of fate, as they themselves were. Hadjar saw real savages for the first time in his life. They looked like ordinary, heavily tanned, black-haired people. They were tall men with flat noses and massive lower jaws. Their hair had been tied into several braids decorated with colorful beads. The color and number of the beads varied depending on their rank. Their women were petite, coming up to just above Hadjar's lower ribs. They were all dressed in makeshift jackets and pants made from the hides and skins of animals. The savages had slanted eyes, high foreheads, and bronze skin, probably because it had been exposed to the sun of the steppes a lot. Loot. Hadjar gave the signal to Nero and began sneaking to get into position. They immediately hid in the nearest ditch. Nero pulled out his pocket spyglass, covered the lens with his palm to avoid any reflected sunlight possibly giving them away, and stared. "They are weak," he signaled after a while, "perhaps at the level of awakening of power." It was a good idea to equate human stages to animal stages. At least now the language of the hunters could help them out a little. Awakening of power was equal to the human level of the bodily nodes. What did 9 practitioners of the bodily nodes level mean to 2 people at the formation level? It was akin to a handful of ants getting in their way. "Hunt," Hadjar showed. "Why?" "We're going back. Our house. Way. Prey is coming. It's bad." Nero thought on those signals for a moment, and then nodded. It was best not to leave any enemy forces behind them, even weak ones such as this. "We're surrounding," Hadjar gestured. "On my signal. Birds cry." They went in different directions. Hiding in the bushes like predators, they circled around the enemy squad. When the moment was right, Hadjar imitated a bird call, drew his blade, and rushed in to attack. Chapter 59. Hadjar had decided to go around the nomads and attack them only after making sure the wind would be blowing toward him. He did this out of habit, not because he was afraid that the barbarians had a sense of smell as good as animals. All professional hunters used the wind to cover up their scent because then the prey was less likely to escape. Admittedly, practitioners at the bodily nodes level hardly had any chance to begin with. Hadjar quickly and silently dealt with the man walking at the back of their camp. He came out of the bushes as gracefully and silently as an owl hunting for a vole. Hadjar gripped the nomad's mouth and nose and slashed his knife across the man's throat, immediately tilting his head forward and slightly lowering the body. The nomad didn't get a chance to cry out or make any noise at all. The prince had made sure to not let the body fall or any blood gush out and alert the others. Hadjar had cut through the man's aorta, muscles, and the vertebrae. It was as easy as a knife going through butter with his strength. Gently placing the body down on the ground, Hadjar drew out his sword. He was sneaking up to the girl with the whip. A steel string had been inserted into the handle of the branching whip. It certainly wasn't used to herd cattle. It would be possible to remove several layers of skin with just one of its strikes. Hadjar knew this weapon well. He'd been beaten with such a whip a couple of times in the dungeon. The scars left by those lashes were so deep that even after his rebirth, they could still be seen on his back. Hadjar moved noiselessly, almost like a shadow, as he moved away from the cover of the tree, but alas, bad luck can counter even the greatest skill. The nomad turned around. Maybe she'd felt something, or she'd wanted to check and make sure there was a fellow nomad warrior at her back. Maybe she'd just turned around. Her amazing black eyes met the clear and blue eyes of Hadjar. She was beautiful enough to make a man's heart beat faster, but not enough to delay Hadjar's sword. His attack was swift and brutal. As she fell, she couldn't understand what had happened, and then the darkness swept over her. Hadjar didn't stop. He'd killed the nomad messily, making a lot of noise in the process, and the remaining 7 turned toward the sound. They drew their curved swords as they walked, but it was too late. Their opponent already had his sword out. Even if the weapon had still been in its scabbard, they still wouldn't have had a chance. Hadjar moved quickly. He seemed like a blur to his foes, who were only at the bodily rivers. They barely noticed the flashes of metal and the two blue eyes peeking out of the darkness. Hadjar swung his blade, slicing a nomad's hand off, and immediately jumped to the side. 2 arrows pierced through the spot where Hadjar had been standing moments ago, but since he was now gone, the arrows flew further until they hit the nomad, who was screaming in pain. Still holding his bleeding stump, he fell to the ground, twitching and choking on his blood. He couldn't decide what he should grab first, the arrows or the stump. Hadjar took in this scene only out of the corner of his eye. His sword continued its bloody dance. Moving almost like a child, trying to spin around to get a rush, Hadjar blocked 2 arrows and then plunged the blade into the belly of his enemy. He could no longer make out any faces or the gender of their prey. Right now, everything was simple in his world. He had an enemy in front of him, and he had his sword. Either he would kill them all, or he would be killed. Turning his blade, Hadjar pushed the body it had been stuck in away with his foot. The nomad waved his hands as he fell, trying to somehow keep his entrails from falling out. He failed. Only 6 enemies were left, 2 archers that had moved back a little, and 4 sword fighters. Their short, curved swords were shining with a predatory glow, but they all paled in comparison to the majestic radiance of Hadjar's sword. While the sword-wielders tried to surround Hadjar, the archers were already pulling the strings on their bows back. They felt the wind and the rustle of the grass and aimed without looking. Hadjar was moving so quickly that it was almost impossible to see him. So they were going to shoot not where their opponent was, but where he seemed like he was going to be. The sound of the bowstring was heard, and 4 arrows flew into the bushes. Hadjar didn't even flinch, but 2 of the nomads were already collapsing, dropping their swords as the life left their eyes. A ghostly strike produced by his blade had cut through his opponents. They couldn't believe what had happened. They had been at a distance of 12 steps from the enemy. Despite that, his attack had still reached them. Their numb legs remained standing. The rest of their bodies slid to the ground with horrific slowness. They didn't die immediately, and still had time to experience horror and panic. They didn't feel pain. Their lives ended too quickly to feel any. Hadjar turned his back to the archers. They couldn't believe their luck as they pulled back the bowstrings once again. In the next moment, they fell to the ground in chunks, as if torn apart by a bear that had been forcibly woken up during winter. Nero, holding his massive 5-foot sword, came out from behind the bushes. He looked like a bloody beast while in battle, the hunger for slaughter clear in his gaze. "They're mine," he said as he approached his friend. "As you wish," Hadjar shrugged. He cleaned all the blood on his sword with a single movement and sheathed it once again. With only 1 slash, Nero sent 2 nomads to the vast prairie of their ancestors, where the eternal feast and hunt awaited them. The rest of their group were already there, ready to meet them. The fight hadn't taken 10 seconds. Everything ended almost silently and almost too quickly. Only some birds made noise, leaving their trees and flying away from the danger. "You know, back when you talked about the savages, I'd thought you were hinting at taking them to bed," Nero sighed, cleaning his sword and putting it back into its scabbard. 10 bodies lay among the trees. The blood flowing downhill merged into a thin stream. Hadjar stared at them and rubbed the bridge of his nose. He'd already killed women before. They had been attacking his mother. And these women... Hadjar looked at them. How many mothers and children would have been killed by these women if they had managed to go through the fort and into the country? There is no difference between the genders in this world if one disregards what's in people's pants. "What took you so long?" Hadjar asked as he leaned over the first victim. He grabbed the man's pack and dumped the contents on the ground. "I was trying to come up with a way to capture those female archers. Why? We still don't know the language, right?" "I wasn't going to talk to them," Nero shrugged. "Oh, fine. Stop looking at me like that. I just figured that if you and I could do some pantomime, we could communicate with them. I don't know. They could have drawn something on the ground for us." Hadjar thought about it and decided that his companion was right. They'd rushed things a bit. Considering the fact that they were not very experienced in intelligence gathering, it was understandable. It was difficult to think about every contingency and to predict everything without any prior training. It's too late to implement his good idea now. The savages have been killed. If we meet anyone else, we'll try to interrogate them. Suddenly, Hadjar staggered back as if a snake had bit him, although if there had been any ordinary snakes around here, they would have fled from a practitioner of the formation stage. "What's up?" Nero walked over. He hadn't found anything unusual in the packs he'd inspected. 2 metal collars with mystical inscriptions were lying on the ground in front of Hadjar. He'd already seen these kinds of collars before. He hadn't only seen them, but had worn one for 5 years. "Damn it," he said. "They're not scouts." Definitely a strange decoration. Would people even buy this sort of thing? Nero picked up one of the items from the ground. "It's not an ornament," Hadjar shook his head. "It's a slave collar. It completely cuts off all the energy in a person's body and makes a mere mortal out of even the strongest practitioner." Demons and gods! Nero dropped the decoration as if he'd been holding burning hot metal. Such devices were one of the worst nightmares of any practitioner. They took away their 2 most important possessions, their freedom and strength. Why do the nomad scouts need these? Nero carefully put the collars back into the pack. Artifacts. They must have been capturing prisoners from the nearest villages. Do you think so? There should be some patrols from the garrison walking around. It's unlikely that even 100 savages would be able to defeat one such patrol. You haven't met the head of the fort. I'm sure there are no patrols. Anyway, I seriously doubt that the garrison mentioned in the documents exists. There's probably less than half that number stationed in the fort. Do you think they share the salaries of the non-existent soldiers? I'm sure of it, Hadjar nodded. Damn officials, Nero cursed. My father always said that they cause more harm than good. Hadjar considered the situation. Why do the nomads need slaves? It would be understandable if the scouts were trying to capture other scouts or soldiers, but they're clearly killing them instead on the spot. None ever get taken back to camp. It turns out that the savages are hunting ordinary people and at the same time avoiding the notice of the Lidus army. Only people who are up to something and trying to conceal it would behave like that. But what could ordinary, seasonal bandits be hiding, even if they're wandering around in large groups? I don't like this at all. Me neither. Nero pulled out a leather pouch he'd found. He untied the ribbons holding it closed and pulled out a few beautiful coins made from a green metal. They had interesting patterns on them and a square hole in the middle. The nomads have no currency, Hadjar said thoughtfully, examining the coins, especially such deftly forged coinage. Take into account the fact that this is money from the Lascan Empire, Nero supplied. My father showed it to me once. Hadjar and Nero looked at each other. Where had the simple savages found coins from a country that was at war with the Darnassus Empire? Damn it, they said in chorus. "We've got to hurry, buddy. Something tells me you and I are in a bit of trouble," Nero added. "We're in big trouble," Hadjar nodded. They threw the bodies into a ditch, covered them with branches, took the green coins, and then went into the mountains. Something felt off about this situation. The first peals of thunder were heard from the east. The seasonal rains had begun. Chapter 60. 2 days later, fighting against the wind that kept growing stronger, Hadjar and Nero were climbing up a cliff. The wind tried to tear off their cloaks. They looked like tiny bugs crawling across an endless gray space. There was a deep abyss underneath them. It was covered with a carpet of green treetops. Lightning flashed. There was a crash that sounded like the very sky was being rent apart. Hadjar clung to the cliff and held his breath. A huge cobblestone tumbled down and passed near him. Avoiding the mountain paths, he and Nero had decided to climb up a precipice. For an ordinary person, this might have been an impossible task, but it wasn't difficult for them. Their fingers easily found even the thinnest cracks and clung to them like a steel vice. In just 3 hours, despite the rainstorm, among the flashes of draconic shapes made up of white lightning, they managed to climb almost 3 miles, which was a monstrous distance for a mortal's standards, but an ordinary, everyday bit of exercise for practitioners at the formation level. Their bodies were mighty, and their energy was strong. After climbing up the cliff, they threw their hoods over their heads, not because of the rain, but in order to blend in with the cliff's surface. The top of the cliff was 12 miles away, but the nomads would hardly have climbed all the way up there. They were most likely on the plateau, an oasis in the country of solid stone. The 2 men crawled there silently. A few hours later, they reached the slopes. On the way to the plateau, they'd noticed several large nomad outposts. Too large. When they reached one of the ridge peaks near the plateau, they saw a huge plain covered with grass and a few low trees. It was difficult to understand what was going on below them because of the noise the rain and storm were making. Fortunately, they'd brought some useful things with them from the camp. Nero took out a telescope from his pocket and, covering it with a hand, studied everything intently. After a flash of lightning illuminated everything, he whispered, cursing in surprise, "Demons and gods! What the hell?" Nero handed the telescope to his friend. Hadjar pressed it to his right eye and peered through the dull, cracked glass. Lightning flashed, and Hadjar cursed as well. There, on the plateau, among the fires, was not only a sea of grass, but also of herds, horses, and tents. Hundreds, thousands, probably 100,000. "How many nomads are they expecting?" Nero asked, taking the telescope back and inspecting the darkness. 300,000, maybe even 500,000. Nero swore. "I wonder what they'll say about the 5 fucking million down below." Right now, on the plateau, according to their most modest estimates, there was an army of at least 4.5 million people, and at least 1/10 of them were horse archers. Damn it. Damn it. He decided to use the neuronet. Analysis of the structure underway. The calculation in progress. The calculation is finished. The total number, with a margin of error at 0.05%, 4,127,203 objects are present, which are comparable to the host in their structure. Never before had isolated nomadic tribes gathered into such an enormous horde. They'd usually sent around 200,000 at most, rarely more. Lydas had always sent a numerically superior army in response, inflicting a crushing defeat on the enemy and making them hesitate to come back for at least 5 years. But now, more than 4 million nomad fighters were there, with 400,000 horse archers. They'd surely sweep away the army of General Lean as an avalanche sweeps away a young tree. "We have to report this, right away." Hadjar got the communication artifact, a wooden raven, out of his pack. He took hold of it, closed his eyes, and then began activating the figurine with his thoughts and power. It felt like a bundle of energy from which a ghostly thread was stretching out and into the distance. Hadjar had almost activated the artifact when Nero snatched it from his hands. "Look over there." He gave Hadjar the telescope and indicated where he should look. Hadjar peered into the darkness. There was a meeting going on near the biggest tent. Judging by the number of beads everyone had and their colors, the tribal leaders had gathered there. About 20 of them were present, maybe a few more. His friend had been right. The armies of the whole steppe had been brought here. The most amazing thing was that the leaders were sitting on stones and smoking pipes while listening to a person. He was a tall man with a short gray beard, dressed not in leather armor, but in simple black robes that had been fastened with a silk belt. He looked calm and confident, and was speaking a language that Hadjar was unfamiliar with. Alas, the neuronet couldn't translate it because no information about this language had been stored in the database. The oddity wasn't so much in the man's clothes as it was in his aura that Hadjar could feel even at such a great distance. "He's clearly stronger than a heaven soldier," Hadjar whispered, fearing that, even while being a few kilometers away, this cultivator could still hear him. A spirit knight. Nero slid down the stone on which they were lying. An accursed spirit knight. Of all the rotten luck. After taking another look, Hadjar noticed a medallion on the cultivator's chest. It was made of jade and amber, and had the same patterns on it as the coins had. "Look, behind their tent." Hadjar looked closely, and his mouth opened in surprise. Among the hastily constructed enclosures he saw thousands of trebuchets, hundreds of cannons, several siege towers, and some monsters that had been trapped in cages. Monsters whose power was clearly not inferior to an emerald wolf's. Analysis of the object is underway. The object is of an unknown structure. The average indicators: level of cultivation, awakening of the mind, 8th step, strength 2, dexterity 3, physique 2.8, energy points 1.5. This isn't a nomad raid. Following the example of his friend, Hadjar also slid down the stone. They lay in a small niche, hidden from everyone's gaze. Only the indifferent heavens, which were black, turbulent, and full of fire dragons, could see them now. With a roar, the fire dragons dived down toward the ground, but melted halfway. Darnassus and Laskin are at war. Nero took the telescope back and put it in his pocket. The solar ore in our mines isn't such a special material by imperial standards. To us, its value is enormous, but to them, it's the same as iron is to the smaller kingdoms, a good but quite ordinary ore. But in any war, Hadjar said, victory consists of many small details, not just one big battle. They looked at each other and nodded. They'd come to the same, simplest, and most logical conclusion. The Lascanians had united the nomads. Maybe they'd bribed them, threatened them, promised them new lands, or something else. It didn't matter how they'd done it. The fact they were going to bring this horde to the land of Lytus was the important thing. They wanted to cut off the supply of solar ore to the Empire. "How long would it take the Legion to come here?" Nero asked. "It won't," Hadjar shook his head. "If Laskin had wanted to, they could have already sent their army here. But they won't do that, because it'll cause a chain reaction which will lead to a decisive battle. How long have they been fighting for?" "About half a century, exactly. And in all that time, they've only had small, by their standards, clashes and sieges. There's been no large-scale battle, and no one will initiate one without being completely confident in their total victory." "I understand," Nero nodded. "If one of them loses such a battle, they'll lose the whole country. So, they want to weaken their enemy by any means. Alas, those same means will be the ruin of our kingdom." Hadjar sighed. Nero was right. Laskin was going to crush Lytus. What is a small kingdom to one of the empires? No more than a provincial village. And when one such village suddenly began mining the solar ore, which their opponent could use in battle. That's why all the scouts have been slaughtered, and that's why they've settled here on the ridge. It's almost impossible to find them here. Yeah, if it hadn't been for you, Hadj, no one could have ever located them. And it was only thanks to the neural network that it had been possible to map out a route by which they were able to sneak onto the plateau unnoticed. Well, let's sum up. Hadjar began to tick off on his fingers. There are 4 or 5 million savages, armed to the teeth on this plateau. They have guns, trebuchets, and even some monsters. But they would need to know how to use the cannons and trebuchets. The savages have never had such weapons. "I'm sure you aren't the only one who thought about this," Hadjar interrupted his friend. "The Lascanians must have trained the nomads. Look at this horde. They've been gathering it together for many years." Nero swore. He pulled out the telescope and crawled up the stone again. "What kind of monsters are there?" he asked. "I have no idea." Hadjar bent another finger. "We can't send a message to the camp. The Spirit Knight will surely feel it." "Yeah, that's probably how they found the previous scouts, by tracking the damn signal. It was like a magical radar built into the enemy cultivator's head." Hadjar continued. "So, they have almost double our numbers. Their cavalry is 6 times more numerous than ours. And their archers are both better and more numerous," Nero reminded him. "The nomad children are born with bows in their hands, and with a saddle between their legs," Hadjar agreed. "You didn't give me a chance to see what was between their legs." The friends smiled rather nervously at each other. "Are you thinking the same thing I am, Hadj?" "I'm afraid so, yes," Hadjar sighed, also climbing onto the rock. "We'll most likely die in the process." "Well, we'll certainly die if this mob attacks the fort and we're there." They looked at each other, then turned toward their packs that had been filled with explosives. Lightning flashed and outlined the silhouettes of 2 bugs crawling onto the plateau. These bugs were preparing to try and stop a few million opponents. Chapter 61. Shrouded in shadows, the 2 infantrymen who had at first become scouts and were now saboteurs crawled around the camp. Every now and then they would freeze in the tall grass, waiting for the flashes of lightning. The period of illumination they provided was enough for them to study the nomads in detail. They were relaxed and half-drunk. Some were shouting, and some were laughing. In the glow of the fires, silhouettes of men and women merged in ecstasy could be seen. The savages were celebrating the upcoming battle and death. They passed around skins filled with strong kumis. The women rode the men wildly. The men caressed the women's small, firm breasts. The camp looked more like an orgy than a military fortification, but such was these people's tradition, and Hadjar didn't condemn them for it. Regardless of their debauchery, they were worthy warriors, and in the upcoming battle they would surely be fierce opponents. Judging by the expression on Nero's face, he wanted to join the fun. "Be careful," Hadjar signaled quickly, and immediately received an answer, "I know." Reluctantly tearing their eyes off of one of the fires, where the people were lying on the ground in a tightly packed group, looking like a coiled snake, they moved on. Because the mighty foreigner was there, as well as a large number of guard posts, the nomads had lost all of their vigilance. Wine had intoxicated them, and lust had rendered them unable to reason. They greeted every lightning bolt with loud shouts, and it responded with a thunderous roar. In the rain and mud, Nero and Hadjar crawled toward the trebuchets and cannons. They were especially careful when skirting the central tent. It was almost half a kilometer away from them, but who knew what the Spirit Knight was capable of? They certainly didn't want to find out. A few hours later, they were near the pens. The horses were grazing peacefully. A few nomads hurried to cover stacks of mowed grass with some cloth. They didn't want the future food of their horses to get wet and rotten. The rains would really delay them, but not for long. It wouldn't be nearly enough time for the army to get ready for their arrival. Food. Nero pointed at the haystacks. Hadjar didn't understand at first, but then smiled murderously. They could remove the tarp. It wouldn't do much harm, since there were thousands of haystacks there, but at least they could inconvenience the enemy. Coming up to the nearest stack, Hadjar was about to slit a working nomad's throat when Nero stopped him. He pointed toward the central tent and signaled quickly, "The strong beast." Hadjar nodded and stowed the dagger. Could the Spirit Knight feel someone's death? He didn't want to risk it. Waiting until the nomad left, they removed the tarp. The 10-foot stack was now exposed to the rain, so they went further into the darkness. They moved slowly as they were removing the tarps, and after the 10th stack was uncovered, both of them came to the conclusion that this was a useless exercise. Too long, complicated, no time, Nero showed. Another way. Trap. Hadjar pointed at the explosives, then the gunpowder, and finally at the rain, which seemed to be drenching everything. Gunpowder meant combustible mixtures. Such substances burnt even in water. They'd cover water with a thin pellicle and would burn so hot that a man's skin would melt right off. Hadjar and Nero were faced with a choice, to burn a certain part of the haystacks or to undermine most of the cannons. While hiding in the ravine, they thought over the situation. The cannons could shoot at a long distance, and every shot that hit the ranks of their soldiers would end hundreds of lives. But on the other hand, they were absolutely useless in a melee, unlike the horse riders, who were able to spend hours circling around the flank, showering enemy fighters with well-aimed arrows. Exchanging glances, they nodded and went toward the cannons, which were a little further away and were being guarded quite vigilantly. Pointing to a part of the cliff, Nero walked with his fingers. He was suggesting they climb up and skirt the guards on the mountain. This way, they would remain unnoticed and wouldn't have to cut the nomads' throats. They had to keep the Lascanian and his power in mind, after all. Hadjar nodded. They began to climb the cliff again, but this time the task was more complicated. If they had been crawling vertically before, now they were moving horizontally. They had to drag themselves along like snails. It turned out to be much harder to pull off. Perhaps that's why Hadjar nearly fell when he heard a female voice from below. "Hey, help me!" The voice spoke lightish, without a single trace of a savage accent. Hadjar looked down, and during the next flash of lightning saw hundreds of crowded cages. The wet, weakened people stood there, leaning against each other and shivering from the cold. Damn, there was probably at least 10,000 of them in those cages. What was even stranger was that the cage from which the female voice had come stood close to the rock and about 30 meters away from the others. There was only one girl in it. Isolated. Lonely. Hadjar swore, noticing that Nero was already going down. His friend couldn't leave a lady in trouble. The sun was more likely to rise in the west, rivers to flow backward, or cherries to blossom in winter. Nero sometimes demonstrated the qualities of an absolute imbecile. Hadjar hurried after him, and soon they were back on the ground. "Are you crazy?" Hadjar hissed. "I won't leave a lady to the mercy of these savages." Nero went to the cage, and taking something out of his pocket, began to pick the lock. "Hurry up," the voice urged. "The patrol will pass by here soon." After a few moments, there was a muffled click. The cage opened, and the girl came out. Lightning flashed, and they managed to see her appearance. She was short, had an hourglass figure with a very thin waist, beautiful legs, a high forehead, thick black hair, and dark olive skin. Name, lack of data. Level of cultivation, formation, seed. Strength, 1.6. Dexterity, 1.7. Physique, 1.3. Energy points, 7.2. Wait, she has how many energy points? What? Hadjar grabbed for his dagger, but Nero had already brought his blade down to the girl's throat. "Make a sound, savage," he hissed through his teeth, "and I'll send you to the endless steppe." "It's a plane, ignoramus," the girl replied calmly. "They believe in the endless plane, not a steppe. Which one of us is the savage, I wonder?" "It's a trap, Nero," Hadjar hissed. "Knock her out and let's go." "Gods, you are both idiots." She rolled her eyes and looked far too calm, as if a sharp blade wasn't pressed against her delicate neck. "I'm not a nomad." "You sure seem to be one." Nero looked at her pointedly. "I'm from Underworld City. Never heard of it. It's in the Sea of Sands." "What nonsense!" Nero snorted, and had already raised his fist, but then Hadjar stopped him. "Wait," he whispered, and took the seal out of his pocket, the one that Southwind had left him before his death. Lightning flashed again, and the girl showed emotion for the first time. She jerked back and gasped. "Where did you get the master's seal?" Hadjar cursed foully and put the seal back. "Put the dagger away, Nero." "Maybe it would be better to put it away," I said. Hadjar closed the cage carefully, and the three of them dove into darkness. Hiding under a rock canopy, Nero untied the rope binding the girl's hands and reached for her neck. The girl recoiled. "The collar has been fastened to my neck with the Lascanian's power. If you take it off, we're all dead. He'll know about it immediately." Nero shrugged and went over to Hadjar, who was on watch, peering into the boundless darkness. How many prisoners were gathered here? 50? Maybe up to 70,000? Why were there so many of them? What is Underworld City? There are only Bedouins in the desert. I'll tell you later, Hadjar said. Why do they need so many slaves? I haven't seen any construction work going on. Maybe they're going to use them like meat shields. You know, I've heard some generals actually do that. They put prisoners in front of their army to decrease the opponent's morale. Thus, they deprive the opponent of their will to fight, because they have to kill their own relatives. Maybe you are both idiots, the girl came up, rubbing her wrists. These captives are here because they feed them to their monsters. Hadjar looked at her. She looked painfully emaciated, was wearing ragged clothes, and was covered in blood and bruises. But she was still beautiful. In general, most practitioners were. The body changed during cultivation, acquiring the features so many men and women enjoyed. How long have you been here? A month, the girl answered. Maybe less, maybe more. I don't know. How did you end up here? Nero asked. She just rolled her eyes again. Do we plan to sit here discussing that, or do you want to go and set fire to their haystacks and get off the plateau? How did you know our plan? Nero nearly shouted in alarm and grabbed his dagger again. You're definitely a couple of idiots. I've been here for a month, boys. She'd said boys with a particularly potent loathing. I've come up with 101 plans for how to get revenge on them, and setting fire to the haystacks is number 1 on the list. Hadjar and Nero exchanged glances. Judging by how heavy and complex the collar was, the girl clearly wasn't at the first levels of cultivation. Perhaps she was even stronger than either of them, maybe even both of them combined. But only when not wearing her slave decoration. With it, a mere mortal could have beaten her. If you end up slowing us down, we'll leave you here. And then 3 silhouettes dived into the downpour and darkness. Chapter 62. Water, Nero signaled. Hadjar nodded. Armed with his dagger, Hadjar went in the direction of the barrels and boxes. He left Nero and the strange lady to deal with the explosives. He didn't trust the former prisoner, but he could fully rely on Nero. Underneath a canopy of coarse cloth, there were boxes of gunpowder, piled high on top of each other. Hadjar didn't touch them. He was much more interested in the barrels full of the combustible mixture. The nomads were probably going to cover the stones intended for the trebuchets with it. What could be better than a huge boulder that could break through walls? Setting that huge boulder on fire. Bypassing the first post, which stood guard over the gunpowder, Hadjar moved on. What were the chances of him meeting a person from the city where Southwind had lived for some time? Less than the probability of winning the lottery jackpot twice a week. And yet, fate had clearly disagreed. Hadjar crept up to one of the guards without the aid of a flash of lightning. He abruptly struck the broad-shouldered nomad in the temple with the hilt of his dagger. The strike was strong enough to stun the guard, but too weak to send him to his ancestors. Picking up the man's unconscious body, he carefully lowered him to the ground. A second later, he snuck out of the darkness and knocked the second watchman out in exactly the same way. It was easy, not only because Hadjar had the power of the formation stage, but also because they were relaxed, had drunk 2 wineskins of strong kumis, and the sense of security that they had due to the presence of the Lascanian. In the eyes of the nomads, the Spirit Knight was a mythical hero or a demigod, and the inhabitants of Lydus would have been just as odd. Who could remain vigilant on such an evening when everybody knew that it would be impossible to enter the camp unnoticed? This knowledge was dangerous because it was more deceptive than any mirage. Hadjar began to carefully but quickly uncork the barrels, pulling out the plugs and allowing the smelly black liquid to mix with the downpour. They flowed down simultaneously, like small streams, toward the pastures and the haystacks covered with fabric. At this point, Hadjar regretted that they hadn't managed to remove some of the covers. They, despite the rain, would have burned much better than wet grass. After uncorking all the barrels he could, Hadjar tied up the unconscious guards and gagged them with rags, covered their eyes with dirt, and plugged their ears with grass. That way, even when they woke up, they wouldn't be able to understand what was happening. It's pretty hard to wake up from such a sleep and not be disoriented, even without being deprived of your senses. Hadjar knew this better than anyone. Getting back to their designated meeting spot, he waited for Nero and the girl. Smeared in mud and clay, they looked more like cave trolls or something along those lines, but definitely not normal people. "We must wait," Hadjar ordered through hand signals. "Water flows. We are waiting for when there should be enough water." If they detonated the explosives right now, the fire wouldn't have time to burn down even a tenth of the pasture. Moreover, the horses burning in the fire would start to neigh, and the whole tribe would run to them. A horse was more important to the nomads than their mother, father, and bow combined, and these three things were sacred to any savage. "Do you have any talismans?" the girl asked. She had started to say something else, but Nero put his hand over her mouth. He put a finger to his lips, his entire appearance showing her that it was necessary to stay silent. She just moved his palm aside. "Nobody can hear us, you damn idiots. There's the rain, all the thunder, and even the noise of a lot of drunken and mating savages." "I have some," Hadjar replied in a whisper, figuring she was right. He took the talismans that the master had given him from his pocket. They were strips of yellow paper with red letters inscribed on them. "Do you always carry these with you?" The girl took a few of the pieces of paper from him so carefully it looked like she was touching a bomb. "These spells, I recognize this style. They were made personally by the master. Where did you get them?" "A good man gave them to me. He was your master's apprentice." "Really? Maybe I know his name and—" "Perhaps we could discuss this later," Nero interrupted. "Why do you need the talismans? You're still wearing your collar, and it's not like I could have taken it off earlier. I don't have the seal. I just wanted to take a look." "A key seal isn't needed," the lady shook her head. "You could just destroy it. Otherwise, the savages would have pestered the Lascanian endlessly." "Let her keep them," Hadjar said firmly. "When we burn down everything, it'll be useless to try and hide. The night will find us wherever we go. We'll tear off her collar and run away." "I'm very experienced when it comes to the art of escaping," Nero smiled, trying to defuse the situation. He failed. "Let me ask you this, most esteemed master of running away," the girl said dryly. "How are we going to get away? If you're planning to steal some horses, we won't be able to even get past the first slope before we're killed." Actually, we had another plan. Hadjar and Nero didn't waste time. They took some rope and tied it to the girl's waist. She winced from the unpleasant feeling of the wet rope touching her skin and frowned, but remained silent. Perhaps she had once worn pretty nice clothes, but now her slender legs were being shown off beneath a tattered green skirt. It was obvious that some jewelry had been torn off her waist, neck, and wrists. Her skin was slightly paler in those places. Round, shapely mounds protruded from underneath the scraps of fabric that had once been a white blouse. Nero and Hadjar tried not to look. Not because it was an unappealing sight or uninteresting, but because the time and place weren't very suitable for such things. They began to climb up the cliff. It was much harder than they'd expected it to be. The girl couldn't help them, and just hung there like a weight. She couldn't even cling to the rock without her practitioner's strength, let alone climb up it. Therefore, the ascent, which would have normally taken about 15 minutes, lasted more than half an hour. Hadjar was waiting for his death to arrive with every passing minute, with every new flash of lightning and thunder. He didn't know when the unconscious sentries would wake up, how soon they would raise the alarm, or whether the spirit knight would kill them the very next moment, or maybe a second later. It was difficult to plan their next steps while distracted by all these concerns, so when the edge of the cliff became visible, Hadjar sighed with relief. They didn't untie the lady when they finished climbing. Instead, they just made sure the knots were still tied firmly and looked down. There was a huge abyss below them, the bottom of which was still covered by a massive forest. "Are you ready?" Nero asked him. He took out a small artifact that looked like a detonator. "Let's go," Hadjar whispered in response. Nero blinked for a moment, and then there was an explosion so loud it could have competed even with the noise of the heavenly thunder. A huge flash lit up almost the entire camp, and the desperate neighing of burning horses filled the air. Smashing through the pens, they rushed through the camp, setting fire to tents and trampling people. People started crying out in dismay and confusion, and the plateau was plunged into chaos. "Go!" Hadjar shouted, feeling like something was coming toward them. Nero tore the girl's collar off immediately. The aura of the transformation stage washed over both men. The lady immediately grabbed one of the talismans, squeezed it between her fingers, and whispered a few words. The paper turned into ashes, and then various symbols appeared, spinning over their heads. They merged together in a mad dance, forming something resembling a dome. Right after that, a gigantic flame sword struck the dome. Hadjar couldn't believe his eyes. The symbols cracked and distorted under the force of the sword, which was the size of a whole tree. The damn blade was at least 50 feet long and as thick as 2 grown men. Blood started leaking from the girl's nose. "Hurry," she croaked. Nero and Hadjar turned and ran toward the cliff. They were running without even seeing where they were going, like the horses that were burning the camp down below on the plateau. But while the horses had encountered no obstacles, they were less fortunate. The gigantic, fiery blade flashed, and the symbols faded away in a couple of seconds. Their death was imminent, and they all knew it. The girl screamed and fell to her knees. Nero and Hadjar caught her by the arms as they ran, trying to get away. They came to the cliff. "We need to jump," Hadjar said. The probability of the host surviving such a scenario, less than 23%. Hadjar just shrugged off the message. "Are you crazy?" his friend shouted. "Are there any other options?" And then it became difficult, almost impossible to breathe. Both of them felt it. Hadjar barely managed to turn around. A silhouette was floating in the distance, about 100 yards away, without the assistance of wings or any other device. He just slowly descended from a great height. "It's the Spirit Knight. Damn that Lascanian." He only touched the handle of his sword, and the wave produced by the aura of his blade rushed toward Hadjar. It was a simple aura, the mere desire to draw a blade, but it was enough to cut through rocks like they were plain paper, even at 100 yards. Hadjar's instincts began blaring like a siren. He knew that once the aura touched them, only 3 red smears would be left behind. Drawing his blade, Hadjar assumed the strong wind stance. He slashed with his sword, unleashing all of his strength and putting all the skill he could muster into the strike. Astonishment was plainly evident on the cultivator's face. Why is this ant of the formation stage still alive? A whirlwind of razor-sharp wind, within which ghostly blades danced, emerged from Hadjar's sword. The attack collided with the aura and could only delay it for a couple of seconds. The Spirit Knight had been able to unravel Hadjar's technique with only a simple touch against his sword hilt. But that couple of seconds had been enough for the talisman in the lady's hands to burn up. The cry of a crane rang out in the sky, and Nero and Hadjar jumped off the cliff. The cultivator roared with rage. Stones crumbled from the force of it as the trio flew away on a ghostly crane that had been created from the same hieroglyphs as the recently employed shield. "We have to get back to camp as quickly as possible," Nero said, holding the bloody and pale girl in his lap. "I hope this bird knows where to go," Hadjar muttered, staring at the shape of the mountain range disappearing off in the distance. He knew that the cultivator wouldn't follow them. If he got too close to the camp, the librarian would feel it, and such a meeting would immediately lead to a chain reaction that none of the parties involved in the conflict wanted yet. "At least we're still alive. I made it." Chapter 63. General Lean's tent was once again crowded because of the numerous people that had gathered inside. On top of that, she had ordered that Sirius, the head of the fort, attend the meeting as well, which everyone else disapproved of. He appeared to be arrogant and confident, just like last time, wearing gold jewelry, precious stones, silks, and brocade. The only thing that made him a general was his title and the insignia that went along with it. The valuable badge of office hadn't been stolen purely because thieves avoided targets who were too important.
"Do you believe these soldiers?"
Sirius pointed his thick finger at Nero, Hadjar, and Sarah. That was the name of the girl they'd saved, Sarah. She now looked a little better than she had a couple of hours earlier. Dogar's healer had treated her wounds, given her his brew, and even some clothes. The brown leather jacket and high boots suited her, emphasizing her shapely figure. "I swear on my power and blood." Hadjar slashed his knife across his palm, and his blood burned. "I'm telling the truth." For a couple of seconds, people just stared at him, but Hadjar didn't catch fire like any person that had violated a blood oath would have. "You see, Sirius? He's telling the truth."
"Or he thinks he's telling the truth," the official replied immediately. "You never know what he might have imagined seeing in the storm."
And as if in confirmation of the official's words, lightning struck, and the thunder rumbled so loudly that the figures on the table shook. "That's nothing, Sirius." The general suddenly stepped around the desk and approached the paunchy man. The petite girl still looked like an enormous tiger stepping on a mouse's tail. "Where are your patrols, Sirius?" The official turned paler and sweatier with every step Lean took. He turned to his soldiers, but they weren't eager to draw their weapons. Several senior officers were also in the tent, so any move would have been truly suicidal.
"The patrols are patrolling," the head of the fort shrugged nervously.
"Really? That's a surprise, Sirius. Then why didn't you tell me then that the nomads were capturing the people of our kingdom?"
"Well, they looted a couple of villages.
Sirius adjusted his collar nervously. He couldn't breathe.
"Should I send the garrison out every time someone burns down a village on the border?"
A couple of villages? What villages are you even talking about when they've captured 250,000 people? Something tells me, Sirius, that they've sacked not just a couple, but a couple hundred villages. Where are the patrols?
"Yes, well,
Where are the patrols, you fat bastard?" The general grabbed Sirius's shirt and easily lifted him off the floor. The fort soldiers took up arms, but Dogar silently came up behind them and laid his huge paws on their shoulders. He pushed them down so hard that their armor cracked and began to fall apart. He kneaded the metal just like baker's dough. Ratman, the official's ever-present companion, looked around hastily. Apparently, he would be the first to abandon the sinking ship. "No patrols!" the tubby general screamed hysterically, his legs dangling in the air. "No guns, no patrols, no garrison!" Lean loosened her fingers, and Sirius fell to the floor like a sack of potatoes. Tears were streaming down his red, sweaty face, washing away the paint he had coated it in. "What do you mean by that?"
"There are a total of 40 guns on the walls," the official muttered. "We haven't sent out any patrols for almost 10 years. Only 27,000 soldiers are left in the entire fort."
"Where are the others, Sirius? Where?" Lean's palm lit up with a steel light, and she swung it down. The official curled up and raised his hands above his head. He looked so pathetic that many became uncomfortable with not only having to look at him, but even having to be around this miserable waste of flesh.
"There are no other soldiers. Some of them were dismissed, some became mercenaries."
"Really now?" She swung again.
"The mine! I sold them to the mine!"
The tent was silent. 40 guns and 27,000 soldiers. That meant they couldn't count on the fort's support. General Lean's army was alone, facing a horde of nomads that had been trained and equipped by the Lascanians. "I saw many people in the fort, far more than 27,000.
"They are simple civilians,"
the once celebrated general whined. High positions disfigured people. Southwind had said that it was very rare for a high-ranking official to remain a good person and not become the embodiment of greed and weakness. On the outside, they looked important and unapproachable, like a mountain, but inside, everything had long since rotted away. "That is treason, Sirius," the general sighed, leaning heavily against the edge of the table. "It's high treason."
"I wanted to build a city, Lean, a real city. I had such plans."
"What plans?" "Plans on how to decorate yourself with gold, and how to make your own palace by taking from the fortress. I've seen it. You have stained glass in your bathrooms, Sirius. God's damned stained glass!"
"Do you think it's easy?" the official shrieked suddenly. "Do you think it's easy to live for 40 years in a military fortification, to always be around sweaty and smelly soldiers? There are no streets, no squares, only the parade grounds and training. I could smell the stink of gunpowder in my dreams at night. I wanted to live, Lean, live! Not simply exist."
"Everyone wants that."
"Everyone does, and I had the opportunity to make it a reality, and I did. Or do you think I have a bad life? It's great. We have a bustling industry. We paved the streets, built houses, built the central square. We built taverns, schools, and pubs. Circuses come to our town. Or do you think the soldiers' families can have a lot of fun in the garrison? They lose their children when they're still young, sending them to study in the city, knowing that they would never come back.
Some of the people, feeling disgusted, turned their backs to Sirius.
Yeah, I got my share of the profits, the official continued. But who didn't get a share? Everybody did. Even the king, I'm sure, has appropriated a portion of the proceeds. That's life. If you want to do something good for people, you have to sacrifice something.
And you sacrificed your soul.
My soul?
Sirius got up and straightened his back. He wiped his face and smoothed out his clothes. For a moment, looking at this hog, Hadjar caught a glimpse of the general that had earned an award the king had presented him with personally.
You're a fool, Lean. And all of you are fools if you think you can stand up to this horde. You have to negotiate. Maybe you'll give them a part of your army. Maybe it'll be something else.
You're crazy.
They're just puppets.
The official laughed hysterically.
If you die, the army won't exist. You are senior officers. A simple soldier can always be replaced.
Hadjar looked at the general. He met her steely gray gaze. She nodded slowly. "This is treason, Sirius," she repeated. "Burn in the abyss."
"You're a fool."
Before the pompous fool could finish his sentence, his head fell from his shoulders and rolled across the boards. Hadjar placed the sword of the soldier who was being held by Dogar back into its scabbard. He had no intention of staining his own blade with such blood. "Now, as for you," Lean said slowly, turning to the human rat.
Yes, my general."
He fell to his knees and began beating his head against the floor. "You're the new garrison commander. I don't care how you do it. I don't care where you find them. But in 2 weeks there better be 100 guns on the walls. Do you understand me?" The rat kept banging his head against the floor.
"Do you understand me?" she roared.
"Yes, my general," he wailed. "That's how it will be, my general."
"Get out!" He literally ran out of the tent, stumbling and getting tangled up in his expensive clothes. The limping soldiers, whose collarbones had seemingly been broken by Dogar, followed after him. "Are these meetings always so much fun?" Nero whispered in Hadjar's ear. "You have no idea," Hadjar nodded. Chapter 64. "It's rather strange." Tim, the spymaster, gestured to the ridge with a pointer. "Why is everything so complicated? If a spirit knight is really there, he could have just used a protective spell, and we would have never found them at all."
"Don't you believe my people, Tim?"
Dogar could hardly keep from growling.
"I do believe them. It's just—"
"Simply put, if he had used such a spell—"
The tent flaps moved aside, and the old librarian entered the war council. "I would have sensed them. I would have had to make a report to the Empire, and then something that neither of the Empire's wants would have happened," Lean concluded. The librarian nodded. "Tell me, venerable adept." The general squeezed her pointer and turned slightly pale. "Will he intervene in our battle?"
"Probably not," the Darnassian shook his head. "We, the cultivators, are prohibited from participating in the wars of mortals. We can fight only in the general, large-scale battles of the empires, but such battles are not very similar to what you are doing here."
"I've heard that," the commander of the archers suddenly spoke. "Heaven's soldiers are killed by the hundreds of thousands during battles between empires." The librarian smiled.
"That's right, my dear. We Heaven's soldiers are just pawns in the wars of the empires."
Everyone fell silent. Any cultivator was almost like an inhabitant of the heavens compared to them.
"Besides, taking into account the report of Officer Hadjar, I can assume that a spirit knight of only the initial stage is helping the nomads. He's much stronger than me, but far weaker than most of the officers in the Empire's army."
Hadjar imagined an officer corps consisting of 10,000 cultivators who were stronger than the flying man. It would be interesting to see what a battle of their armies would look like if that flying man had almost destroyed part of the mountain by just touching the grip of his sword. "And why have you come here, venerable adept?" The general squinted at him.
"I think you already know why, General Lean."
The general nodded. "You've already sent your report and received a reply. If the Lascanian cultivator helps the nomads, then you were asked to help us."
"They didn't ask me to do so. They ordered it. That means I'm yours to command. I will help however I can."
"And what can a single cultivator do to help us?" Tur asked.
"I can do a few things," the old man responded vaguely, "but I see you have a scholar and magic caster now."
Everyone turned to Sarah. She was not a citizen of Lytus and was not obliged to risk her life. "Lady Sarah, I understand this will be a very brazen request, but—" "They killed my teacher and my fellow students," the girl almost hissed. "I'm with you, General, and I'll do everything I can." "Thank you," Lean said sincerely.
"Then let me take this lovely lady with me. We have something to discuss."
And the librarian took her out of the tent. Nero watched them go with longing. "I think I'm in love," he whispered. "You'll forget her in 2 days," Hadjar assured him. "No, my friend," Nero sighed sorrowfully. "This time, it's serious." They all stared at the map silently for a while, looking for a solution. Hadjar tried to use the neuronet at full power, but it could not find an optimal solution in which the life of the host wouldn't be in great danger. Each of the proposed options had a red threat level. Such a color meant that the probability of Hadjar's death was more than 50%.
"We need to send for reinforcements."
Helion, the commander of the cavalry, broke the silence.
"We can't do it alone."
Lean listened to his words, and then turned in the opposite direction. "How long will the rain delay them for, Officer Hadjar?" the general asked. 2 weeks, maybe a little more, maybe a little less.
Plus, taking into account your success with the sabotage, alongside Private Nero,
The chief engineer, Tur, mumbled pensively.
It's unlikely that you've burned down a significant part of their horses and provisions, but the total damage should still delay them.
Overall, we have 2 weeks, Lean finished. We'll proceed with that figure as a baseline. We'll immediately send a report to the general staff, but the nearest army will have to travel for at least a month to get to us. Tim finished the sentence for the general. If we bog them down in protracted battles, Leon suggested,
Then we can buy enough time for the reinforcements to arrive. There'll be no protracted battles. The general pushed all the figurines from the ridge over to the plain. They know that we know the state of affairs. Moreover, a Lascanian spirit knight is with them. He wouldn't risk a chance to interrupt the supply of solar ore. They will hit us right away. No probing battles and minor hassles. A decisive battle. Everything'll be decided in one day.
That damn coward was right.
The cavalryman hit the table angrily.
We won't be able to fight them. They have 5 million people, cannons, horse archers, trebuchets, and even monsters that we don't know anything about.
Are you suggesting we retreat?
No, my general,
Helion snarled.
I propose we figure out how we can sell our lives at a higher price so that these creatures don't break through to the interior of the country.
The general looked around sternly. No one faltered under her gaze, and not a single person flinched. Nobody mentioned running or trying to negotiate. Each of the people standing at that table loved their homeland. Somewhere out there, among the meadows and fields, their families were waiting for them. Yes, they might never see them again, but the sky itself would collapse before they allowed a horde of savages to ruin their land, to kill their children and spouses. As long as they drew breath, they would fight for their homeland. Not for the king, officials, or because of orders, but so their loved ones could sleep peacefully and not have to take up arms. All right, let's think about how we can do the most damage to the horde. The discussion continued for 6 long hours. Contrary to the statute, the right to speak was given to anyone who wanted to do so. Nero spoke a couple of times. He suggested simple but very sensible ideas. For example, digging trenches and filling them with fuel in order to divide the opponent's flanks. Hadjar didn't lag behind either. Even without the neural network's prompting, he remembered the anti-tank barriers that had been used to stop tanks in his old world. There were no tanks here, but no one had said that such barriers couldn't be utilized to prevent the enemy cavalry from destroying the infantry with its famous wedge formation. For the most part, however, the senior officers were the ones who spoke. Their extensive knowledge, and most importantly, their experience with military affairs helped them. In the end, they even managed to briefly discuss a plan that would allow them to defeat a foe that had more than twice their numbers. The plan was stupid and defiant, almost childishly stubborn, but even stranger things sometimes happened. A person faced with their inevitable death was ready to resort to any kind of madness, if only to put off the hour when they had to plunge into the abyss and go on to their rebirth. In this world, people sincerely believed that a person would be born again after their death. They'd have a new destiny and a new body, but without their old memories. No matter how silly it sounded, Hadjar could believe in such a circle of reincarnation. After all, he himself was a kind of living proof of such a faith having merit. However, by some miracle, he'd retained all of his memories. After the council ended, they went back to their camps and units. After they had a good long rest, accompanied by the rain drumming against the tent's fabric, lots of hard work awaited them. They all had their own tasks and assignments. Nero and Hadjar, who had both also received several orders, were now sitting on the hill near which the bloody battle would soon be fought. They smoked pipes, breathing out rings of smoke, and looked into the distance. Well, she sure is beautiful, huh? Who? Sarah,
A dreamy smile appeared on Nero's face, brave and beautiful. Hadjar looked at his friend's glittering eyes and listened to his pent-up sighs. "You've fallen in love," Hadjar stated. "I already told you that." A white, fluffy muzzle poked out from under Hadjar's clothes. The kitten yawned. Then she meowed, demanding some food. Hadjar offered a piece of dried meat to his pet. Azria grabbed it with her teeth and ducked back into the warmth and comfort beneath Hadjar's clothes. She soon fell asleep again. "What about your love of twins?" Hadjar asked. "Or is that in the past now?" "Well, what if Sarah has a sister?" Nero shrugged. They were silent for a moment, and then broke out into laughter, which soon gave way to the oppressive silence from before. "We'll survive, Hadj. We'll survive for sure. We'll get medals, and all the girls will be ours. I seem to recall you saying you were in love. Well, okay. All the girls will be yours." Nero gave his friend's shoulder a nudge, and they continued to smoke. Despite the upcoming battle, their souls were at peace. Chapter 65. Standing in the pouring rain, Hadjar trained. A week had already passed since the most idiotic and therefore the most viable plan had been approved by the War Council. Every soldier had been given a specific task. Hadjar had also been given an assignment, but his commanding officer had freed him from that dull obligation and had ordered him to train instead. Because, according to Dogar, if he were to become one with the world, he would be worth hundreds of nomads in the upcoming battle, and they could not afford to lose such an advantage. And so Hadjar trained. Every day he fenced with the wind, rain, earth, and fire. He tried to recapture the feeling that he'd had during his fight with Colin. That same moment of enlightenment, when it had seemed like he had touched on some mystery of the world, when he'd seen the edge of the true essence, which was usually safely hidden from the eyes of mere mortals. And yet he was missing something elusive, ghostly, ephemeral, but still incredibly important. Hadjar could still feel the earth and how it gave strength to his steps. He felt the wind, whose currents directed his blade. He felt the fire from which his sword had been born, and felt the water pouring from the heavens. But it wasn't enough. He was still missing something. His sword strikes were quick and smooth. He moved in the rain, battling with hundreds of invisible foes. He did it so gracefully it was beautiful to behold. So elegantly that, had there been an artist around, he would have surely been inspired and produced a masterpiece. But Hadjar fought alone in the rain. His every attack was filled with energy and always found its goal. The strikes cut through the thousands of drops falling from the sky. Drenched in sweat and rain, Hadjar was able to cut through at least 10 drops every time. He didn't just batter them, but cut them so quickly and neatly that one drop would turn into 2. As he trained, concentrating on his battle with the rain, Hadjar recalled the Light Breeze scroll. The first of its stances, the strong wind, was like a storm descending into a calm valley from atop the high mountains. Hadjar made a particularly sharp attack with his sword, and the rain cut through the wind. The stance was just as wild, savage, and fierce as a storm in the darkened sky. The second stance was too mystical, and Hadjar couldn't understand it. He lacked the skills and knowledge required, both in the path of the sword and in the elements of the wind, in order to comprehend the secrets of the calm wind. The second stance of the technique, Traves, had left him. Unable to grasp the secrets of the technique, nor the secrets of one with the world, Hadjar continued his senseless and endless battle with the rain. Raindrops that had been cut in half were falling to the ground, but each of those drops was quickly replaced by a myriad of others. It was said that a practitioner shouldn't meditate and study all the time. They also had to participate in life and interact with the outside world, travel, fight, live. Only then would they be able to acquire knowledge, which would coalesce in a rush of insight when the moment came, and the cultivator would be able to comprehend something new, a deeper, more mystical secret. Hadjar, after his fight with the Spirit Knight, the Emerald Wolf, and Colin, felt that he was close to comprehending some profound truth, but couldn't understand what it was. Enlightenment kept evading his grasp. The battles had hardened his hands, strengthened his will, and presented him with knowledge, but he couldn't merge them together. The raindrops continued to strike the blade. Hadjar was fighting the rain, but couldn't win. "It's very beautiful," a voice sounded. Hadjar flinched and lost his rhythm. His sword missed its target, and the prince almost lost his balance. A girl with red hair and a tenacious gaze stood behind him, wrapped in a cloak. Steffa? Hadjar thought he was seeing a mirage. No, it couldn't have been Steffa. He'd left her behind, somewhere far back on the road of his life. Almost 7 years had passed since he'd last seen her. Hundreds of thousands of miles separated them now. "Did you remember my name after the performance?" The girl was surprised. Suddenly, Hadjar recalled what Nero and Sirius had said.
"By the way, a circus has just arrived. They have such funny freaks there."
Hadjar remembered the words of the official he'd executed. "Let's go look at the circus freaks," Nero had suggested. "Yes, my lady." Hadjar bowed slightly, suddenly having to deal with an uninvited lump in his throat. "Lady," Steffa repeated. She was as beautiful and passionate as he remembered her being. "No one has ever called me that, although there was one man, but he died a long time ago." What were the chances that a circus in which Hadjar had spent 5 years of his life would arrive to this remote fort? Approximately as infinitesimal as the chances that he would meet a thread leading to Underworld City in the mountains, among the Horde's prisoners, to a place where he could unlock the secrets of spells. For a moment, it seemed to Hadjar like all the roads of his life had been woven into a single thread that was tied around that fort and the upcoming battle, as if fate itself had led him here, as well as the people who'd helped that fate come to pass. "What are you doing in this downpour?" Hadjar asked after sheathing his sword. He picked his cloak up off the ground and covered Steffa's shoulders with it. Once upon a time, she had been taller than him. Now she barely came up to his chest. "We put on a show at your camp." She didn't doubt for a second that the man in front of her was from the military. The swordsman's gaze, his posture, his walk, and his self-confidence all signaled that he was a soldier. And yet Steffa had never seen such an interesting man in her life. Despite the fact that he looked like the well-groomed son of a nobleman, his strength and power could be felt a mile away. It was almost like the aura of a wild beast. "Then you should go back," Hadjar pointed to the fort. "Better yet, go west. It'll be dangerous if you stay here." "Yes," Steffa nodded.
We're leaving tomorrow. Tomorrow. For some reason, Hadjar knew that he'd never see this girl again. Tomorrow their paths, which had miraculously come together on the great journey of life, would once again diverge, and this time it would be forever. She was standing very close to him, and her scent was the same as always. She smelled like a bonfire, grass, and some sweet flower. "You have very beautiful eyes, soldier." Her thin, worn fingers touched his cheek. Suddenly she asked, "Have we met before?" Her fingers ran a little lower, entangling themselves in Hadjar's hair, and then went further down to his clavicle. She pulled him even closer, so close that he got goosebumps from her hot breath tickling his skin. "What's your name, soldier?" Hadjar looked into her eyes. They held neither fear nor sorrow, only a thirst for life. They were bright and free. Instead of answering, he hugged her tightly, pressing himself against her. He removed the hood and buried his face in Stefa's hair, wet, but so fragrant. She hugged him back, feeling as if she were clinging to a ferocious predator. It was a frightening and therefore intoxicating feeling. They loved each other right there, throwing the cloak onto the cold ground and ignoring the ceaseless rain. Hadjar took her fiercely, then gently, and she gave herself to him passionately and ardently. Hadjar didn't know how long it had lasted, but when he opened his eyes, he found himself alone on his cloak. Stefa never stayed with a man. She never stayed in one place. She was as free as the wind, blowing across an endless valley. Even when she was with other people, she was also always alone with the whole world. Hadjar sighed and looked west. He said goodbye to Stefa and let his past drift away. Hadjar released that dark clot that had been hovering around his heart, the year he'd spent in prison, full of torture and pain. Those 5 years of being a worthless slave, the years he'd spent with Aina and her mother, as a musician in the brothel. He got rid of all of it, banished the pain and sadness, leaving only the rare moments of joy behind. And it all went away. Suddenly, Hadjar rose and picked up his sword. The rain was still coming down. It didn't care who was drenched in the life-giving moisture. Demons and gods, heroes or villains, all were equal in its eyes. Hadjar started his battle with the rain again, but this time his sword didn't cut through even a single drop. No, it seemingly kept finding a gap between the raindrops every time and going around them. Each time it would find the practically non-existent moment when a passage opened up between the millions of drops. Hadjar had once again made a small step toward reaching the top. He now knew a secret about the world. He didn't have to fight it. Struggling was useless. The young man had to take it into himself instead. He had to take the whole world in. "Calm wind," Hadjar said, assuming the second stance of Trave's technique. The raindrops kept falling, only now they weren't touching Hadjar or his sword, which was dancing through the air. They flowed around the warrior as if coming across an invisible barrier. If strong wind was an attack stance, then calm wind was a stance focused on the wielder's protection. Hadjar swung his blade, and the ghostly strike flew as far as 19 steps before it disappeared into the darkness. He'd almost reached the second stage of blade mastery. He'd almost become one with the world. Well,
That's enough for now. Hadjar sheathed the blade and picked up his discarded clothes. He looked west again. Yes, the second stance was called Calm Wind, but he would forever associate it with one name: Stefa. Hadjar returned to the camp. He'd reached the absolute peak of his capabilities. He had no way left to grow stronger before the battle. There was only one thing left to do: wait for the war to begin. Chapter 66. Hadjar looked toward the horizon. The sun was rising. The endless rain had subsided for a while, and the sky had brightened only to turn into the bloody veil of a new day in the very next moment. 2 million warriors stood behind Hadjar. Some wore light armor, others had armor so heavy it was a miracle they could move. Dogar's detachment was always in the front rows and held the center. That was why some people believed that it was almost impossible to survive even one battle in that detachment. Dogar himself didn't look like a bear anymore, but like a giant from old legends. He was wearing leather armor, a close helmet, and his fighting gauntlets. He was a terrifying sight. He had a bandolier full of daggers across his chest, and a long, wide knife was attached to his left shoulder. They all looked like gnarled animal fangs, ready to dig into the enemy's throat. To his right, Nero was letting out slightly nervous breaths. Before the fight, he dyed his hair white. Hadjar didn't know why, but judging by Sarah's angry look, it was somehow related to the fact that Nero had gotten drunk and then slid into her tent. Not quite passionate shouts followed, accompanied by the flashes and noise that usually came with spells being cast. He had already been like this when he'd left her tent, white-haired and covered in numerous bruises, but he'd also been sober. Now, clutching a heavy sword in his hands, he was flaunting a rather strange armor. His torso and legs were fully enclosed in it, but his shoulders and forearms weren't even covered in chainmail. Also, steel plate armor protected his wrists, but everything else was exposed. Perhaps this armor was appropriate for the requirements of Nero's technique, or he'd simply lost part of his armor. Hadjar himself looked the same as always, wearing chainmail over leather armor and with ordinary clothes over both. This time they were a dark red color, so that the enemy wouldn't see his blood. Hadjar checked whether the leather strap holding his long hair out of the way was still whole. The crows were already circling above them in the sky. They cawed as if urging people to begin the battle. Suddenly, the line of the horizon turned black. It was as if an artist had smeared paint on it and decided to leave it without finishing their newly begun work. The soldiers became anxious. The creaking of armor and clanging of weapons filled the air. The valley ahead was slowly covered in a golden veil, which was emerging from the previously dark horizon. Hundreds of thousands of horsemen, clad in armor, were riding toward the battlefield. Suddenly, 6 horsemen rode forward, and the most powerful of them rode at the head. He was wearing gold armor and a lightweight helmet. The sun shone on his chest, and his horse was so mighty it kicked up chunks of earth as it galloped. General Lean and the senior officers moved to meet him. They met somewhere in the middle, descended from their horses, and sat down opposite each other at a table covered with a white tablecloth. "What do you think they're discussing?" Nero whispered, adjusting the helmet on his head. "They're trying to frighten each other," Hadjar guessed. The generals of both armies had been discussing something for about 15 minutes. Then they drank something and went their separate ways. Judging by the joyful cries of the savages and the annoyed growls of their general, they hadn't been able to come to a consensus. Lean paused after she was once again standing in front of her people. Her hair had been pulled into a tight bun, and she wore full, heavy armor. The wind ruffled her blue woolen cape, and her personal contingent of giant warriors standing behind her glittered in the sun because their armor was so polished. A general probably had to give a speech to inspire people at moments like this. The general, however, was only looking at her army in silence, at the faces of the young men and women whose eyes were full of fear and uncertainty. How many of them had only recently held on to the hem of their mother's skirt, or had been frightened by their father's belt, and now they were standing at the front of an army facing a whole horde of nomads. What was she supposed to say? Behind her, in the distance, the enemy general, pacing energetically in front of the ranks of the savages, was giving an inspiring speech. The echoes of his thundering voice reached all the way to their own ranks. Lean was silent. Suddenly, she raised her spear and struck the ground with its shaft. At the same moment, a roar rose up, so powerful that it was like a mountain had collapsed or the ground had split open somewhere, so deafening was her strike. She raised her spear once more, and then struck the ground. The earth shook under Hadjar's feet, and he himself seemed to calm down slightly, as if his frantically beating heart had begun to accept the beat of the spear instead. Soon, one of the soldiers bared his mace and hit it against his shield. Then another comrade joined him, and after they started it, more and more took up the rhythm. In absolute silence, without uttering a word, 2 million soldiers began to beat their weapons against their shields or their spears against the ground. The cavalrymen struck the ground with the hooves of their horses, and the archers struck the drums with their open palms. They went faster and faster, louder and louder, until the frightened neighing of the enemy's horses could be heard from the other side of the valley. Then the soldiers, all together, like the awakening of a mighty beast, roared and charged the foe. General Lean, now wearing a helmet, was at the forefront. Hadjar ran silently, only tightening his grip on the blade. Nero, who was shoulder to shoulder with him, was straining his throat enough for both of them. The enemy army, driven by their general, rushed to meet them in battle. A whole sea of hooting horsemen and neighing horses barreled toward them. 2 oceans of steel, flesh, fear, and sweat were about to collide. "Turn!" Dogar's voice boomed out when just a few yards remained before the collision. The first ranks of the infantry immediately stopped. Hundreds of thousands of warriors turned to the right in sync, letting the forward troops of heavy spearmen through. They plunged their special spiked shields into the ground, then put their long spears into special hollows. The second row of infantry put their shields on top of theirs, the third row did the same, and so on and so forth until the first rows were completely covered by the shield formation. A moment later, it was as if a ram had hit the shield wall, but the shield spikes the spearmen had dug into the ground held fast. The spearmen grunted with the strain, but held the line, sometimes lunging forward with their spears, and then the army would be greeted by the welcome cry of a dying enemy. Suddenly, a buzzing rang out. It sounded like thousands of mosquitoes had risen into the air at once. There were so many of them that they blocked out the sun. Hadjar looked at the sky, but saw nothing except for the swarm of arrows the archers had loosed. They covered the azure sky with a black curtain, and then the battlefield was flooded with the sounds of arrows hitting flesh, armor, and people's cries. The rain of arrows both sides had launched collided with one another. The arrows met in the air and fell, but some still found their mark. A soldier standing next to Hadjar clutched at his throat and, choking on his own blood, fell to the ground. He tried to gasp when Hadjar thrust his sword into the man's skull. The body of a seriously wounded soldier, writhing in agony, would only hinder them in the battle to come. Other warriors did the same if a dying comrade fell close to them. One such body could lead to the death of 10 strong warriors. The healers never appeared at the beginning of a battle. It would be useless. "Hold!" Dogar shouted as the cannons slammed against the other side of the wall of shields. This time the whistle could be heard only at the last moment, when the cannonball was already so close that it would be impossible to dodge it. Hadjar could hear heart-rending cries behind him. The smell of burning flesh filled the air, and a severed hand landed right next to Hadjar. "Damn it!" Nero hissed, throwing the grotesque bundles of flesh to the side. Some of the very young soldiers vomited right into their helmets. "Hold!" Dogar shouted, helping the spearmen hold the wall of shields. Hadjar saw their foes rushing in, trying to find gaps between the shields. They beat against the shield wall with their maces, trying to break through it. Not a moment too soon, explosions could be heard from their side of the barrier. The fort had launched its first salvo, and while they had half as many cannons as the nomads did, their cannonballs flew much farther. Suddenly, a loud whistle assaulted their ears. Hadjar managed to notice Dogar's look of stunned horror, and then everything was plunged into chaos. A shell, tearing through the flesh of the horses and horsemen alike, slammed into the wall of shields. Great chunks of earth, destroyed iron, and people flew into the air. The enemy immediately flooded through the newly formed gap. "Stop them!" Dogar cried out, wiping other people's flesh and blood off his helmet. Some infantry immediately moved toward the new center of the battle. "Hadjar!" Nero cried out as he was being carried by the general stream of soldiers toward the battle with the cavalry. "Damn it!" the young officer swore. His line was holding the shields, but he couldn't abandon a friend, nor could he break through dozens of firmly entrenched soldiers. Using someone's thigh as a step, Hadjar climbed onto the shoulder of a warrior next to him and then stepped out onto the edge of the wall of shields. With his sword drawn, he towered above the front line, which stretched out for many miles. The arrows buzzed through the sky, and the cannonballs whistled. From somewhere in the west, huge trebuchets were being pulled closer to the battlefield, and high siege towers were getting closer to the fort. The battle was already bloody and had been costly for both sides. It looked like things would only get worse. The fiercest battle was being waged on the hill, where thousands of people had already died. Both the forts and the enemy's artillery were constantly firing, as evidenced by the smoke clouds rising above them. The screams of soldiers dying in agony resonated with the vicious cawing of the crows that had risen high above the field of battle. They were circling over it like sharks, waiting for the beginning of their feast. Just a couple of minutes had passed since the battle had started. Hadjar, after locating Nero, ran over to help his friend, deflecting arrows along the way. Chapter 67. "Nero!" he shouted and jumped off the wall directly onto a horse. He cut the rider's throat and then threw him off the horse, after which the rider was quickly slaughtered by the infantry's hooks. Each of the front-rank soldiers had been given a hook. The soldiers would slam these hooks into the cavalrymen's hips and pull them down from their horses, turning the enemy into helpless, easy prey. Nero was fighting 5 savages at the same time. Their light sabers caused sparks as they struck his heavy blade, but after each of these sparks, someone's severed leg or hand would quickly follow. "Forward!" Hadjar hit the horse's sides, and it neighed and rushed into the thick of battle. Horses, people, blood, steel, everything was mixing into one boiling brew of fear and pain, and only because of that same pain and fear, the people, despite the hail of arrows coming down repeatedly and the whistling of cannonballs overhead, fought as if they'd been born only yesterday and never intended to die. Hadjar slammed into the enemy ranks from behind. Holding the reins with his left hand, he delivered swift and brutal sword slashes with his right. A rider fell to the ground after each strike. Hadjar's sword easily cut through even the strongest armor, not to mention pliable flesh and bones. Part of the savages died immediately, and those who'd gotten away with only a wound were trampled to death either by the enemy or their own allies. "Hadj!" Nero, after decapitating one more opponent, stretched out his blood-covered hand. Hadjar, bending down, grabbed his comrade's forearm and pulled hard. Nero jumped up onto the back of the horse at once. "You came just in time." He patted Hadjar on the shoulder, and a moment later ran an approaching enemy horseman through with his blade. Pushing the dying savage off the horse, Nero climbed onto it. Emergency message. If the enemy's artillery threat is not neutralized, then the host's probability of survival will decrease to a critical value, less than 5%. "Cannons!" Hadjar shouted, cutting off someone's hand and then stabbing them through the throat. "We need to destroy the cannons! They'll crush our entire flank if we don't!" And then another volley rumbled overhead, as if to confirm Hadjar's words. A cannonball swept through the crowd of nomads with a whistle, killing them on the spot. The savages did not spare their own soldiers if they saw an opportunity to weaken the enemy. Human bodies and shattered shields soared into the sky along with the dead horses. "Infantry!" Nero shouted, raising his sword into the air. "Attack!" Hadjar and Nero, urging their horses forward, rushed into the battle, pushing the enemy away from the ever-increasing gap in the wall, and the infantrymen raced after them, shouting wildly. They struck the enemy with spears and swords, leaving the ground covered in blood, and the dying groaning in agony under their feet. Hadjar swung his sword tirelessly on either side of him. He wasn't a cavalryman, and therefore his strikes were much weaker than usual, but they were still strong enough to end a life every time he struck. They were going through the enemy's flank like a thin nail through a heavy board. It was difficult and slow-going, but with each new hammer strike it went in just a bit deeper and deeper. A savage infantryman tried to stab Hadjar's side with a spear. The prince released the reins and, clutching the metal weapon under the deadly tip, pulled hard. The man flew up into the sky, and then his body, which had been split in half, splattered on the riders hurrying to organize a counterattack. Nero once again swung his sword, cutting off the head of an enemy's horse with one strike. It fell, burying the screaming savage beneath it. The infantry coming up behind them finished him off right then and there. Thanking his friend with a nod, Hadjar put the spear on his shoulder and threw it with all the force he could muster. It pierced through a galloping horseman, then crashed into a second one behind him, knocked him off his horse, and stopped only after ending a third soldier. All three died together, killed by the same spear. Losing themselves in cutting their way through the enemy riders, Nero and Hadjar didn't know how long they'd been wading through the hordes of enemies to get to their nearest cannons. But judging by the number of volleys they'd heard, they hadn't taken long to get there. The nomads were numerous, but they were poorly organized and not very well trained. They had been hardened by endless raids, but nothing more. Most of them couldn't do anything to stop two practitioners of the formation level, and therefore they'd probably channeled their energy and hatred toward the infantry following after the two cultivators. When Nero and Hadjar saw the cannons in front of them, which the gunners were dousing in water carefully so that they'd cool down but not crack, then, "Damn it!" Nero swore when, after turning around, he saw nothing but a bloody battle in the distance. They were alone in the midst of enemy troops. A moment later, Hadjar's horse whinnied and began to roll over onto its side. The prince managed to pull his leg out of the stirrup and jump down. As he did so, he noticed numerous wounds on the body of the animal. "Get up!" Nero extended his hand to Hadjar, but as he did so, an enemy spear slammed into his horse. He barely managed to jump out of the saddle and avoid being buried under the carcass of the dying animal. They stood back to back. A bloodthirsty grin danced on Nero's face, which was covered in his own and other people's blood. Hadjar was calm and concentrated. His clothes had turned from red to purple. Dozens of opponents surrounded them. They were wearing light armor, armed with short sabers, axes, or maces. With their painted faces, they resembled fiends from the abyss, hungry for the flesh and blood of outsiders. They were going to tear apart the two brave souls that had dared to try and seize their cannons. "Whoever gets to 100 first," Nero growled, "is buying the wine." "Okay," Hadjar nodded. They didn't move except to circle in place, keeping their backs to each other. The nomads didn't wait long. They saw only 2 opponents in front of them, while there were dozens of them. A young man couldn't wait any longer and attacked first. Armed with a saber and a small shield, he rushed at the enemies. He managed to lift his saber, but in the next instant his body had already been reduced to bloody chunks. A fountain of blood shot into the sky, and its scarlet drops hadn't even fallen to the ground yet when Hadjar sent a second savage to a better world as well. Due to standing back to back with him, he could feel Nero was wielding his blade, and thanks to that comforting feeling, his heart grew stronger, and a sense of confidence arose from the depths of his soul. And so they stood, unyielding, 2 warriors against hundreds of savages. They kept fighting. They blocked attacks, chopped limbs off, and impaled foes. Scarlet blood soared into the sky. The severed arms and legs fell to the ground. Someone tried to stab Hadjar with a spear, but the officer cut it off with a flick of his sword, and then sent the severed tip forward with a sweep of his hand. It pierced through the larynx of one nomad and got stuck in the eye of a second. 2 cries of agony merged into one. The savages fell to the ground, but their comrades walked over their bodies, overcome with bloodlust. A mace whistled on his left, and Hadjar grabbed it at the base and, pulling on it to force the enemy forward, rammed his sword through the savage's gut. Pushing the body aside and into the path of other foes charging at him, he struck down with the mace toward his right, striking the head of another enemy. It broke like a rotten watermelon. Scarlet liquid and gray matter painted Hadjar's chest, and he immediately threw the mace. It knocked down at least 4 of the savages, and they choked on blood, feeling the fragments of their ribs piercing their insides. "Break through!" Nero shouted, and they abandoned their previous position. Nero managed to carve a hole in the ring their opponents had made around them, and they rushed through together. Shoulder to shoulder, they were sending the enemy fighters to meet their forefathers. Their swords, the cries of the dying, and splashes of blood, that was their entire world in those moments. They covered every inch of the ground, separating them from the cannons with the bodies of dead and dying enemies. Hadjar didn't even immediately notice that someone's severed hand was slowing his pace. It was gripping his ankle tightly. He swung his blade, sending the stump into the air. It crashed into the face of another savage, obscuring her view for a moment. Actually, that stump was the last thing that the savage saw in her life. Soon, her head fell to the ground, and Hadjar threw her body at the opponents chasing them. They fell to the ground after another attack and remained there forever. Nero had used his giant technique. A giant palm made of energy, with swords instead of fingers, had nailed at least a dozen savages to the ground at once. "Save your energy," Hadjar ordered, while dismembering a foe. I know," Nero growled. They couldn't constantly use their techniques and were therefore forced to save energy so they could strengthen their own bodies. Finally, they reached the cannons. The savages, upon seeing the two demons of the underworld burst through the ranks of the cannon's defenders with ease, abandoned their posts and fled in terror. 15 cannons had been left without any protection or gunners. "Blow them up!" Nero cried out, holding back the enemy's onslaught alone. The cannons had been positioned on a small hill that had only one path leading up to it. The only other approaches were covered in grass made slick with blood, rendering it impassable, and so Nero was holding almost a couple of hundred opponents back quite successfully. They were forced to line up and could not attack him in groups of more than 2 or 3 people at a time. Hadjar looked to the west. The high siege towers were already moving forward, threatening the walls of the fort. The hill for which the bloodiest battle was being fought had been ruined. One of the traps the engineers had set up had worked as it should have, sending several thousand savages to the plain. Alas, hundreds of defenders had joined them in death. The fire water was burning, forcing the enemy riders to separate into smaller groups. Helion's cavalry was fighting them with all their might. The cannons thundered from atop the walls of the fort, their flashes blooming like crimson flowers in the night. Because of the flames, soot, and constant cannon fire, the sky was covered with black clouds. The part of the valley where the sunlight might have come through had already been enveloped by nightfall. It was only the second hour of the battle. "Keep them back!" Hadjar cried out. He sheathed his sword and, gasping for air, turned each of the cannons toward the west. As he loaded the cannonballs, he watched Nero, who didn't seem to be encountering much resistance from the enemy. Practitioners at the bodily nodes level, and especially at the initial stages, posed as much of a threat to them as mosquitoes did. They were annoying, they could bite them, but they weren't actually dangerous. 10 minutes later, 15 cannons fired. 15 cannonballs flew across the sky and struck the other gunnery hill. It was torn apart, chunks of earth flying into the air, and the metallic debris of the blown-up cannons rained down on the fleeing crews. Filling his cannons with gunpowder, Hadjar ignited the wicks on the demolition charges. He joined Nero, and they rushed into the enemy ranks. 2 minutes later, after exchanging tired glances, they collapsed to the ground, hiding underneath the corpses of their enemies and the bodies of those who were already bleeding to death. Protected by this improvised shield, they waited for the explosion. The cries of the wounded and those who had been burned alive filled the air around them. Getting out from under the bodies, they looked around. The battle had moved farther west, to where the siege towers had already been deployed. General Lean's army had diminished noticeably, but the horde of nomads was still spread out over almost the entire visible space. Damn it! Nero pulled off his helmet, which was a clear sign of how disturbed he was. Winged, humanoid creatures were flying up from the hills. They were clutching spears and flammable barrels in their hands and paws, their slave collars plainly visible. Some savages flew by them, riding some winged raptors. That's why they needed those creatures, Hadjar exhaled, wiping his own and other people's blood off his face. Damn Lascanian! Nero took hold of his sword with his other hand and turned to Hadjar. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? There, in the east, monsters had joined the savages' ranks. The monsters that were in the sky attacked the army with bombs and killed the gunners and archers at the walls of the fort with spears. But there were other monsters, huge creatures crawling on the ground. Something like small catapults had been hoisted on their backs. Encased in armor, they were easily trampling General Lean's army, and giants with faces akin to sea creatures followed after them. They were also wearing armor, their giant fangs bared. They could send several soldiers to the other world with just one sweep of their paws. Streams of water burst from their mouths with a roar and cut through people as if they were sharp blades. As always, buddy, Hadjar nodded. As always. They ran, and pushing off the pile of bodies, soared into the air. Clinging to the paws of the monster flying over them, they jumped on its back. Both Nero and Hadjar raised their swords over the nomad who was guiding the beast. They beheaded him so swiftly it seemed like he hadn't noticed a thing. "How do we control this creature?" Nero yelled, while grabbing the reins of the flying raptor. Chapter 68. In the end, directing the monster was a process similar to steering a horse. Nero commanded the creature, and Hadjar operated some kind of a huge automatic crossbow. It had about 100 short bolts in its cassette. By turning the wooden handle, Hadjar launched one dart after another. Together, they flew over the battlefield, soaring through the sky. Every one of Hadjar's shots found its target. He was not a prodigy marksman, and indeed he looked more like a drunken jester than a warrior with a bow in his hands. But with the help of the neural network, which told him when and how to shoot, he was a real sniper of the skies. Each dart would send the other winged creatures crashing down. "Great shot, Hadj!" Nero tried to shout out, despite the roaring wind. The winged humanoid hadn't had time to drop the barrel full of the combustible mixture. Rather, the creature and the barrel both fell right into the midst of the savage's horse archers. Hadjar and Nero cheered triumphantly, but their reign over the heavens couldn't last for long. After a couple of minutes, 2 reptiles were on their tail. Darts whistled past their heads, and even if Hadjar wasn't a natural-born marksman, Nero seemed like he'd been a pilot in his past life in Hadjar's old world. "Hold on!" he shouted to his friend, and began to perform a sharp turn. They weaved through the sky, dodging the projectiles fired by their pursuers. Explosive barrels hit the ground repeatedly. Too many creatures with bombs were still in the sky. As they made a sharp turn, Hadjar managed to spot Leon, the head of the archers. She was bloodied and barely standing on the wall. Actually, she'd braced 2 short spears on the parapet floor and was leaning on their handles to stay upright. She gave an order, and a cloud of arrows flew into the sky. They mostly struck warriors, the savages or the lightish. That distinction wasn't very important right now. The archers fired indiscriminately, but some of them also managed to bring down the winged creatures in the sky. "We won't last much longer," Nero shouted when 2 more nomads on winged reptiles joined their pursuers. "Fly down." "Down where? Only the devil knows what's going on around here." Hadjar crawled over to his friend and pointed at one of the monsters. It was swinging its scaly paws. The claws, which were covered in thick, sturdy membranes, gutted horses and people alike. The streams of water escaping from its mouth left deep grooves in the ground as they sliced through everything. "Over there," Hadjar said. "You're crazy," Nero said, but still slapped the reptile's head with the reins. He went into a steep dive. Their pursuers sped up behind them. They probably thought that the reptile they were pursuing would come out of its vertical fall at the last moment. That's what they believed would happen, and so they waited for it. But the reptile crashed into the monster's back head-on, and 2 silhouettes jumped off at the very last moment. The savages failed to react quickly enough, and all the 4 winged monsters slammed into the nomadic cavalry. "It's so nice to be back on the ground," Nero exhaled, holding his sword casually as he relished the feeling. "There's the second one," Hadjar shouted. And so they rushed toward the nearest monster. It was about 10 yards away. They once again cut their way through the enemy, but this time they were on foot, fighting through the ranks of the cavalry, which was engaged in battle. The hooves of horses struck out like hammers, passing mere inches in front of their faces, and the spears and long broadswords fell like guillotine blades all around them. Hadjar pulled someone off their horse, but instead of climbing on it, he only chopped off its legs and then pushed it with all his strength. And he was a lot stronger than he looked. With a wild neigh, the horse flew forward and collapsed on top of several horsemen. They stumbled and fell, buried under a pile of bodies. The nomads that had been galloping behind them couldn't jump over the barrier and ended up stuck in the general heap. Hadjar and Nero used the piled-up bodies to once again jump up. Nero mounted a horse and began cutting his way through. Hadjar, however, as if he weighed less than a feather, he kept jumping from one horse to the next. The riders were all clustered tightly together, making it easier for him. With every leap, Hadjar brought his sword down on someone's neck, head, or torso. The spurts of blood and the cries of the dying followed him, but Hadjar had gotten used to them. On the contrary, he now welcomed them. They were the harbingers of the ghost of a victory that might be snatched from this hell full of scarlet and orange, an inferno of blood and fire. At some point, after forcefully pushing off from yet another rider, Hadjar landed behind Nero, who was swinging his heavy blade around like a child would a toy. Each of his blows found a new target. Nero spurred the horse on, and it jumped over another hill of bodies. On the other side of the mass of corpses, the battle with the monster and the savages was already underway. The infantry and horsemen were all trying to overwhelm the creature and bring it down, but it only growled as one bug after another tried to penetrate its armor. The monster was no less than 20 feet tall and crushed its enemies like ants. Its water attacks only made the situation worse. "You're on top, I'm on the bottom," Nero shouted. "You're nasty," Hadjar smiled, and pushed off the horse. He soared into the air, aiming for the monster's muzzle. Hadjar, swinging his blade through the air, used the first stance of the light breeze technique while still airborne. A whirlwind consisting of cutting wind and blades was launched from the sword and crashed into the creature's paws. The wind shredded the armor, and the blades destroyed its scales and spilled its blue blood on the ground. The monster growled in pain, but the attack hadn't been enough to bring him down. Thankfully, Nero was already standing at the beast's feet. He swung his sword, and a gigantic palm with knives instead of fingers grabbed hold of the creature's right leg. When the fist opened, the leg was gone. The monster fell, and Hadjar landed on his chest. He took a single, floating step and thrust his blade into the monster's throat. "Leidish," Hadjar heard a low, menacing voice with a strong accent. A giant, worthy of doing battle with Dogar, stepped forward out of the infantry ranks of the savages. 6.5 feet tall, 2 feet at the shoulders, holding a huge hammer in his hands. "Cover me," Hadjar asked his friend, and jumped down. The soldiers of both armies formed a circle around them. Sometimes someone too hot-headed would break the temporary truce during this separate phase of the battle. The would-be troublemaker was soothed by Nero's sword right away. The young warrior had Hadjar's back and would not allow anyone to interfere in the fierce battle. The giant was circling Hadjar and displaying his tan muscles, which were covered only by the skins of various animals. He wore no armor at all, only skins, leather pants, and boots. Apparently, a single hammer was enough for him. Somebody's remains dripped down from it, but Hadjar believed that it would also be quite easy to break through the walls with such a weapon. The savages greeted their illustrious warrior general with shouts of joy. He walked in circles, shaking his gigantic hammer. He growled like a wild beast, and his red hair, tied into braids, sparkled, decorated both with beads and the teeth of his defeated enemies. He was strong and powerful, and saw only a little man with a pitiful sword in front of him. What could a sword do against his omnipotent hammer? He'd squashed dozens of swordsmen with his weapon. He'd forced hundreds of people to cry in terror and beg for their mothers. He was one of the most ferocious generals in the savages' army. He'd won his way to fame and fortune. He was powerful and strong. He would be the master of this battle. Snarling like a mountain lion, he rushed in with a surprisingly fast jump. Bringing the hammer up over his head, he brought it down with such force that the ground around Hadjar sank slightly, but none of the warriors could understand what happened next. The red-robed swordsman assumed a light, smooth stance. He slightly moved his blade, and the hammer, capable of crushing town walls, didn't touch a hair on his head. It, as if directed by an invisible stream of wind, had twisted around Hadjar and hit the ground a yard from him. Many soldiers felt their bodies shaking from the strike and almost lost their balance, and in the place where the hammer had struck, a hole nearly 3 feet in diameter had formed. The barbarian general was unable to raise his mighty weapon once more. He didn't even get a chance to growl one final time or comprehend his own death. Steel whistled, the blade flashed, and his head rolled off his shoulders. The savages howled with rage and rushed in to attack, but immediately ran into the infantry and cavalry of LitRPG that had come to the rescue. Suddenly, 2 lightning bolts flashed in the sky above the fort, and then a rain of white lightning dragons struck the ground. "The signal!" the officers of LitRPG shouted, and sent their troops toward the fort to reinforce it. To a casual observer, it might have looked like the army of General Lean had faltered and began to retreat. The savages roared in anticipation of a quick victory and charged in to pursue the LitRPG army. Hadjar and Nero ran to the fort as well, but they chose a difficult path. Instead of running toward the gate that had been broken by the ram, they rushed in the direction of one of the savages' siege towers. It was the 4th hour of the battle. Chapter 69. Nero and Hadjar cut their way through to the siege tower. It was a huge construction made up of logs and covered with sheets of iron and shields from the outside. Inside, hundreds of savages were climbing the stairs. They would walk up in a continuous line until they were at the bridge. Said bridge was a kind of tongue that came out of the siege tower. It was positioned above and behind the battlements on the wall, and had been fastened there with several hooks that were so heavy that they could not be easily removed. Hadjar and Nero climbed the logs which had been drenched in blood. Arrows sometimes found a gap in the outer wall of the tower, and then found the bodies of the besiegers. Any corpses were dropped straight down, and that is why there was no wall or any other kind of barrier on the back of the tower. Otherwise, within 10 minutes of the attack, the stairs would have been clogged with dead bodies. Slaughtering their enemy from behind, Hadjar and Nero kept climbing higher and higher. After they'd gotten past the first flight of stairs, someone had noticed that they were being pushed not by their allies, but by 2 warriors with bloodied faces and blades. Their eyes burned like the gems of the abyss, and not a single part of their bodies or armor was clean. The battle inside the tower began, but despite the fact that Hadjar and Nero had already started breathing heavily and were wielding their blades slower with each passing second as fatigue caught up to them, the savages still didn't have a chance. They were killed by the dozen, and their bodies were thrown down, filling the entrance to the tower, hindering the infantrymen hurrying to their comrades' rescue. Hadjar swung his blade and then snatched an enemy's sword from his cut-off hands. He nailed one of the savages to the wall with that sword, and quickly turning around, kicked the falling body of the first enemy down the stairs. Waving his bleeding stumps, the savage fell on his back and rolled down, knocking over the fighters that had been able to get past the barrier of corpses. The barbarian that had been nailed to a log with a sword croaked something, but Nero jabbed his pommel in the guy's face as he was passing by. The savage's skull crumpled like a cardboard box, and he quieted down. Nero's sword was too long for close-quarters fighting, so he walked behind and slightly to the right of Hadjar. That way, he could cover Hadjar's side and prevent particularly zealous opponents from getting a hit on him with a saber or even a short spear. Hadjar cut off a tall man's leg and threw him down. He screamed, and then a gentle thud was heard. It wasn't far to the ground, after all. A woman with a saber stepped forward, but she didn't manage to reach Hadjar's right side, as she was impaled on Nero's long sword as soon as she tried. Her body tumbled down as well, following the previous one. Setting a fast pace and carving a path through their foes, Hadjar and Nero quickly reached the bridge. There, covered by shields, the archers were on their knees. They were launching arrows at the parapet so that the defenders could not get to the hooks and get rid of them. Nero and Hadjar finished off the archers with just 2 slashes and threw the shields at the savages running toward them. Jumping onto the wall, they, without saying a single word to each other, immediately ran to opposite sides of the bridge. The hooks had been fastened with special chisels, and when they pried them out, the defenders of the fort came just in time to push the bridge down. Someone also brought a canvas bag, and then threw it into the open mouth of the tower. An archer, after dipping an arrow into some flammable liquid, shot at the bag. The bowstring sang, and a powerful explosion rang out. Burning logs fell on the savages rushing in to attack, and they screamed as they burned and died. The arrows flew into the sky from down below, and Hadjar and Nero, like the other defenders, immediately crouched, hiding behind the protection of the wall. "Officers," one of the defenders crawled over to Nero. "Thank you. We've been fighting to get rid of this tower for half an hour." "What's the situation, soldier?" Hadjar asked. He looked out over the wall. Endless streams of enemies were flocking to the fort, on horseback, on foot, some were even on monsters, and all of them were hurrying to trample and slaughter the last of the Lytus army. "The gate was blown up about an hour and a half ago. There's fighting in the streets." The soldier spoke hurriedly, sometimes pausing in order to hide from the next cloud of arrows. "Where's the senior officer in charge of this section of the wall?" "He's dead," the soldier reported immediately, "as well as the mid-level officer. I've been commanding this sector for nearly 3 hours already." It turned out he'd been in charge almost since the beginning of the battle. "You've held on well, soldier. Keep up the—" An arrow whistled, and the man with whom Hadjar had just been talking fell onto his side. The arrow had pierced his helmet and then his head. It had flown through his right temple, and the tip had exited from the left one. The soldier's eyes rolled back, and he began to fall on Hadjar, who immediately pushed the body aside, throwing it off the wall. The savages already had ladders up against the walls. "We need to get out of here, Hadj," Nero said. "We'll have to exit the fort on the other side." "Let's go along the wall," Hadjar suggested, after orienting himself. But unfortunately, there was an explosion, and the neighboring section of the wall was blown to pieces like a demolished house of cards. The stones fell on the savages, and the defenders found themselves plummeting. Screaming in terror, they tried to grab onto something, but failed. They fell and met their death. "You might want to stop talking," Nero suggested. They turned in the other direction and saw that the bridge of a new siege tower had already been attached to the battlements on the wall. Dozens of savages were already rushing to the parapet. "What was that you said about me not speaking?" "Jump!" Hadjar didn't have time to understand why Nero had dragged him down. They tumbled from the wall. Hadjar fell with his face turned up, so he didn't see where they landed. The only thing that he'd felt before landing was a terrible stench. They found themselves in a seat that resembled a huge saddle for at least 5 people. Actually, Nero had already killed those 5 people by the time Hadjar had come to his senses and gotten back up. "Go!" Nero yelled and cracked the reins. A gigantic beast, resembling both an armadillo and an elephant simultaneously, went through the gap that had formed in the enemy ranks. There were usually 5 savages riding these monsters, 4 archers, and 1 driver. Nero and Hadjar, sticking to the tried-and-true methods, had once again captured an enemy transport. "Hold the reins!" Nero threw 2 leather ropes to Hadjar. He caught them on the fly and immediately stood on the edge of the seat. He directed the monster further into the fort, trampling and crushing the savages that had flooded the streets. Nero, taking advantage of his long blade, was attacking the nomads who were trying to get on the monster and throw off the invaders. Every slash of his sword cut off arms or heads. "Go south! I know!" Hadjar snapped. He pulled the reins to the side, guiding the beast out from under the rubble of a collapsing building. The monster wasn't very fast, but it ran with the weight and inevitability of a steamroller. Hadjar looked around. Rivers of blood were flowing through the channels along the streets. Hundreds, no, thousands of corpses had piled up all around them. Broken barricades and the cries of the dying helped paint a grim picture. Lots of fellow soldiers tried to get to Hadjar and Nero. Many of them were killed by spears or arrows along the way. Some of them managed to reach the monster, but Nero and Hadjar couldn't take them aboard. They would only turn away from them, continuing on their way deep into the city. As soon as they slowed down, even for a second, in order to take on a passenger, they would have immediately been riddled with arrows. "Damn it!" Hadjar cried out, spotting something gravely dangerous. This time it was his turn to grab Nero and jump down. A painted savage, covered in small bags with burning wicks, had run out of a half-ruined building. Roaring madly, the savage ran at the beast, and then there was an explosion. A wave of hot air threw Nero and Hadjar aside and launched them about a dozen yards down the street. Getting back up and shaking off the fetid entrails of the monster, they found themselves in the middle of a wide avenue. A horde of enemies was running toward them from the direction of the blown-up gate, and a barricade of bales and carts, piled up in a mass, was blocking the street to the south. "Over here! Quickly!" the people behind the barricade shouted. Gods! Nero wiped his face and tore off some blood that had gotten crusty on his eyelids. He almost tore out all of his eyelashes as well. Will this day ever end? And so they ran to the barricade, deflecting arrows as they did. Chapter 70. "Where's that damn second signal?" the officer behind the barricade shouted. Nero and Hadjar took the bows of the dead fort defenders. In total, there were about 40 people behind the barricade. Each soldier fired at the attackers as best they could. Huge waves of nomads flooded the streets and rooftops. Whether they were on their monsters and horses or on foot, they were rushing toward the city. Some immediately started looting, while others attacked the barricades or got bogged down in battles on the streets. Hadjar pulled back the bowstring and fired. The arrow flew forward and then went almost a yard over the enemy's heads. "Give that to me," Nero roared, taking the quiver away from his friend. "You'll only waste arrows." Nero fired 3 arrows in quick succession. Each of them sent a savage to the next world. "Where?" The officer didn't have time to finish his question before pillars of white light struck the battlefield once more. The lightning bolts descended like angry dragons from the black skies to tear through everything and everyone. "Pull back!" the soldiers screamed immediately. Discarding their bows, arrows, and even part of their ammunition, the defenders jumped off the barricades and rushed toward the southern gate. They ran so fast that the steel soles of their shoes produced sparks when striking the stone of the streets. Passing by the flashes of explosions and dodging buzzing arrows, they rushed to get to the southern gate. All the defenders and the army of General Lean were already gathered there. They merged into a single dense stream, trying to push through the narrow gate. The people shouted, pushing others aside. Someone fell and was immediately trampled underfoot, which turned the paving stones into a bloody mess. Steel was creaking, the people were shouting and arguing, and the savages were riding their monsters, getting closer by the second. "Not even 1/10 of our people have left the fort yet," Nero said. He was breathing heavily, streams of sweat that mixed with blood and dust flowing down his red face. "How much time do we have?" Hadjar didn't look any better. He licked his dry lips from time to time and always spit it out right away. He'd tasted stone chips and someone else's blood. He had long since gotten accustomed to the taste of his own blood, but surprisingly, the blood of a stranger had a different flavor. "About 10 minutes. Hadjar looked at the horde charging toward them, and then at the mass of soldiers rendered useless by fear. After all, they weren't even thinking about using all the space they had available or organizing in order to escape more quickly. A frightened crowd behaved in much the same way a frightened beast would, always rushing forward, driven by their horror, ignoring all common sense. Again, Nero sighed, realizing what was about to happen. Taking a firm hold of his blade, he stood shoulder to shoulder with Hadjar. A rather narrow street led to the gate. It had absorbed all the other streets, so that there was only one way out of the city. The army had taken care to ensure it, and had closed all the other approaches over the past month. "They mustn't get by us," Hadjar grumbled, taking a fighting stance. And once again they were standing together against a whole army. Their swords gleamed, and war cries erupted from their throats. Hadjar caught an arrow as he fought, and thrust it into the eye socket of a very young savage. He was 15 winters old at most, maybe even younger. Hadjar threw his body toward the other attackers. Nero did the same. Less than a minute later, a barricade had formed, made up of the bodies of their enemies. The incoming foes had to climb over it, and sharp swords awaited them on the other side. Hadjar literally split a savage, falling from the barrier in half, right down the middle. The young officer threw the two halves of the body at the foundation of the barricade, strengthening the wall. Both Hadjar and Nero slashed, chopped, and hacked relentlessly. They took someone's life with every swing. The wall of bodies was growing and getting stronger, but there was no end in sight to the attackers' forces. At some point, Hadjar felt the earth shaking. He and Nero only had time to glance at each other, and the very next second a huge, armored beast broke through the barrier. "Damn it!" Nero cried out. The beast easily scattered the bodies and kept going forward. The jubilant horde was gleefully hooting behind it, hoping for an easy victory and a rich harvest. They could already see themselves riding their dashing horses across the expanses of peasant fields, see themselves burning villages, raping, killing, taking the enemy's goods, stealing their money, and then bringing hundreds of thousands of beautiful women and handsome men back with them to be their slaves. Hadjar stood in the way of the oncoming beast. Archers sat on its back in a huge saddle. They launched dozens of arrows and darts at him, but they were all diverted thanks to the prince's blade. "Calm wind," Hadjar said dispassionately, and assumed the second stance of the light breeze technique. He waved his sword so smoothly and effortlessly, it was as if he were checking its balance, or just having some fun, and yet the beast, even going all out, crashed not into Hadjar, but into the barrier of wind that had arisen. The creature's speed had been so great, and the resistance so tough, that its head immediately plowed into the ground. Its neck broke with a loud bang, and its hind legs flopped upward, nearly rolling over its own head. The savages fell from the saddle, and Nero's sword was already waiting for them. He killed them all and threw them under the feet of the charging horde. This made them freeze up slightly. The nomads were not particularly bold, and when they saw that a situation was not going their way, they usually fled. And they'd just witnessed a thin soldier in torn red robes overcoming a gigantic beast with just one slash of his sword. Suddenly, white lightning flashed in the sky for the third time. Demons! Nero and Hadjar breathed out in unison. They turned to look at the only way out of the city. There were already far fewer people there, but the crowd was still trying to squeeze through the arch, and after the third signal, they were doing it in a far more insane and desperate manner. There wasn't a single chance that they would be able to break through to the outside. Neither of them had what it took to carve a path through their own comrades. "I have an idea." Nero cut the creature's armored belly open with one slash and pointed at it. Hadjar nodded and sent a whirlwind of cutting wind and blades toward the horde. It turned about a dozen nomads into something resembling minced meat. After buying themselves some time, they pulled out the monster's insides and, holding their breath, crawled inside. It was ugly and hot in there, but safe. And after a few heartbeats, everything around them shook. It didn't simply shake, either. It was as if the sky, earth, and the universe itself had all collapsed simultaneously. The carcass of the monster, in which the two madmen had hid, was lifted like a light feather and then dragged 10 yards across the ground. Nero and Hadjar got out, groaning in pain as they did so. One of them pressed his hand to his side. Something white protruded from his bleeding forearm. It seemed Nero had an open fracture. Hadjar tried to put some dirt on the hissing fluid which had coated his right thigh. Alas, it didn't help much, and the monster's boiling gastric juice still scalded his leg severely. Not to the bone, but enough that his flesh and muscles were visible. "In any case, we are better off than the rest." Nero nodded toward the fort. Or rather, where the fort had once been. There wasn't even a single pair of stones left, only a black ravine. Blood rained down, and charred pieces of bodies, tiles, stones, and iron joined it, making for a truly macabre downpour. Nero and Hadjar had been thrown far enough back to avoid the danger of being killed by the sky, and smiling widely, they watched the horde scamper back toward the forest. Leaving behind their weapons and wounded soldiers alike, the savages ran away from the battlefield, screaming in horror all the while. "It seems like the general's plan worked." Nero sat on the grass. Hadjar, hissing in pain, collapsed nearby. "Did you doubt it would? That we can lure the horde into the fort and then blow it up? No, I didn't doubt that for a second." "What then?" Nero looked at the sky. Among other things, large flakes of black ash were falling from it, stone dust mixed with flesh. "The fact that you and I would survive." Hadjar laughed. Nero joined him. And so they lay, sprawled out on the grass and laughing. and then they wept from the pain racking their entire bodies, and even parts they could have sworn hadn't existed before today. In any case, Hadjar had never thought that even his hair could ache. He'd been proven wrong, and yet they were glad that they'd lived to see the end of the war. "I wonder where our camp is now." "What?" Hadjar asked. "I mean, where do we go?" Hadjar thought about it for a while, and then swore. Chapter 71. As it turned out, the camp wasn't that far from where the animal carcass had recently landed. The doctors had noticed the anomaly flying through the air and had hurried over to inspect it. They hadn't been planning to try and save the creature and hadn't known that it might have soldiers inside it. They'd just hoped to get some meat from it, because what the wounded soldiers needed most was food, and the army didn't have much left, to say the least. Alas, along with the carcass, they ended up having to drag 2 more soldiers over to the new camp. The soldiers were either crying or laughing hysterically. It was hard to tell. Hadjar and Nero were literally thrown on some mats spread on the ground. The young men were smeared with something fragrant, drank something smelly, and were then wrapped in bandages, covered with white blankets, and left for the gods to pass judgment on. If they survived, that would be good. If they didn't, it'd be very bad, but nothing could be done about it. Soon, thousands of gravely wounded soldiers and tens of thousands that had sustained minor injuries were brought to the camp. The biggest problem was all the burns. People with those kinds of injuries were the most prevalent. Soon enough, there was no place left in the meadow where they could lay down a new mat, which meant the healthiest had to be asked to give up their mat for comrades in need. Hadjar and Nero were also asked to leave the meadow at some point. Nero's protruding bone had been set. He'd been given a few pills and then put in a shoddy splint. He and Hadjar had to redo the splint. Fortunately, they were able to find a few of the more high-quality metallic splints that the local orderlies used to fix a broken arm and had replaced the first splint with those. Hadjar's burn had been slathered in ointment and then bandaged. Trying to help his recovery along, he found a doctor from Dogar's detachment and took some of the famous potion from him. The wound could at least heal a little faster with the help of that medicine, even if it wouldn't completely erase it. Hadjar and Nero also heard some not exactly cheerful news from the doctor. Dogar's detachment no longer existed. According to initial information, only the 2 of them had survived, and whether that was true could easily be checked with the help of the medallions that they wore around their necks. The devices didn't just watch their actions and award them points accordingly, but also determined whether they were alive or were already dead. Yes, the information might have been inaccurate. The medallion could have come off, been lost in the heat of battle or something else, but still. "The commander?" Hadjar asked, while fixing the bandage on his leg. The healer shook his head sadly. "Damn it!" Nero kicked the ground. Hadjar sighed and looked at the sky that had begun to brighten. The mighty bear Dogar had been a warrior among warriors, the person who'd made him, Hadjar, much stronger, and not just physically. Dogar had strengthened his will, his heart. The commander had taught him to truly take responsibility for himself and his actions. And now, that man was gone. Hadjar touched his heart and saluted. "Live free," he repeated Dogar's favorite saying. "Die worthy." Nero kicked the ground once again, and then calmed down. "Hey, you two," one of the passing orderlies cried out. "Do you have any strength left?" "A little." Then follow us. We need help getting the wounded soldiers back from the field."
Despite their wounds, and the day full of fighting, and the fact that they had barely enough strength left to breathe, Nero and Hadjar followed after the healers. Passing through the camp, they looked around. There were mats with moaning, crying, and screaming soldiers lying on them everywhere, many of them clutched at stumps that had once been legs or arms. The orderlies, right there on the ground, would insert sticks into the soldiers' mouths and amputate their limbs. Despite their victory, the camp looked like a small subsection of hell, where the demons had already begun to torment poor, damned souls. The new army camp, or what was left of it, was behind a small copse. Passing through it, Hadjar and Nero froze for a moment.
"Finish off the enemy," the commander of the medicinal corps ordered. "As for our soldiers, the ones who can't be carried back to camp or won't survive, even if we carry them back, should also be given mercy."
The orderly he was talking to turned away too abruptly and went to the field. Hadjar could not take a single step further. The whole area, as far as the eye could see, was littered with bodies. Dead, moaning, wounded, dying, impaled on a spear, torn to pieces, burned, broken people were everywhere. The once beautiful plain was covered in bodies, all the way to the horizon. Hadjar looked at his feet. They were buried in blood up to the ankle.
"Damn it," Nero hissed. "Damn it. Damn it."
"Let's go," Hadjar said softly. Overcoming their fatigue, they kept dragging the bodies back to camp until nightfall. Only when they themselves had almost collapsed on the battlefield from exhaustion were they replaced by the lightly wounded soldiers, as well as by those warriors who'd come out of this monstrous meat grinder with no more than a couple of cuts or bruises. Those people must have been cared for by God since their birth. The hard, brutal days stretched on. Hadjar and Nero set up their tents a small distance away from the general camp out of habit, but no one else was there with them, at the site Dogar's detachment had used to occupy. Only Healer. But after a couple of days, even he withdrew from the spot and went to stay where his fellow doctors were encamped. And so they stayed together. Sarah came one night, not to Hadjar, but to Nero. Hadjar figured that it would be good to take a walk around the camp. After all, he wouldn't be falling asleep any time soon, not with the throaty groans of those two filling the night air. He wandered through the camp, but there was no dancing, no guilt, only sad, old songs. The soldiers sang them around the fires, peering into the flames as if they were looking for answers.
"Officer Hadjar," one of the soldiers saluted.
Hadjar was surprised, but nodded in reply.
"Officer,"
came from the other side.
"Officer Hadjar, officer."
The words were said by many soldiers, officers, and even senior officers. They saluted him, and Hadjar was surprised at the fact they knew his name. Why was he walking around the camp? It looked more like a graveyard, only filled with the living dead. Expressionless faces, dead eyes, nothing more. Maybe he'd hoped that he would find a familiar face among the soldiers. The indestructible giant would get up, stretch out his hand, and say, "That was a glorious battle, assistant. Be ready for training tomorrow." But there was only wind, blowing through the treetops instead. It produced a sad, hopeless rustling of leaves.
"Officer Hadjar," a young soldier saluted him. "Join us."
Several dozen officers, soldiers, and even commanders were huddled together on some fallen logs by a small fire. Hadjar nodded a greeting to Helion.
who was pressing a hand against the bandage that covered his left eye. After a battle, every warrior, regardless of rank, would try to find comfort in their comrades. That way, they could believe that they were alive, and the reality surrounding them wasn't simply their last dream. Hadjar nodded and sat down beside the young soldier. He leaned on someone as well, seeking support. His soul calmed. Grabbing an old lute, one of the soldiers began to sing. He was shortly joined by the rest of the warriors sitting by the fire. A light tune caressed the flames and fields stretching out all around them. I bravely fell in that last fight. In battle I proved my might. Now take a step toward the light. Life is no longer your plight. Each and every soldier put on their armor on the third day. Some were groaning in pain, and others were gritting their teeth, but everyone who could stand on their feet, even if only with someone's support, put on their armor. They stood around the huge funeral pyres in orderly rows. Less than 300,000 had survived of the 2 million that had gone into battle. I will lie beneath the wall. I will lie beneath the sod. Please come visit, by God. General Lean stood among the warriors. She was barely managing to stay upright, leaning on a wooden crutch, and the sleeve of her simple canvas clothes dangled in the wind instead of her left hand. She was pale and looked aged, but she'd also come to pay her respects to the soldiers who'd died in the fight. Nero was standing next to Hadjar. Sarah was somewhere nearby. They peered into the huge bonfires. Perhaps they would see their commander's face somewhere in the depths of the orange flashes. That morning I held on like a fool. I kissed your lips, I stroked your hair, your name repeated like a prayer. Losing you was my nightmare, but the reality is far more cruel. The general, whose beautiful face now had several terrible scars, lifted her spear. She hit it hard against the ground, and the soldiers once again felt the earth shake under their feet. They grabbed their weapons and struck them against their shields and armor. I lie beneath the stone. I lie beneath the glade. The path to me is overgrown, covered with rust my blade. They all continued to tirelessly make noise, trying to drown out the crackle of the fires. They said farewell to their fellows, their commanders, their friends, who were now on their last journey. They said farewell to the warriors who'd shed their last drop of blood for their native land, those who died so that other people might live. They said farewell to the heroes. They sent them off with war cries and the sound of weapons striking armor. I don't know what to say. My mom and dad both still wait up and pray. Well, there'd always be new battles, new deaths, and the ash and smoke of funeral pyres would once more fly into the night sky. But people would continue to sing songs about the Moon General and the battle at the Blue Wind Ridge for hundreds of years to come. Songs about how 2 million people had destroyed 5 million savages, of how they'd fought against the flying creatures, of how they'd blown up the fort, of how they'd done everything in their power to preserve their homeland. They continued to beat their weapons against anything they could, and the general steadfastly continued to slam her spear against the ground. Their friends were leaving. I am beneath the wall. Love me. Forget me. I'm not with you now. My love. Chapter 72. The army of the Moon General Lean had been stationed at Springtown for 3 months now. It was licking its wounds and recruiting new privates and officers. Hadjar had been in charge of the exam a couple of times. Alas, it had always ended badly. For some reason, when he was the examiner, he would often get swarmed by the women. "It's all because a lot of people know about you and me," Nero said, placing one more dummy on their parade ground. The place where about 1,000 trainees had once used to suffer and train now belonged to the two friends. A feeling of loneliness sometimes came over them because of that fact, but more often than not, they were calmed by it. And they'd had to cut some new logs. The old pieces of wood had gotten covered in grass during their absence. How could they know? Hadjar waved his friend's words away. He was carrying something like a huge plow on his back, only instead of digging up the ground, this tool was used to remove the soil altogether. They would then have to bring some sand in and make a completely new training ground. "What about all the songs praising our deeds in battle? Do you know how many songs there are about us?" "Nope." "I don't know either, but it's a lot, especially considering that you and I covered the withdrawal of the army from the fort." "Yeah, we sure did," Hadjar smiled wryly. "You and I were saving our own asses and weren't covering the retreat of the army at all." "Well, the bards aren't very interested in those details," Nero shrugged. He fanned himself with a towel and leaned on the dummy he'd been working on. "In addition, we blew up 40 cannons, flew across the sky on a reptile, burned down a siege tower, killed 2 monsters, and you also sent the nomad general to the endless prairies." "Plains," Hadjar corrected. "Same difference. Let's rest a bit." Hadjar agreed. They hadn't yet recovered their strength enough after such an exhausting battle, and they often needed smoke breaks. Quite literal ones, in fact. After getting back to the city, they'd bought some medicinal tobacco from the healers and now filled their pipes with it often. It was tasty and healthy. Sitting on a pyramid of logs, they each lit a cigarette. Someone meowed. Hadjar stretched out his palm, and Azria jumped on it immediately. She grabbed a piece of dried meat out of habit and climbed into her customary spot against Hadjar's bosom. "Do you think she's gotten bigger?" Nero asked, blowing a ring of smoke into the sky. "Of course she has," Hadjar replied. Azria had used to fit on his palm with room to spare. Nowadays, while she could still fit, it was getting a bit too small for her. "I can't wait for our weapons to be forged." After returning to Springtown, Hadjar and Nero had brought the fangs of the ancient tiger to the artifactor who'd come from the Empire. He'd taken too long to get there, and Hadjar suspected that it was somehow related to the librarian, but only demons knew the true reason. He was more worried about forging his new sword, which had already taken 3 months by now. "Have you been arguing with Sarah again?" "What makes you say that?" Hadjar smiled. His friend was quite predictable. "When you two quarrel, not only does your tent start to burn, but you also begin to talk about weapons all the time." Nero grunted and then sighed sadly. "It's just that when we're together, we argue constantly, and yet when we're apart, I immediately feel awful." "That's love, I guess." "You should also find someone, Hadjar. Oh, right. I forgot you don't have to look for a woman. You just need to crook your finger, and half of Springtown will come to you." Hadjar smiled. "I only need him." The prince pointed at the messenger, hurrying toward the parade ground. "You have bad taste," Nero commented, grinning at his friend. "Go to hell, Officer Nero." By that time, the general's messenger had already reached the pyramid of logs. "Senior Officer Hadjar," he saluted, "you and your assistant are being summoned to the War Council." "Thanks. You're free to go." The messenger saluted once again and rushed off in the opposite direction. "You could have made someone else your assistant." Nero jumped off the pyramid. "Senior Officer Hadjar." "Don't be cranky, Officer Nero." They exchanged playful strikes, which could have sent any practitioner below the level of the bodily rivers to their forefathers, and went to the general's tent. Along the way, Hadjar nodded at numerous greetings and salutes. He had to admit he'd probably become at least somewhat famous after the battle. And yet, no matter how paradoxical it may have seemed, he'd also become stronger. After such an exhausting battle, one that had pushed him to the limit of his abilities, Hadjar realized that he had touched on certain truths. They were still mystical and mysterious truths, but now they were somewhat closer to him. He hadn't managed to become one with the world, but the honor points he'd received had been enough to buy numerous ingredients. Thanks to them, Hadjar made relatively easy progress to the next stage of the formation. Last night, he'd been able to break his seed into fragments, and he'd not only broken the seed, but more importantly, kept the fragments from falling apart. "Status," Hadjar ordered mentally, nodding at a man passing by. "Name, Hadjar. Level of cultivation, formation, fragment stage. Strength, 2.2. Dexterity, 2.56. Physique, 2.16. Energy points, 4.2. Of course, the numbers were important, but not exactly very accurate. In fact, Hadjar could now pick up 6 logs and run with them on his back for almost 4 hours. And when sparring, he had to fight against at least 5 practitioners at the last stages of the bodily rivers at once to get any effect. He and Nero often sparred, but their fights looked more like chess games these days. They knew each other's tactics too well. Finding other practitioners in the camp who were at the formation stage wasn't a trivial task. They approached the general's tent. The guards at the entrance immediately hit their iron gloves against their breastplates. "Senior Officer Hadjar," they greeted. "Officer Nero." At ease, Hadjar nodded and went inside. All the commanders of the army had already gathered in here. Astonished, Hadjar had recently discovered that he was now one of them. He'd learned about it after the general had handed him the medallion of a senior officer. "Commander Hadjar," the Moon General nodded. "We've been waiting for you. Now we can begin." Hadjar felt a bit of déjà vu. He remembered how, until quite recently, she would greet Dogar like this. May he rest in peace. Several people had already gathered at the table. Helion, the commander of the cavalry, looked more serious, without an eye. The beautiful Leon, the head of the archers, stood next to him. She had a broken leg, but that wasn't much of a problem for the strong practitioner. Tim, the spymaster, was dead. Instead of him, a tall, lean, middle-aged man was attending the meeting. He didn't have a sword or saber, but 2 curved, long daggers. He looked at people a little strangely, as if he saw not the people themselves, but through them. It was the look of a professional killer. And rather creepy. Hadjar greeted the new spymaster with a nod. Simon was a good man, with a difficult past. He and Hadjar often chatted. Tur, the chief engineer, now walked with a crutch. His leg had been cut off by a healer. However, the most important thing for the chief engineer was that he'd kept his brain, as he could work even while missing a leg. I want all of you to listen to the report from the generals. The general, who was now covered with scars, pointed at a figure hidden in the shadows with the wooden prosthesis that had replaced her left hand. The woman she gestured toward looked like a shitty person at first glance. Wearing a light leather jacket and high-heeled boots, she stood ramrod straight and constantly adjusted her brown hair. By the order of the highest generals, the army of the Moon General Lean must be at the border with the kingdom of Balium in 2 months. The commanders looked at each other. Damn it! Why were they being sent to the cursed north again, to the border they shared with a kingdom Lydas had never fought against before? What could Balium, the birthplace of the Black Gates sect, ever need from such a backwater as Lydas? And now the situation had been turned completely around. What did Lydas, aided by the knowledge and resources of the Empire, need from such a beggar as Balium? You'll camp there and wait for further instructions from the generals. Helion suddenly banged his fist on the table.
Fuck you with your wait for further instructions. You're sending us to war.
I hasten to remind you, senior officer, that you are a subject of the king. As the king decrees, so it shall be. The orders of the generals are the king's orders. Does the king know that we have less than 500,000 soldiers? Hadjar asked. More than 100,000 of them are untrained recruits. We don't even have enough ammunition or supplies or even carts to load it all on. The messenger of the general headquarters turned around and gave him an icy look. You're Senior Officer Hadjar, if I'm not mistaken. Is the medal you received for your actions at the Battle of Blue Wind Ridge too heavy for you? I'll have to sell this medal to buy food and armor for my soldiers. Then do it, the messenger answered calmly. Orders aren't up for debate, Senior Officer. I'm surprised I need to remind you of that. Immediately, all the commanders started shouting at once. They suggested the messenger do several highly uncomfortable things. Easy, Lean said, and they all fell silent. The general turned toward the unpleasant woman, who shuddered slightly in response. The Moon General, even after losing a hand, was feared and respected by all. And as for the few who didn't respect or fear her, they were either dead or a fool. The latter meant being dangerously close to becoming the former. Does the king know about our poor condition, how drastically we suffered in that battle? Or did you just give him some papers and tell him some stories? The messenger twitched as if she'd been slapped, then snorted again and threw several scrolls on the table. Here is the order. On the first day of the 3rd month, you must be encamped near the border with Balium. Otherwise, it'll be treason. Looking at them haughtily, she left the tent.
Bloody officials! Helion struck the table again. This is suicide!
No. It's an order, Helion. Lean took the scrolls and handed them to the others. We're once again going to war. Chapter 73. Hadjar and Nero came out of the tent. They saw hundreds of young, carefree men and women walking through the camp. The fresh recruits were trying on armor and testing the balance of their weapons. They looked like kids who'd decided to play knights and demons, running around laughing and without a care in the world. They didn't look like soldiers. They weren't ready to die. Senior Officer Hadjar, everyone around them said reverentially. He was saluted, and people bowed to him. Hadjar tried not to look into their eyes. He didn't want to remember those who would soon be taken by the Grim Reaper. Going past the general camp, Hadjar and Nero returned to their own camp, where there'd once been 1,000 tents, not to mention Dogar's own marquee. Now only 2 tents remained. The larger tent belonged to the senior officer, the other, more colorful tent, belonged to his assistant. Hadjar moved the tent flap aside and went in. Unlike the general's tent, the ground in his dwelling was covered with old, shabby mats, and not with planks. He'd inherited them from Dogar. Some scrolls, maps, and medallions lay on the numerous boxes that were being used as tables. It looked like a scientist, not a soldier, lived here. Sarah often joked about that. The newly minted and only caster in the army's ranks could have had her own tent, but she lived together with Nero, and because of this, their tent would often go up in flames. Then they'd be laughing and hugging, fixing it together and patching it up, and that's why their tent was so colorful. "I don't believe that the king would have sent us to the border," Nero grumbled, and then sat down on a bunch of skins, rags, and mats. This pile of refuse was what passed for Hadjar's bed. "He would have sent us," Hadjar objected, "if he had no idea how unprepared we were." "How could he not know? People have been singing songs about it all over the kingdom for 3 months now. Ordinary people sing those songs, but the ass of His Majesty sits in a high tower in the palace. The voices of the common folk are never heard up there." Nero snorted. He took out his pipe and filled it with tobacco. He patted his clothes and found no flint. Hadjar filled his own simple carved pipe with tobacco as well. His pipe was dear to him. It was a memento. He used his flint, lit it, and then threw an extra flint he had at Nero. They both inhaled and exhaled thick puffs of smoke. "Should we send a messenger?" "If you don't regret spending the money," Hadjar shrugged. "I don't give the healers all my money, unlike you." Hadjar only smiled. He was, as always, broke. He always gave the doctors and scientists his entire salary, buying a variety of ingredients needed for the technique that strengthened his body. It was worth noting that the result had been quite noticeable thus far. His skin was almost as strong as stone. In any case, even the strongest strikes from practitioners below the level of the bodily rivers left no trace on him. The warriors who'd managed to cultivate meridians in their bodies could leave deep cuts. Even Nero's punches felt much weaker now. They were still deadly, but Hadjar could feel his progress. "Do you think it'll be a waste of time?" Nero asked. "Absolutely," Hadjar nodded. "Why do you think the king doesn't know the whole story and is sending us to war? And why we're at war with the Black Gates in the first place?" "With Ballium," Nero corrected. "Don't be so naive, buddy. Ballium is the cash cow of the Black Gates. If you start a war with that kingdom, you will have to fight the sect as well." Nero thought about it for a moment and then shrugged. "I won't argue with that," he said, producing another ring of smoke. "If it turns out that the generals have forged the message, they'll be staked alive at best. If they did it and it's found out, sure," Hadjar added. "I have a feeling the king's going to have a lot of trouble on his hands soon regardless." The friends looked at each other. People were afraid to say it out loud, but rumors had spread throughout the kingdom that a rebel army had appeared in the mountains to the northwest. Some had presumed that they would be led by the true king, Prince Hadjar, but most figured that one of the friends and generals of the late King Haver was in charge. They were most likely going to try and conquer the capital. Perhaps Hadjar should have joined them, but he was going to seek his justice in a different way. and his path required something more than the iron medallion of a senior officer. He was waiting to receive a general's jade medallion. That would be the next step on his path to vengeance. "I smell," Nero pretended to sniff, "the Lascanians' involvement in this sordid mess. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm sure they've bribed some of the generals. Definitely. Besides, Ballium is situated a bit too close to the nomads." Nero suddenly jumped up and nearly dumped his tobacco onto Hadjar's bed. "I think, my friend, that our spirit knight intends to take revenge. He's probably responsible for all of this. The Lascanian wouldn't dare fight us while we have the librarian. I don't trust the Darnassian either. He's a very unreliable old man." "Everyone loves him," Hadjar reminded his friend. Nero looked at his friend sternly and then grinned knowingly. "Except you, buddy. Except you." "I don't like the way he looks at me," Hadjar replied evasively. "Do you think our good-natured old man is not interested in women? I think—" Hadjar didn't finish his sentence because he'd heard the noise of his tent flap being opened. When Sarah, the dark-skinned beauty wearing light clothes, came inside, she immediately froze. 2 steel daggers, glittering in the lamplight, were at her throat. Hadjar and Nero stood shoulder to shoulder, ready to strike down whoever had dared to come inside. "If you don't want to sleep with me, all you have to do is say so," she shrugged, and was about to leave, but Nero caught her by the elbow. "Sunshine of my life," he said, imitating the accent of the merchants from the southern seas. "I'm ready to love you without stopping, until the harvest festival begins, and love you everywhere, even here." "Not here," Hadjar interjected dryly. "You see, the senior officer is against it. I can't argue with my commanding officer." The tent was quiet, as Sarah continued to look expectantly at the 2 friends. She knew they were hiding something. Nero and Hadjar were keeping quiet about it. They were 2 roguish but reliable companions. However, one of them was more than a friend to her. He was at least a lover. Nero wasn't supposed to know about her other thoughts. The less a man knew about a woman's true feelings, the better for both of them. Love was a far too unpredictable and ethereal feeling to share it with someone who was just brightening up the cold night hours for you. Maybe Nero felt the same way about her. Hadjar only rolled his eyes. These 2 were so alike. "Okay, well," Nero blurted it out. "They tried to kill Hadjar." "When?" Sarah was surprised. "Last night," Hadjar replied. "And the day before," Nero added. "And 4 nights ago, and last week, too. Twice." Sarah stared dumbfounded at the 2 fools who hadn't thought to share such important information with her. "General Larvi," she finally guessed. Sarah knew that nearly 6 months ago Hadjar had taken Collins, the son of Springtown's general, head. Nero had told her that the animosity between him and Hadjar had arisen at first sight. Their relationship had been so complicated that only the death of one of them could have resolved it. But Collins' father, the general of Springtown, and the whole prefecture along with him, disagreed. First, they sent killers at the bodily nodes level. The whole range, too, stages 1 through 9, Hadjar nodded. Then they sent killers at the level of the bodily rivers. Yesterday they sent an assassin at the formation stage. It was difficult, but I handled him. Sarah snorted and whispered a soft, "Here, kitty, kitty." The skins which served as a bed for Hadjar stirred, and a white kitten crawled out from under them. She crossed the space that separated her from the warm, gentle hands in several jumps. Sarah straightened up, petting Azria, and the white kitten was purring in her arms. Traitor, Hadjar thought amusedly. When were you going to tell me about this? And why does no one in the camp know about it? She asked angrily. The hired killers belonged to the Axe clan, Nero explained. They've probably got a lot of tricks for euthanizing unwanted witnesses. Sarah grumbled something unintelligible. Holding the kitten in one hand, she got a yellow talisman out with her second hand. Something whispered, she swung it upward, and it melted, literally having soaked into the air. "What will that do, Sarah?" Hadjar was indignant. "I didn't ask you to do magic in my tent." "I don't need your permission, nor your request, Hadjar. You may be a senior officer to everyone else, but you're a friend to me. That's why I want to know when you're attacked next time." Hadjar and Nero looked at each other and spread their hands almost simultaneously. When something occurred to Sarah, it was impossible to stop her. "The bodily nodes, the bodily rivers, the formation stage," she whispered softly, going through the various levels. "So, today they'll be sending a practitioner at the transformation stage after you. Today," Hadjar shrugged, "or tomorrow. Maybe the day after tomorrow. Who knows? And you're talking about it so calmly. It's a fucking transformation-level assassin." "Honey," Nero tried to hug the caster around the waist, "don't worry about the bully. He'll be all right. These raids will stop soon enough." Sarah looked at the annoying jerks. They were being slightly evasive. "May all the demons of hell get into my bed. Darling, there's not always enough room in there even for me." Sarah only hissed in response, and Nero immediately went quiet. "Are you going to the general's castle? You're not fooling me. I see right through you. Do you realize that's suicide? Suicide would be to just sit around here and wait for when the Axe clan sends a true cultivator." Hadjar clenched his fists. Sarah sighed and put Azria down. She snorted indignantly, upset at the imminent parting. The white kitten, waving her tail to convey her annoyance, dived back into the skins and was soon peacefully asleep. "I'm coming with you." "Sarah, honey, it's settled," the enchantress shouted. Nero and Hadjar only sighed. Arguing with the woman was useless. "When are we leaving?" she asked. "As soon as the artifactor brings us our new blades." The girl swore in a language unknown to Hadjar. "So you kept quiet all this time. You knew and still said nothing," she stated angrily, and turned around, going to the door. "Honey," Nero followed her, but his hand was slapped aside. "Don't even think about it," Sarah hissed. "You'd better find another bed tonight." After saying her piece, she walked out. Nero sighed dreamily and smiled, following after her. "She's amazing," he whispered, almost licking his lips. Hadjar didn't know what Sarah was like as a beloved, but he knew that she was a reliable friend. He had never suspected until now that he had not one, but two true friends in this world. It was a wonderful feeling. Azria meowed with slight indignation. Hadjar smiled, pulled out a piece of jerky from his pocket, and handed it to the voracious kitten. She immediately began to devour it. Okay. 3 friends.